Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are going live literally off the bat with another tornado in progress. This is back over in South Dakota right now near Dixon, where we do have a tornado that has just dropped over the last couple of minutes. This is just outside of Dixon, South Dakota. This is a supercell that is currently tornado warned, and there's also a wildfire that has begun from this exact same storm due to lightning. So if you are in this area right now near Dixon, Iona, Platte Colony, back over in South Dakota, you need to be in your safe place. We got a tornado in progress, and on top of that, we have a derecho that is going to begin here very soon. So again, a bunch of storm chasers have this right now, but there is a tornado in progress that is going to be heading towards Platte Colony near Highway 44, currently tracking to the east. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this area, back over near Iona and Dixon. They have also just issued a new tornado warning further to the north. This is going to be a storm all the way back up south of Highmore near Highway 34. You need to seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. That is for Hughes, Hyde, and Hand counties. I would expect we are going to get a new tornado warning at any moment for this area near Dixon and Platte Colony. This is an unwarned tornado right now. The tornado itself is outside of our tornado warning polygon. So Dixon, Platte Colony, and Gregory, you guys should be in your safe place right now, as we do have a tornado in progress right now. This is again Tornado Pagey with a live shot of this tornado ripping through a field near Dixon. You can see the hook echo bottom right of your screen as well. That tornado is going to be bedded right in that little hook there. Look at the motion though. I mean, this is literally a close-up shot of the tornado currently in an open field. We gotta hope that this has not hit any sort of buildings. Obviously, yesterday we had a tornado in eastern South Dakota, and that ended up hitting buildings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have just issued a new tornado warning for this storm. This one's going to be for Platte, Colony, and Dixon. You need to be in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. Look at that motion, by the way. This thing's getting even more violent. John McKinney has a wildfire, by the way, while this is happening. This is also Connor Croft's view of this tornado.
In the field, right there.
The motion has gotten more intense over the last couple minutes. Look at the motion. This has definitely gotten stronger. This has definitely gotten stronger near Dixon. This is right now located near Dixon, South Dakota, going towards Platte Colony and eventually Platte. Picking up a lot of dirt right now. There are some farms right there. Hopefully this does not hit anything.
That thing's growing quick. Strong.
Look at Connor's view. Oh, Connor had a view. I'll go back to him in a second. This thing's definitely strong. This is 100% a strong tornado right now near Dixon, South Dakota, heading towards Platte Colony. Look at Connor's view. That is getting awfully close to a farm. It's gotten very dusty.
Strong tornado.
Awfully close to that farm right there. Hopefully it doesn't. I think it's about to hit that farm. It's awfully close to hitting that farm. I think Tornado Pagey's losing signal, but this tornado again is awfully close to hitting a farm right now. This is Connor's view.
Oh, it's hitting stuff.
Oh, there it goes. You can see it right there on the right. It is hitting a farm. It is picking up the farm. That just lifted up. That just lifted up part of a farm. So this tornado has just done damage to a farm near Dixon. It just lifted that up, if you guys just saw that.
Just missed that house.
It lifted up something.
Just missed the house.
Ready? Or Connor's saying it just missed the house. Something got picked up. Just saw it on Tornado Pagey's feed.
Just missed that house.
Tornado Pagey is repositioning. This is another view of that tornado that is active right now again in South Dakota. Look at the motion on this thing. This is Scott Peak. Debris is being lifted up. We still have debris flying in the air. It did pick up part of a farm, and it's picking up more stuff right now on the left. You can see all the debris flying. This is right over the town of Dixon, South Dakota now. There is debris flying everywhere. Looks like parts of that farm are right now in the air. So another view as well from John McKinney, a little bit more distant, but you can see the funnel. This is definitely a tornado, by the way. We thought this might have been a landslide. It's definitely a tornado in progress, and it is still picking up stuff. It is producing damage. You can see all the debris in the sky right now. This is also Connor Croft. You got debris everywhere.
In the outer edge.
Tornado Page is literally next to it.
Look at it being sucked in, that little sign.
Oh my gosh.
All right, this thing's coming this way.
Yeah. Wow.
They are almost in the tornado. They're literally next to it.
Oh.
Whoa.
Break.
They're getting hit by debris.
Okay.
They're literally driving through the tornado. You can see them on this side too. They were driving like literally into the tornado.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And this is a strong tornado right now near Dixon, South Dakota. Tornado Page, he literally just drove through the tornado. They basically zero-metered the tornado. I don't think it was intentional, but that just happened. They are okay, by the way.
Violent motion.
This tornado does have, as Connor's mentioning, violent motion right now. Just passed by another farm. Got a bunch of signs that are blowing down here as well. It is fully condensed once again. Oh, Tornado Page's window got shattered, actually. One of their windows got shattered. I think their stream is temporarily frozen, but one of their windows got shattered from debris flying into it.
Holy cow. That's crazy. That thing's crazy powerful. More powerful than you'd think.
So again, significant tornado currently in progress near Dixon. It is producing a lot. So far from what it's hit, it's produced pretty significant damage to a farm and also at least some street signs along this route. It is heading right down Highway 44, just north of Gregory, South Dakota, also heading towards Platte Colony. We do think that this is at least an intense tornado that is currently in progress. And so if you are anywhere in this tornado warning, you need to be taking this seriously. They have upgraded the tornado warning to being confirmed at the very bare minimum at this point. Again, the motion is just unbelievable on this.
That's crazy over there.
Look at Scott's feed here. Oh, Scott just went down. We'll go back to him in a second.
Might be coming back north. Can't tell.
Look at the motion. This thing's insane. It's like a condensed tornado. Just the tube itself is not even that, like, it's not even that condensed. It's very faint to see. This is Freddy's view as well of the tornado.
Tornado intercept coming here in a second. We are driving into this tornado, guys. Driving straight into it. Gotta be kidding me, Charlie. You gotta be kidding me, bro.
Tornado, man.
They have issued a new tornado warning further down to the south. This is going to be located in far southern South Dakota, north of Valentine, Nebraska, bottom right of your screen. It's currently no locations included in that warning. We got a serious tornado in progress, though. This thing is intense to violent now near Dixon. You can see the velocities as well. They are going crazy on this storm.
Did you want this on the other side?
Highway 44, 47. This has already hit a couple of farms.
I have to do it like this.
Oh my gosh, dude. This thing's crazy. Fully condensed now. Fully condensed. Oh my gosh.
It's once again a fully condensed tornado. This is all the beginning again of a big day of severe weather with a derecho that is likely today. This is the beginning, though. We're talking about discrete supercells for the next hour or two, then it's going to go linear pretty quickly. And obviously, the potential for strong tornadoes is in play. We have obviously one actively in progress here that is producing at least some damage. Once again, fully condensed tornado in a field near Highway 44.
But you folks.
It's a dangerous tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I want to mention that Harold and Highmore, South Dakota, your severe thunderstorm warning was just upgraded to destructive for baseball-sized hail. Could see 70 to maybe 80 mile per hour winds out of that storm as well.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we are talking about serious, severe weather across the board right now. Obviously, one of the most concerning things that we have right now is this big tornado currently located near Dixon, heading towards Platte Colony. This is fully condensed now. It's not even that dusty anymore. This is a fully condensed tornado. There's once again Connor Croft.
No, my hat!
Apparently Connor just lost his hat from this tornado. Look at Freddie McKinney's view. It's coming right up on it.
Look at that.
Connor has lost his hat from this tornado.
Are you serious, bro? Are you freaking serious? Look at the rope on
I think
that.
Connor just retrieved his hat, by the way.
Do I have a little road here I can pop south? Maybe I'll just stop here. I don't think I have any roads, do I? No, I don't think I have any roads. I'm gonna stop right here.
We got a wiggler!
The tornado is now starting
Holy
to bend.
shit!
It's a
Got a collar cloud coming around it.
the tornado is now bending at a 45-degree angle.
Shut that off.
Look at Tornado Pagey's view too. This is an insane tornado.
I think.
This is unbelievable.
Back to Freddie McKinney. Tornado has been attempting to occlude. It is still going strong,
This is unbelievable, man. Look at that. All the way back up. Look at how tall it is. It's just a tall pipe. Drill bit. Look at it on the ground there, just grinding.
About to hit some more trees, it looks like.
This is a strong tornado, guys. There's the wide angle. That's full wide. This is unbelievable.
Once again, this tornado is located near Dixon, South Dakota. If you're just tuning in, this is a strong, intense, possibly violent tornado that's been on progress for about 15 minutes now. It started about 2 minutes before it went live, and it's been going for a while now. And it has already produced some damage, which we'll probably have updates on the damage here soon.
Violent drill bit.
Violent drill bit in the field.
You can see, like, it has violent motion. It's not a big tornado. It's a pretty small, little, narrow tornado, but it has violent motion. Like, there's no doubt that this is a intense to violent tornado, and anything it hits will probably be heavily damaged or destroyed. Look at Freddy's view. Wow, look at that motion. It's just drilling through a field right now.
There's Brandon.
Absolutely drilling through that field. Tornado will be located just south of State Highway 44.
There's a road a little bit to the east.
It's going to be coming up on a few more farms. We need to hope that it does not hit those farms. This is located in...
I'm going to try to take that road if we can.
Near Dixon, and it's going to be going towards Platte Colony.
You can drop south towards Lucas. This tornado is headed in that direction.
Oh my god.
It's a toward...
Motion's insane on this tornado right now. Don't forget, by the way, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather for today. We're going to talk a lot more about the overall threat here, hopefully whenever this tornado lifts. But we have a major day of severe weather expected. This is all the beginning of a derecho that's going to be ramping up in the next few hours.
There's Connor. Oh my gosh, this is just insane. Insane tornado here, guys.
Back to Tornado Pagey.
And every other one has been busted out.
I know.
This is just south, by the way, of the Lake Francis Case in South Dakota. It is just south of that lake. Just south of Eagle and Ola. This tornado's been in progress now for about 16 minutes or so.
Dustin.
This is for Brule, Charles Mix, and Gregory counties.
Real. It's a freaking AI tornado. Freaking AI tornado, dude. Are you serious?
This is not an AI tornado, by the way.
What is with 2025 and AI tornadoes, bro? This is insane. I think the hail's starting to come in here in a second. Oh boy, here comes the outflow. It's gonna push this thing. All right. I think we gotta go. We gotta go.
Back to Connor. Look at all the motion coming from right to left too. All that inflow basically going right into this thing. It's still cranking. Doesn't look like it has as violent motion as before, but it's hard to tell because the base, at least the area where all the, basically all the vortices were, like you can't even see it anymore. It's gotten absorbed by all the dust that's kind of surrounding it. This could again still be an intense to violent tornado. We still got a lot of motion in this thing. It is cranking.
How does this keep happening? How does this keep happening?
Here's Scott.
This is Tornado Pagey's cracked windshield, by the way. That they got hit by debris from this tornado. That right there, what you're looking at, that is from debris. This is why you never drive into tornadoes. Obviously, it was unintentional, but some sort of debris hit their windshield or their window, their side window, and it is completely almost shattered and cracked. So just kind of give you an idea of, the intensity of tornadoes in general. Like flying debris obviously is a hazard.
I think it's worth trying to go for.
And that is something that we just saw, a few moments ago. We had a farm and a bunch of stuff get picked up from that farm, and it went flying, and one of those little pieces of debris basically hit the side window. Hey, JCC for the super chat. Just windy in Des Moines, Iowa tonight. I think there's a chance of damaging winds tonight. We could have that line of storms will probably impact you. We'll talk more about it later, though.
That was not even supposed to happen, chat.
This tornado is still in progress right now, just east of Dixon, South Dakota.
Oh, there goes guy from the news the other day.
Still going. Got a lot of dust still being kicked up.
Focus locked here, chat, real quick.
See the hook echo bottom right of your screen. Still a very strong inflow as well. There's been tons of motion on this thing. Looks like it's non-condensed now, but it looks like it is still down, at least for the time being.
We were late today. I was sick. I guess I'm still sick. Don't really feel super sick right now, but was sick. Wait, what? Door's still open, apparently? Okay. There we go. Woke up this morning with headaches and just body aches, all that.
Hey, Coots for the super chat. Talk about Minnesota here soon as well. All right, looks like we're starting to lose signal, but obviously that tornado is at least still down. It looks like it may be becoming non-condensed and maybe weakening, so that's good news, but it is still down for the time being, just to the east of Dixon. Velocity's obviously been pretty crazy on this storm. I do think even if it is lifting, it will definitely try to drop another tornado. This isn't a very favorable environment right now in southern South Dakota, and is a very discrete supercell, so there's really, at this point, very low chance that this thing is not going to produce another tornado at some point. The tornado, again, if it's still down, it's going to be on the left side of your screen. You can still kind of see the dust and the dirt being kicked up from that tornado just a moment ago. The motion is still pretty crazy on this. And it looks like we just lost Connor, at least for the time being. We'll go back to him in a moment. But again, this tornado is still going to be a threat here near Highway 44. It is currently tracking to the east. If you're back over near Platte and as well as near the Geeds areas, make sure that you are staying weather aware and making sure that you have ways to receive warnings, as a tornado is a possibility here as this storm continues to track to the east. Further to the north, back over in central South Dakota, we do have a tornado warning just south of Highmore that is also producing some pretty strong rotation over Highway 34, and that may produce a tornado as that continues to track to the east. So if you're back over near this area near Highway 34, make sure that you're being in your safe place, getting away from windows and being on the lowest floor possible. This will be tracking towards Highway 47 here soon, just south of Ree Heights. We also have a tornado warning north of Valentine. This is near an outflow boundary. Rotation's been pretty strong on this storm. That is currently tracking to the east, and that may produce a tornado as well as that continues to track east. So if you are in this area, make sure that you are in your safe place, just to the south of Mission in Nebraska. Now, as we've alluded to, we have a big risk of severe weather today. We have a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather in place, where we are anticipating the potential for a derecho today, which means that we could see a widespread swath of damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 110 miles per hour this afternoon and evening. We are talking about the potential for a dangerous day of severe weather, with hurricane force winds being a very strong possibility here across South Dakota Dakota, Iowa, and even into Minnesota. Obviously, the moderate risk of severe weather has shifted a little bit. It is now a little bit further down to the south and east. It's a little bit different than before. It was initially only in South Dakota and Minnesota. It actually almost goes down towards Des Moines. So we are talking about the potential again for significant severe weather this afternoon. You need to make sure that you are staying very weather aware and having multiple ways to receive alerts, as it will likely be a long day of severe weather. This is John McKinney. He is currently, let me go to this stream here. This is John McKinney. He's close to where the tornado just was. Right side of your screen is where we still have it looks like a funnel. So there's still something here. Let me actually go over to Vince. Vince has a pretty good shot of this. So you can still see a big wall cloud at this exact moment. Alright. So we got a big wall cloud. Connor just lost signal, but there is still a big wall cloud here, just to the west of Platte. Everybody's in low signal right now, but we'll go back to everybody in a second. But there is definitely still a wall cloud. It is still attempting to produce a new tornado. Velocities on radar are still pretty strong right now, just to the south of Highway 44. This can be tracking towards 1804 roadway and eventually heading towards Platte. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, make sure that you're continuing to stay in that safe place. Our tornado risk for today, it's not super high, but we do have a 5% tornado risk that is in place, which does include a large chunk of South Dakota, Minnesota, and Northwest Iowa. Where all the tornado warnings are right now are not in a tornado risk or in our 2%. So we're actually not technically in the most favorable environment for tornadoes yet. But generally speaking, we have an elevated chance of a few tornadoes for the next hour or two, since we do have a pretty elevated amount of vorticity and spin in this general vicinity, especially since our storm mode right now is geared more towards discrete storms. It's back over to Connor. You can see the wall cloud, which is located again just south of Highway 44. It's also Freddie McKinney. Got a little funnel there in the middle. It's a little funnel that is spinning right there in the middle. This might be dropping a new tornado. Got a funnel cloud right there in the middle right.
Thanks for the live 360 location there, Mom. We do have a road here. We do have a road here. So in theory...
They're behind me.
There's a funnel right there. You can see it.
Tall pipe right there.
That looks like a tornado. That almost looks like a tornado. It's nearly touching down. It's about 3/4 of the way down.
A tall pipe with this.
That's a big pipe right there on the right. That looks like a tornado dropping again. This is near Highway 44 going towards Lucas in South Dakota, just north of Burke. It looks like we got a new tornado dropping.
Got a big persistent funnel though.
That is a large funnel though. It's about to drop another tornado.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's also getting some stuff firing in its RFDs that could nudge it again to produce.
Yeah,
that might be a non-condensed tornado.
Yeah, I'm sure it screws us here, but whatever.
Maybe a tornado in progress. It's likely non-condensed.
County, no matter what, just because of that river. I think it's gonna tornado again. It's a big funnel right there, guys. A big finger. That's a big tornadic funnel.
I guess worst case scenario is you fall behind on this storm. There's that other one off to the west that's also tornado warned.
And that right there in the middle is rotating. That is a large funnel cloud.
Okay, yeah, I haven't even looked.
Hey, Ross and Patrick for the super chats.
I figured we got a while with this one, hopefully.
Doesn't look like it's on the ground, but there is still a evident funnel cloud again just south here of Highway 44. All the clouds are still very low. There's still plenty of motion with this. Again, we still have a large hook echo and a strong inflow. Rotation on radar is still strong enough for there to be a tornado. We are in a little bit of a radar hole, but it's not terrible.
I don't know if it's going to tornado again or not. It looks like that's kind of crapping out a little bit.
It's got a little bit smaller. It's still a funnel, but not nearly as large as before. It's also Connor's view. He's behind some trees, but he's also not far from this. This is John McKinney's view, just to the south of 44. So we'll be tracking also towards the Missouri River, just east here of Dixon. So eventually this is going to cross over a river. Look at that inflow tail.
There's the inflow feeder. That's looking behind me. That's to the north.
That right there is an inflow tail. So that entire long stretch there below the elevated cloud base there, that is all an
funnel.
inflow tail.
Oops, where is it at?
Look at that spin right there.
It's kind of crapping out.
Look at that spinning. That's a funnel, but it is spinning pretty rapidly.
But that's our inflow feeder. And as we turn here, that'll pan the camera around a little bit. You can see that leading back.
Hey, Metallica for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that.
The storm there. I wonder if it'll do it again.
1806, here's my road.
There's also John McKinney's view. He's near Dallas, South Dakota, so just south of where the tornado would be. So he's looking north. But we do not have an active tornado, it looks like. Again, we do think it's lifted. It looks like just a funnel cloud as of right now that has been trying to drop here just to the west of Platte. I also want to take our attention real quickly to Ohio. We've had ongoing severe weather just outside of Cleveland. Not anything severe anymore. It's mostly just strong storms with gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour. So if you're tuning in from Ohio, we're keeping an eye on it. But as of right now, nothing tornadic, and it's mostly gusty winds and a lot of lightning. Flash flooding is also becoming a concern. We got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in a bunch of different counties in South Dakota, including Lyman, Buffalo, Hughes, Hyde, and Hand counties. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball sized hail. This storm is tracking in the direction of Westington Springs near Fort Thompson right now, just north of Lower Brule. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. This storm definitely still has a hook echo and a strong inflow, and it could still be tornadic at any time as it continues to track down to the southeast over the next several minutes. Back over to Vince. Actually, let me go to Connor. So here's Connor's view. You got the big inflow tail on the right, and then the area of interest for a tornado would be on the right side of your screen right there. So it's going to be kind of in that lower base that is developed.
How about that? You're in time. That's all that matters. Dude, there's a new one trying to drop. There's a whole new one coming down, I think.
I do think a new tornado is going to drop. Obviously, velocities are really contaminated, but I do think this is going to drop another tornado in this environment.
There's a huge wall cloud right there. Monster wall cloud. See if anything drops out of it, chat. We got a good view.
All right, so we got a big wall cloud right now. Again, a bunch of chasers looking at that right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I just want to confirm again that the residence that was impacted was not actually a resident. I believe that was just an outbuilding. I think it was a barn. It sounds like that was storm chasers were saying. There is law enforcement on scene. There has not been any reports of injuries or even people in that building. So I think we got lucky in terms of the damage this tornado did. Also, just a little reason why this storm is producing a tornado, nothing else is right now, is over on mesoscale analysis, looking at the 3 Cape. This is the only storm that's really in an environment where we have a Cape in the lower 0 to 3 kilometers of the environment. That is why this is producing a tornado, and it's going to continue to do it over the next couple of hours. The other storms should not, although they are exhibiting rotation. They are going to struggle to sort of get that rotation down to the surface, but this storm will continue to be a threat for at least some time. Also, I do think whenever this does produce another tornado, it'll probably be immediately a PDS tornado warning. It is worthy of a radar indicated PDS tornado warning right now, but I know the National Weather Service is watching chaser feeds, so they're probably waiting to see that tornado make ground contact before issuing that upgraded warning. But just know that when it does happen, when the storm produces another tornado, it may be a PDS warning immediately.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this storm also, I want to point this out. They have no warning on this storm at this point. We're about a minute after 5 o'clock. All the warnings on this supercell have expired. They were not canceled. They expired. There is no warning on this storm, which is not what it should be. There should, at the bare minimum, be a tornado warning on this. Just based off velocities, what we're seeing also with the storm chaser feeds, and there's not even a severe warning. So we have no warning at all on this. So if you are in this area and you are, for whatever reason, tuning in and not seeking shelter because your warning expired, you still need to be there. There needs to be a warning on this storm, as this is still tornadic, and it is also producing significant hail and wind just to the east of Dixon. This is going to be going towards Platte, Diadez, and as well as eventually towards Lake Andes here soon. So again, this is still a major supercell. For whatever reason, though, they've not issued a new warning on this, which again, there needs to be a warning. We got a large lowering that is starting to develop on this. Again, we have a wall cloud. Connor is currently coming up on this right now. This is located currently near Lucas in South Dakota. The supercell currently tracking to the southeast.
A new tornado warning.
And they have now issued that new tornado warning for Brule, Charles Mix, and Gregory counties. But I do think a tornado is going to be dropping here in the next few minutes. But here's that new tornado warning. It'll pop up in a moment. This is moving.
about to be big if it drops.
This one's moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. It will eventually be going towards Bone Steel, St. Charles, Fairfax, basically paralleling the Mississippi River, or the Missouri River, excuse me. There's that tornado warning polygon. So Platte Colony, Platte, and Lucas, you guys are all included in this brand new tornado warning. As Connor just mentioned, and we've already talked about this, but if we get a new tornado, it is going to likely be large. It is in a very favorable environment right now for tornadoes. We have a lot of wind shear here in southern South Dakota, and right now we got a large bowl that is beginning to develop right there in the middle of your screen. And it does appear as if this is likely going to be imminent here in the next few minutes. It's also Freddie McKinney. He's a little bit closer to the lowering on the left side of your screen. Hey, Metallic for the $20 super chat. You're a lifesaver. We thank you. All thank you, Max. Appreciate
Dropping
that.
from the top. Got a road that goes straight south. This could be a perfect intercept road.
This back over to Connor. You can see that little bowl that's starting to form right there in the middle of your screen.
Monster wedge.
Oh, there it goes. I think it's dropping. You can kind of see it a little bit right there.
Yeah, here it goes.
It's starting to drop.
Coming down.
It is beginning to drop. It looks like we're about to have a new tornado. So it looks like a tornado is actively dropping again near Lucas, South Dakota.
Holy cow. Big
Got
tornado.
multiple views of it, and I am definitely seeing that this is dropping. And it's about to be on the ground. Probably in the next 5 seconds, if it's not already. Freddie?
On the ground, I think we got a tornado. Was that a subport?
There's Freddie.
Oh, strong tornado.
It's on the ground
right now. Big, strong tornado.
We got a brand new tornado. There it goes. You can see the vortices. We got another tornado.
Dancing.
This one's going to be strong. Got yet again a new tornado in progress. This is just south of Platte Colony. That is going to be a big tornado. You can already see it starting to become a big cone.
Coming down.
This is already becoming a big cone tornado, and it's likely going to become a pretty big tornado here just north of Burke, South Dakota.
Oh, that's a big one. That would be a big one.
It is not condensed yet, but there is a tornado down. We got multiple vortices there at the bottom right, or middle right.
Mount. Come on, dude. Gotta be careful, though.
There's tornado pages view too. Look at that. Look at the vortices. It's all dancing right now.
Intermittently.
Yeah, look at it.
Yep.
Look at that dancing. Look at all rotated. Look at all the rotation right there. You can see all the motion in the clouds too. This thing is gonna be possibly intense to violent. Like, I mean, this is the potential that this storm has in this environment.
Crazy high base earlier. This is just right there.
It's about to fully condense.
Because it has cooled down to 87.
All the motion right there on the left.
It's trying. It's fighting it though. You see it pushing out?
Yeah. It's trying hard, but everything's fighting against it too.
Yeah.
The whole grill's
What's up? What's the tornado
my
heading
God.
into town right
Just
now?
tons of motion.
Our tornado would be right in. We have the strong.
This
area
is
of
still down, by the
circulation
way.
Heading into Lucas. You folks in Lucas, you're
That's
seeing it here
grill
live
emergency.
right now. Large tornado.
Is it back on?
That is rapid motion.
Not like a cooking grill, but
Hey, Green for the $20 super chat.
the
Appreciate
grill
that.
of the truck. Look at the blue.
Might get up on this hill.
Look at Freddie McKinney's view too. You can see all the motion. It is rapid. I mean, this is rapid
I'm gonna stay a
motion.
little bit further back on this one because I don't have many escape routes. But when this thing finally comes down, it's going to be huge.
Velocity couplet is very
this
tight on
mezzo is
radar.
absolutely massive.
You got a massive wall cloud, and on top of that, it obviously is rapidly moving. Like, this is rapid motion. So assuming this drops, you know, we could easily see a large tornado. Like, it's,
I ain't getting close.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm just being honest. Like, we could easily see a large tornado with this type of motion that we're seeing, and on top of that, how large this wall cloud is, and the environment.
There's
Like,
only a couple road options here.
everything is coming together for this storm right now.
Now when
Look at that feeding into that.
yeah.
Got a huge inflow tail that's going for
Healthy
miles as well
cigarette
behind
cloud
this
on
thing.
this right now.
South of the Platte Colony.
Oh, look, it tried to funnel right in the middle there.
There it goes again. We got a funnel coming down.
Keep going down this road because it loops.
This is about to be down on the ground again.
Glad we have this road. I feel like we've been on this road before.
Got another bull funnel coming down.
I really think we have two.
Let's try the funnel.
Yeah.
Get a little funnel-y.
And I think it's about to be down. Oh, it is down. Yep, we got a big tornado down. This
There it goes.
It's a big tornado.
Right here.
This is a big tornado on the ground. It is a big cone. Look at that thing go.
All right, yeah, this is worth getting close for. Holy shit.
That is a big tornado. This is right now near Lucas, South Dakota.
Across the road too.
We got a huge cone tornado just out of the Platte Colony.
Smokes. Yep, that just got violent quick.
That is I mean, this needs to be PDS. This should be a PDS tornado warning. We got a big time tornado in progress right now.
This could wedge out.
This tornado, by the way, is right near 284th Street.
Wedge right now.
This is turning into almost a wedge right now. This needs to be PDS tornado warning. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is likely a violent tornado right now near the town of Lucas, South Dakota. It is currently tracking towards the Missouri River, going towards 1806 roadway, north of Bonsteel, north of St. Charles, just north of Burke right now.
Oh my god.
This is a huge tornado. This could turn into a wedge.
Oh my god.
Noticing. All right, I'm gonna stop right here.
It's back to being non-condensed. It is still down. This is a tornado still in progress right now.
Almost in the wind field of this tornado. This is a very powerful tornado here, guys.
Just right over the town of Lucas.
Holy cow. Wow.
Look at the motion.
That's gonna be giant very soon.
Once it fully condenses again, it could easily go upwards of, you know, half mile to even more when it comes to the size of this thing.
It went back up.
Still got an absolutely...
I see the full tornado cyclone overhead, though.
It's still got a huge bowl. Everything is rotating at the ground. This is still a tornado. It is condensed.
Full tornado cyclone overhead. It's just a tornado still. Bowl.
I wanted to get again. This is a very dangerous tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, NWS Sioux Falls is having intermittent technology issues, so Aberdeen is occasionally backing them up. If we do have delayed warnings, that is because the National Weather Service is not able to issue warnings as normally. So pay attention if you guys are in this area. Share the stream. There's not going to be normal weather warnings. They may be interrupted and or delayed.
Hey Riley for the update. This is a fully condensed tornado again. So we got a tornado fully condensed again. This is Freddie McKinney. Tornado's been fully condensed. So it is back to being on the ground near Lucas, South Dakota. This has intense to violent motion.
I see the tornado cyclone. We got a little bit of debris here.
It's near some buildings. There aren't a ton of people that live here, but there are some farms here. You can see obviously a home there. Luckily was spared from this tornado. Tornado is fully condensed once again.
Getting rain wrap.
I kind of lost it here. Let me go back to Freddie.
Be kidding me, dude. Houses are getting so lucky out here. I mean, that was a violent tornado.
It's like once again, it may have become non-condensed again.
Is it gone? Or where'd it go? No, it's still there. I still see the tornado, but
I think it's still down. It's just non-condensed again.
It's getting very rain wrapped.
Also, for the record, this tornado warning has not been upgraded for anything. It is still radar indicated. There's about 2,400 people that live in this tornado warning, so it's not like a super rural area.
There's still a tornado in the rain.
Platte, South Dakota is really the main location. Looks like this has become a rain. It's almost a bit. It's got a little bit more rain wrapped. It's not condensed, but there is still a tornado down here.
It's gonna cycle.
Velocities are crazy still.
That's the circulation you're looking at.
Mezzo, we're pretty much under it. Right here, it's getting a little bit sus too. Main area is still back in the rain to the southeast.
All this right here is just feeding in. So we got, again, a big inflow that's going to the storm. We've been talking about the inflow tail.
South Dakota. If you know anybody,
and I want to point this out on radar, but we have this big inflow tail that is literally pumping into this supercell right now, and that's what we've been seeing. We've seen that a few times already with visuals of a big inflow tail. That is essentially what is pumping in to this supercell right now, and that is why we have so much rotation, and that is why this thing may be gearing up for again a big tornado. Already has produced a couple of big tornadoes here in the last few minutes. You can see all the motion though right now. In the storm. Again, this is almost undoubtedly going to produce another big tornado here shortly.
You can see the donut.
Yeah, you can see it.
See everything spinning right there, though, right above this cornfield.
So you can see what I'm talking about.
So much motion with this.
I'm trying to figure out what.
That is feeding into it.
And this is just south of Platte Colony if you're just tuning in South Dakota. This will be tracking in the direction of Platte.
We got like a Palomar red. Something like a hybrid. A short. That's what that is.
A short.
Yeah, a short going into it.
Hey, Brenda, for the $20 super chat for your dinner. Thanks for all your hard work. Appreciate that. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Ninja, also for becoming a member. By the way, this is insane. This storm, estimated by radar, which obviously this is very far away from the radar site, but estimated by radar, this storm is approximately 65,000 feet tall. This is one of the tallest storms that we have covered this year. Also, they have just upgraded the tornado warning. It is confirmed.
This is an urgent
counties.
alert.
That is not correct.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter.
This is going to be for Charles, Mixon, Gregory counties in South Dakota. This is a confirmed tornado warning. Obviously, it was on the ground a few moments ago.
Oh, that's right.
Jamestown to Colorado.
We may have our derechos starting. It's possible.
And that's why I did it the second time for a brief 30 seconds. Because everything touched from the south.
Still not seeing anything on the ground right now.
Look at it swirling though.
But it is spinning like crazy. It's spinning like a top right now. This is Vince's view too.
That's about to be a big tornado there.
Almost got like a little donut hole kind of in the middle here too.
Oh God, this is about to be bad, I think.
Hello.
Hey, is she awake?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, rapidly rotating wall cloud. Just to the south of 44. Look at all that motion. Just a massive wall cloud. I mean, this is literally miles wide. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, NWS is continuing to have issues. This is in Sioux Falls Weather Forecast Office. They tried to hand off to Aberdeen. Aberdeen's now having issues, and the Twin Cities has now taken over this warning. So we need to really get the word out that this is a tornado, and it's going to continue to be a tornado. We've had 3 different offices try and interact or issue the tornado warning for this storm, and for whatever reason, they're just having major technical issues right now. So if you're downstream of this in your Lake Andes or Marty, know that there may be a tornado coming, and you may unfortunately not receive a warning just because the NWS is having to pass around who's taking care of this warning.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, again, if you have any friends or family, really anywhere in South Dakota, Minnesota tonight, you know, share the stream, get the word out there. We're going to be live covering this entire event, and obviously this is a very dangerous situation that is evolving right now in South Dakota, especially. We are eventually going to have a derecho, so obviously warnings might not be issued, or they might be delayed. They might be delayed to get upgraded, all that sort of stuff. It is important that you are getting the word out there about today's event. We have a big moderate risk of severe weather in place. We are expecting the potential again for a significant severe weather outbreak. A derecho is likely today, and we are also anticipating the threat for a few tornadoes, especially over the next few hours. This is one of the storms that is rapidly rotating again north of St. Charles in South Dakota.
That's the tornado video there.
But again, this is a very crazy looking storm still has the capability of producing a tornado. This is Vince's view. He's a little bit closer to this. This is Vince's view.
Shit.
See if he keeps
All right.
signal.
Signal's garbage down here. So
See on the left, though, again, rapidly rotating wall clouds still. You can also watch Vince and all the other chasers, for the most part, that we've had on stream today inside of the Radar Omega app. That is the top link in the description below. On the bottom right of your screen, you can see all the different chaser icons. They're all basically next to where this tornado would be. Within like a mile of it.
Prepare for poor signal.
We'll go back to him in a second. I want to show you guys this. This was just moments ago. This was a video from Tornado Pagey when they were inside of the tornado, I believe. That is a view of when they were next to the tornado.
Oh my god. They missed us.
Like, all that debris being picked up. I think moments after that, they were actually, you know, hit by the debris. So... back over to Vince. Still got a large wall cloud. Making back to Tornado Pagey.
Right. I think we were coming up from the other way from Nebraska, and we
still
ended
rapidly
up
rotating.
I think you're right. I think you're right. This looks so familiar here.
Yeah.
I'll have to look it up and type in Gregory. No.
So again, rapidly rotating wall cloud still. This is located southeast of Lucas, South Dakota. It is tracking towards the Missouri River, eventually going towards Bondsteel. Keep in mind, again, warnings may be delayed due to the issues the National Weather Service offices are having. So areas out in front of this will be Bonesteel, just north of Bonesteel, Geeds, and also Lake Andes. You guys are eventually going to be in the path of this.
I think I saw an animal.
Apparently there was an animal running. This is over to Freddy. He's looking at the same exact thing, just from the other side.
She might try to do it again. Got some big time RFD. Got tree limbs coming down here. This thing's not done yet. Big mezzo back behind.
Good chat to Jenny with the $50 super chat. That was in the chat for Jenny. Thank you, Gary, for the super chat. Thankfully, us in Texas have been giving a break. Usually happens this time of the year. The heat is the only thing you're not getting a break from.
Incredible super shout here, guys.
Hey, Taz, for the super chat. Please don't forget your animals. I agree.
That just goes
not
to
forget
show
about your
what
animals.
we know.
Especially,
There's a lot that we still do not know
I can't
when
stress
it
this
comes-
enough, but like literally, if you're anywhere in the risk area today, it doesn't matter where you are, you need to be staying weather aware. Again, we got obviously a moderate risk of severe weather in place. This is the first time in about a month that we've had a moderate risk in place. The last time we had one, that was when we had a derecho in North Dakota and Minnesota. That was a major event that occurred. We could see something similar to that today here across the Midwest and the Northern Plains, where we are talking about the potential for a widespread swath of damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 100 miles per hour. There is a threat today for hurricane force winds in this risk area today. If we over to the wind threat, you'll see the hatched area. That is where we have the threat for significant damaging winds. That is 75 miles per hour or greater, which means that if you're back over in Pierre,
This is an urgent
South
alert.
Dakota.
A tornado
If you
is
are
on
in
the
Sioux
ground.
Falls,
Seek
South
shelter
Dakota,
immediately.
if you are over in Minneapolis, if you're over in Rochester, Owatonna, even near Des Moines, you need to make sure that you are protecting any loose line items. You need to make sure that you are preparing for threat of significant damaging winds, and on top of that, the threat of a few tornadoes. This is a major severe weather event that we are expecting today. Can't stress it enough. You need to make sure that you are staying weather aware. We have a new confirmed tornado warning. This is the same storm. They have issued the tornado warning here. That does include St. Charles and Bonesteel, just outside of Fairfax here in South Dakota. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. You need to get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm has dropped multiple large tornadoes already, and it may be gearing up for a new large tornado in just a moment. Freddie McKinney is driving into this right now. Looks like he is almost next to the RFD surge. He's very close to very high winds that will be surrounding this tornado or that tornadic area. Look bottom right of your screen. The velocities are very strong right now, just down to the south of 1806, southeast of Lucas.
Coming back in.
It's also Vince's view just for a little bit further back.
Tornado was moving about 60 to 70 miles.
But the area of rotation has definitely gotten a bit more rain wrap, but the velocities have gotten way stronger. And it kind of leads me to believe that we are probably going to see a new tornado dropping at any moment.
This RFD is absolutely cruising right now.
So Freddy, again, is basically inside
Trees just getting torn to shreds.
of the area of rotation, almost inside of it.
East.
Almost underneath it.
No, I think it zigzags.
Here comes the RFD, so he's starting to have the high winds
Not
now.
exactly the best kind of roads to be on, but here we are. Oh my gosh, it is getting sketchier.
This is what it looks like from a little bit further back. And that looks concerning.
No, I don't.
Look at a large wall cloud.
Don't worry, folks. When we get somewhere safe and sound, Bryce will do push-ups. But right now, we are directly almost on. Actually, we are.
Apparently,
directly
Bryce is going to be doing push-ups.
Just out my window.
We are in the middle of a confirmed tornado warning.
It is now tornado warned again. So if you live
Anyway,
in
we're doing
St.
push-ups
Charles,
next to a
Bowman
tornado.
Steel, Fairfax, South Dakota, is that still? Yep. It's
Really, really fighting the wind here.
Freddy's, again, if there was a tornado,
boy.
Freddy would be within a
We
half
might be
mile of it.
cooked.
He's in the RFD surge right now, which is the rear flank downdraft.
We might be cooked.
I think we found our 100-mile-per-hour downdraft we were looking for.
Yeah, we might experience that here in a second. Just gotta be really careful. I don't know what's in front of us, but the
Once again, if you're just
mezzo is
tuning in,
right
this is a
here.
confirmed tornado warning. We do not see a tornado right now, but this has already dropped multiple tornadoes.
just a big,
This is heading towards
massive-
Bone Steel, South Dakota. We have a large wall cloud still. Rain currents have been wrapping kind of around this entire area of circulation for a while. I mean, there could be a tornado in there. Just so much rain. It's over to Freddy.
There might be something up here.
Freddy's kind of driving towards the area of rotation right now. I mean, that area that you can kind of see in the middle there, that would be where our tornado is located.
Wrong.
If there is one. There might be one in there.
RFD here. With giant hail embedded in it. Yeah, I don't know what's up here, chat. Throw the safety glasses back on. We got some low scud.
Freddy's got the safety glasses on.
Oh, here's the mezzo. Okay, yeah, we're coming up on the mezzo right here. Oh my gosh.
Back over to Tornado Pagey. Still got the large wall cloud on the right. Again, our thinking right now is that if we have a tornado, it is going to be potentially rain-wrapped. That is the current thought. They both just lost signal, but again, if there is a tornado, there is a chance it could be a bit more rain-wrapped right now. From what we are seeing, it is not going to be nearly as visible. Let me go back over to... What screen are we on? Let me go back over to Freddy.
Moment as they're
So again, you can see there's a large bowl right there on the left. That could be something.
the storm is kind of diving south.
There could be again a tornado dropping right now. Just to the south, east of Lucas.
It may have briefly come.
It's like Freddy is
tornado warning.
losing signal. I'm gonna go back to him in a moment. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one thing that I thought was interesting is we always talk about lightning potential and how that is related to how strong a storm is and how capable it is of producing a tornado. These lightning strikes actually look like they are in clear air on radar, but this is all associated with the overshooting top of this supercell. So we're actually seeing lightning almost more than 40 miles away from where we're actually seeing our precipitation. So if you're in Mitchell, South Dakota, there is no storm anywhere near you, but there is still a relatively high lightning risk, as you could see some anvil lightning reach all the way down to the ground. So be paying attention if you're in the area of the storm and know that lightning is going very far away from it because it is a very strong storm.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. That's a good point. Again, lightning can strike very far away. You can literally see that here on radar as far north as Plankinton, back over in South Dakota. So lightning is reaching very far away from where this storm even is. That is from the anvil, that overshooting cloud top that is spread out hundreds of miles now.
Guess we gotta take this other road
Freddy
south.
is basically 0 metering into the area of rotation right now. You can see the wind picking up again. There's no active tornado that we've seen yet, but obviously the wind is very strong and it is still rapidly rotating.
Still no tornado. Still no tornado.
See, the velocities are still very strong.
Maybe a funnel though. Maybe a funnel coming down over there.
Hey, Pat, for the $10 super chat. The derecho threat should be mostly central southern Minnesota, northern central Iowa, eastern South Dakota. It will not really be much of a risk for North Dakota in particular.
Still got a big bowl lowering. Oh. Still got a big bowl lowering in the rain. It's getting very rain wrapped. And like I said, there is sporadic just baseball.
This is another view of the storm. This is a little bit further back from Vince. But again, if there is
I am not Mr. Safety.
If there's a tornado, it literally could be rain wrapped anywhere in there. I mean, it legitimately could be fully rain wrapped. Obviously, Freddy is very close to this. You can see, if we go back to radar here, you can see his little icon on radar Omega. He's basically, you know, next to the rotation. Connor's over here. You got Vince over here. You know, Tornado Pagey is back over here as well. Storm Intermedia on the other side of the Missouri River. But again, Freddy is literally almost next to the area of rotation. So if there was a tornado, he would be able to be at least basically visibly able to almost see it, even if it is rain wrapped, since he's just so close to it. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Further off to the north, we do obviously have a bunch of storms going up right now. We have a big cluster that has been forming near Aberdeen, South Dakota. This is the beginning of a derecho. Again, we are expecting a derecho this evening, or at least it's likely that we are going to see one. Line of storms is beginning to organize much further to the north than we actually kind of anticipated. We thought it would really start down here. We have another cluster forming back over northeastern South Dakota. Eventually, this is all going to merge into one big line of thunderstorms, and it will produce the potential for tornadoes and also damaging winds anywhere from, again, 60 to 100 miles per hour. So we are talking about, again, a potential for significant damaging winds, large hail, and the potential for tornadoes over the next several hours. Today is a day that you want to be staying weather aware in the northern plains and the Midwest. And as we've already mentioned, we will be live covering this severe weather event pretty much all evening long. So if you are new to the channel, subscribe. If you have any friends or family in the path of severe weather, give them a heads up, share the stream, get the word out there on Facebook, Twitter, all those good platforms. We are providing commercial-free coverage here of the severe weather event that's going to be taking place across the northern plains and the Midwest. This is Connor. He is also on the tornado-warned storm. Let me go back.
Get back out ahead of this.
Let me go back over to John McKinney. This is his view right now. This is from Herrick, excuse me, South Dakota. A little bit of a view of the structure from there. It's also another view from Vince Walty. This is Freddie McKinney, who's still very close to that area of rotation. He's currently now punching out in front of it.
Very thankful we at least have a road. Hopefully it straightens up here, though.
For the wind picking up a little bit here where he's at as well.
Dang, these roads are tough.
This is also Connor's view. If Tornado Pagey's signal comes back, we might have a view of something, because they are right now in the inflow notch. But currently without signal.
How to get south.
Everybody's kind of positioning right now, but again, we still got a very strong inflow going to the storm and a large hook echo. Velocities on radar are somewhat contaminated just due to the fact we are so far away from the radar site, but nonetheless, this storm is obviously still rotating, still has the potential of producing another big tornado as it moves towards Bonsteel, Fairfax, eventually going in the direction of Marty. This is right along the Missouri River. Back over along the Nebraska and South Dakota border, this storm was tornado warned, but it has become outflow dominant, so the tornado risk is much lower. I think damaging winds upwards to 60 miles per hour, and then maybe up to 2-inch sized hail should be the biggest concern with that storm as it continues to track to the east. We are obviously becoming a little bit more concerned about this cluster of storms that is firing up back over near Aberdeen. I do think the damaging wind threat will be rapidly increasing over the next few hours. Again, derecho is definitely in play. And then back over in Ohio, we still have ongoing strong storms. Nothing severe right now near Cleveland. These are producing gusty winds. There's a very low and off chance that we see a brief tornado in this environment. There's actually a small area of convergence northeast of Ashland, so we might get a tornado warning on this. I don't really think it deserves a tornado warning, but you never know. We could actually get something on that at some point, so just something to keep an eye on at this point. This is back over to, let's go back over to John McKinney.
Did they ever even throw
on our tornado warned storm
for this area? I don't even have a... Oh,
this is still a confirmed tornado warning.
Watch out.
Looks like we may have a new tornado coming down. This is Ryan Scholl. He's kind of in the middle of it. Right side, look at all the rain currents going left to right. There could be a brand new tornado drop in there on the right.
Through the
Losing Shoal, but there might be a tornado again dropping right now back in the rain on the right. Looked a little bit suspicious there. Freddy has a deer? Is that a deer? What is that?
Alright. Oh, don't go in front of it. Jeez, stupid thing, bro. You gotta be kidding me. it almost just killed itself.
Thank you, Laverne, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Just try
Bambi wants to chase too.
Yeah, Bambi's out here chasing too.
Also, the reel for the $50 super chat.
Okay, I'm gonna shut off these cameras here. Just for the time being, gotta conserve.
This Connor, so you can't really see anything from this perspective, but it does look like there's something, again, buried back in the rain. Again, Ryan Schill's bottom right of your screen, he is looking at it, so we're going to keep an eye on him in case anything does end up appearing there. But I do think there is possibly a rain-wrapped tornado there. We also got some more storms going up near Burke right now and Gregory. This is kind of, you know, nudging into our supercell, so that could actually at least briefly increase our tornado risk on this supercell. But outside of that, I do think the other concern is that we actually could see this all just merge into one big storm, and the tornado risk actually could go down, which would be good news, but the damaging wind threat would obviously rapidly increase as a derecho would be more of a possibility. All right, let's go real quickly over to the SPC outlook. Again, we've talked about this a little bit already, but I do want to reiterate that we are expecting, again, the potential for a derecho this evening. There is a moderate risk of severe weather in place. That does include Sioux Falls, Clear Lake, Clark, in South Dakota. Also goes into Minnesota, including Redwood Falls, Owatonna, Austin, Fairmount, Worthington, Spencer, and Mason City and Wilmar. There is, again, a potential for a derecho today. I cannot reiterate that enough. I mean, we've talked about it a lot already, but we do think a derecho is a strong possibility today where we could see the potential for widespread damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 100 miles per hour. A few tornadoes are also likely that will be embedded in a line of thunderstorms, excuse me. And then on top of that, there's also a threat of large hail initially with the storms that have already gone up. So this is kind of a general idea of how storms are going to evolve over the next few hours. Let's go ahead and do the 18ZA-RRR. So the 18ZA-RRR doesn't even show the convection further north. Let me see if I can find a better model here. That will actually give us a better idea of what's happening. While we're doing that, let me go quickly over to Vince. This is a view of our tornado warned storm that is still confirmed tornado warning.
Quote, like bro attitude, and it's
so
really
you can see on the left side of your screen. You pull up a better model though. All right, while that's happening, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, about 20 minutes ago, we had a funnel cloud report actually outside of Chicago in Geneva, Illinois. There's a little bit of outflow associated with our lake breeze coming off of Lake Michigan. I believe that is what caused it. Definitely not going to see any tornadoes if you're watching from the Chicago area. However, we may see a few funnel clouds as we just see vorticity from boundary interactions in the area.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's back over near Chicago. We got a few storms that have tried to go up near Joliet, so definitely something to keep an eye on. Might have some little funnel clouds. Don't be shocked. I don't think there's really a legit tornado risk there. It's more of just little maybe shear funnels or something along those lines. All right, here's the future radar. This is what I was going to show you guys. So this is the future radar. This is a pretty good indication of what we're going to be seeing over the next few hours. So by around 5, 6 o'clock, which is right about now, again, we already got a bunch of storms out there across both northern South Dakota and also southern South Dakota. By 7 to 8, these storms are going to be approaching areas like Sioux Falls and back over near Clear Lake and Gary, where widespread damaging winds will become a big concern, and we could have a derecho by this point beginning. I think the derecho is going to probably begin within the next hour or two. By 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, these storms are moving into Minnesota with significant and widespread damaging winds and the potential for a few tornadoes existing. And then just after midnight, those storms are moving all the way through the Twin Cities, moving into western Wisconsin, approaching areas like Des Moines and just north of Des Moines, back over even near St. Charles, for example. By 1 to 2 in the morning, that line will be pushing into Wisconsin.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll be pushing into Wisconsin and then eventually pushing into Des Moines again, with more damaging winds being a possibility, and then we clear out on Tuesday morning. The reason why this is such a concerning event is because of how high the winds could be. This is a little estimate on wind gusts today and this evening. This model in particular is estimating wind gusts as high as 105 miles per hour in some spots. That is obviously category 2 force winds if we're talking about like a hurricane. hurricane. So that is obviously a big concern here across Minnesota and Wisconsin. On top of that, we do have an elevated corridor for tornadoes for the next several hours. These are your significant tornado parameter values. Our most elevated tornado environment should be across this region here, which goes all the way towards the Twin Cities this evening. If we use the HRRR model as well, I'm going to just show the STP values here real quick, but you'd see pretty much the same story. Very elevated environment here for a few tornadoes. Kind of a similar corridor to yesterday, just a little bit further down to the south. So it's a little bit different. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This one is going to be a replacement to our, or actually, no, this is a different tornado warning. So this is going to be further to the north. This will be near Chamberlain, Crow Lake, White Lake, and Kimball. This is a very discrete supercell, and you can see it has a huge hook echo on it near Fort Thompson. This is currently tracking to the southeast, and this is going to be capable of producing a tornado. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is just outside of Chamberlain, for reference. Just outside of Chamberlain in South Dakota. Currently moving down to the southeast. For whatever reason, this is a different CWA region, so that is why this tornado warning is out here, and we don't have one here. I would assume this National Weather Service office that controls these warnings back over near Gan Valley will probably issue a tornado warning here. A little bit surprised we don't have one already, but there definitely is at least some area of rotation. We got a massive hook echo on this storm. No chasers are on this right now, but that storm definitely looks a little bit more concerning, currently tracking down to the southeast. The confirmed tornado warning in South Dakota goes for 8 more minutes. The rotation has gotten a little bit more rain-wrapped just to the west right now of the Missouri River. That is currently tracking to the southeast towards Bone Steel, and it is still capable of producing a tornado. This is Freddie McKinney's view.
Yeah, Charlie, if my dad ends up just getting a better feed too, you can always just kind of double box or show him full, or I don't know, start working for him, man.
There's a little bit of something back there. It's also John McKinney's view.
A new tornado warning has been
Hey,
issued.
Matt Panner for the $20 super chat. All right, we just got a brand new tornado warning.
Compensation.
Brand new tornado warning. This will be for Buffalo County, South Dakota. That should be this storm up here. Pop up in a moment. Max is traveling to the Midwest for vacation to secretly work on pronouncing town names. That is exactly why we're going on. That's exactly why I'm going on vacation in a few days. Just so I can pronounce Midwest names correctly. You guys will be so proud when I come back and I'm able to pronounce every name. All right, here's that brand new tornado warning. That is for Buffalo County, South Dakota. That's near Gan Valley. So this is, again, a different National Weather Service office that controls the tornado warnings that get issued here. Just to the east of Fort Thompson. If you are in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm is cracking to the east-southeast and is still capable of producing a tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this storm that all of our chasers are on that's headed towards St. Charles, South Dakota is once again on the ground per 3 or 4 storm chasers.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Yeah, actually, look at Connor's view. There is a tornado. Actually, look at this. That's a tornado. Yeah, we got a big tornado down again. It's a bit rain-wrapped, but that's down. You can see it from Connor's view too.
Big tornado, guys.
That's a big-time tornado that is down. Tornado Pagey has it. Look at the tornado right there. So we got another big-time tornado completely down again near St. Charles and Bonesteel, or Bonstel.
I think I see.
That is a big tornado that has just dropped, and it has come out of the rain.
Can you put that down?
Look at that big, that's a big cone. It's near 1806 Road.
Yeah.
Also, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Charles Mixon, Gregory County, South Dakota. That is for 80-mile-per-hour winds. That is on this storm. That is a huge tornado. That is an absolutely huge tornado that is down right now, just northeast of St. Charles in South Dakota. The stream is lagging? How? Is it lagging? What is lagging? Nothing on my... I just ended stream and I started it again. How is it lagging? I don't understand. My internet is not doing anything. I don't. fine now?
Tornado in there.
Yeah.
You're back? Okay. Yeah, just refresh.
So strong, he's keeping the rain away from
Yeah.
It's all good. Okay. All right. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we got a huge tornado down right now. This north of Bone Steel. They just literally canceled the tornado warning for some reason. There is a massive tornado in progress.
Okay. That is a hot air.
Just north of Bone Steel and Fairfax. This is a huge tornado in progress. I don't understand. I don't know why they just canceled the tornado warning, but there's a huge tornado down right now. Again, a huge tornado down right now near Bone Steel, this near 1086 roadway. It's a huge tornado. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe, or in this area, and you need to be in your safe place. They canceled the tornado warning for some reason. Yeah, no clue why. But there is clearly a huge tornado. This does deserve a PDS tornado warning. Also based off radar.
Understand.
Let's go back over to Tornado Pagey. This is still a huge tornado.
Close this door easy.
Look at Ryan Scholl's feed.
We'll get a view in a second.
Ryan Scholl has a huge tornado right there on the left side of your screen.
National Hog Day.
Absolutely giant tornado right now near Bone Steel.
Stop right here. National Hog Hunting Day, folks. Yeah, hopefully there's no one in that freaking.
Once again, if you guys are lagging, you need to refresh your stream. It's a YouTube thing, I think.
Sorry, Bryce.
My goodness, look at this view. This tornado is insane. Just lost it, sorry. Back to Tornado Pagey. Again, this tornado is huge. It is getting a little bit more rain wrap, but we still got a huge tornado in progress. This is an unwarned large tornado. There is no tornado warning on this. No clue again why. But we got a big time tornado just south of 1806 roadway near Bone Steel. You can see it right there in the middle of your screen. It's gotten a little bit more rain wrapped.
Wowza! What a freaking tornado. Brother in Christ! Huge!
If you can.
It's a rain-wrapped cone tornado again right now.
No.
There is, again, no tornado warning on this. If you are in Bone Steel, if you are near St. Charles, Fairfax, you need to be in your safe place. This is, I cannot reiterate this enough, but this is again, a very serious situation because, again, there are warnings that are not being issued because of issues with the National Weather Service offices. This is a large tornado. There's no warning on this right now. If you have any friends or family near Bone Steel, St. Charles, or Fairfax,
Sorry, guys, I'm
please make sure that they're aware of this.
Window. My arms keep going numb.
It's still a huge tornado. Very faintly see it there in the middle of your screen. Oh, wow. Look at that view from Ryan Scholl. Much clearer shot of this huge tornado.
Bro! Huge. This is insane. And wrapped back in rain. I'm gonna go up to that hill. I'm gonna go back up to that spot we were just at, guys. Hold on.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We got a brand new confirmed tornado warning that is on this storm. So that finally issued it. That is for Gregory County, South Dakota. If you are in this new tornado warning, it'll pop up in a moment. But if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. That does include Bone Steel near Fairfax. This is once again a large tornado that is currently tracking to the southeast. This is, for whatever reason, it's not PDS. This does already meet the criteria for a PDS tornado warning. It is a huge stovepipe tornado that is currently tracking to the southeast.
I don't have a great spot.
See the velocities on the bottom right of your
It's not
screen.
even
They're still very strong right now near 1805 roadway. Tornado Pagey's POV, this tornado is huge, but it's obviously gotten rain wrapped. They're not far from it though. You can see all the motion right there.
Okay, yeah, it's completely buried.
The tornado has gotten fully rain wrapped over the last couple minutes.
All right. Okay, let's go. You put the window up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here's Connor Croft's POV as well.
I think it's a
It
big
might be
wedge.
back there somewhere, but I can't see it.
Ryan Scholl is much closer to it. Again, the tornado has gotten rain wrapped. It is a big tornado, though. Gotta take my word for it. This is a major tornado, again, moving southeast, going in the direction of Bone Steel. In South Dakota. Let me see if Connor has
Again,
it.
this thing is massive still.
I think it's like stationary. It is barely moving.
We're gonna have to run here very soon.
Can't visibly see it, but this tornado is definitely still down.
Yeah, we're really Do not go any further. It's wrapped in rain now. Do not go any further.
At this point, for even storm chasers, it's gotten way too dangerous to even go towards this tornado because of how rain wrapped it's gotten. Again, it's impossible to see. And Ryan Scholl's looking literally right into the storm, and there's no visible way of seeing it anymore. That person's just driving into the storm. I guess they don't even care. They're just driving right in. Pretty sure Scholl just said don't drive in there, and that guy just drove right in.
Oh, God, we gotta go. Oh, yeah, we definitely gotta go. I can't believe that dropped, honestly. I wasn't really looking for it to drop like that. Yeah, we really gotta go. This thing's gonna go nuts. We need to go. We need to get back south.
All right, Scholl is going back the other way. But look at Freddy's view.
There it is.
Freddy, I think has
it right there.
I think that's it right there. I think that's the big tornado right there in the middle. It's hard to tell, but that's what it looked like before.
I think that is it right there. Ooh, golf cart.
Is there a golf cart out here? Is there a golf course? Yo, so, I don't know if that guy's golfing, but we got a big tornado literally like 2 miles from him. Right there, though, in the middle. That's again where the tornado would be located. It's almost impossible to see, but that would likely be where the tornado is.
There's a large tornado in here, guys. You can see the south side of it.
It's currently located again near 1806 Road. There are homes in this area and farms, unfortunately, that could be hit by this. It's heading towards Bone Steel and Fairfax in South Dakota. Still a major storm currently tracking to the southeast.
There it is. What a beast. I'm gonna stop right here.
Right there on the left. Look at that thing. That right there is just
probably coming right at us. So
right underneath that. That's a big time tornado.
I'll pull in here real quick.
For whatever reason, again, there is still no.
It's a big tornado in there, guys.
You can see all the motion right there too. That left to right motion.
Yeah, we probably should, honestly, because it's coming at us right now. Oh, it's coming right at us, chat.
So right there, buried back in the rain, is a big tornado. It's not fully visible right now, but it'll be right underneath that large wall cloud that is hanging down from this storm.
I think we might back out here a little bit, but it's in the rain. You can see it.
Fairfax in South Dakota, currently tracking to the southeast.
Go ahead and just dip south here before that RFD comes back in.
I go back to him in a second. Riley has
I can't see ground. Actually,
an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get a mesoscale discussion for at least the beginning portion of our moderate risk, which I know we've been dealing with the tornado threat for the last hour or two here, but it is getting to the time of night where we are going to be shifting to a wind threat. This mesoscale discussion just does say that we will have a peak intensity wind gust around 85 to 100 miles per hour. The SPC themselves has gone out and said that 100 mile per hour wind gust will be expected from the storm system that we are seeing take shape right now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, I want to point out a couple other things. They have noted that we all have a maximized tornado threat in these little blue hatched areas. A strong tornado is also a possibility. Notice the most probable peak intensity is up to 130 miles per hour for tornadoes, and damaging winds is up to 100 miles per hour. On top of that, widespread wind damage is possible in the early to mid-evening hours. Wind gusts above 80 miles per hour are possible, so be ready for major damaging wind potential. If you're back over in eastern South Dakota, far northeastern Nebraska, or western Minnesota. Obviously, if you're over in the Twin Cities, Des Moines, you guys are in the path of this. It's going to be a little bit later than 8 o'clock, but you guys will end up seeing a pretty intense line of thunderstorms this evening. We are still fully expecting that to happen.
Expecting this in the slightest.
This is back over to Freddy again. We still have a large tornado in progress. It is not as visible as before. This is also Tornado Pagey's view.
Close to that thing? Or you just stay here?
Oh, no, we were up there beside
See it right there in the middle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's just hard to see visibly, but you kind of see that large, like, kind of cone thing that's hanging down. That is likely still where the tornado is located.
I've never seen that.
Hard to tell how large it is. We haven't had a clear view of it in a little bit now.
On the ground? I can't even probably.
It looks like it through the street.
Yeah, if you look at it through the camera.
Oh, you guys are fancy.
You can see it.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, you fancy.
Fancy. I'm still running a damn phone.
Oh, get in your car.
That looks like a huge pipe right there.
Pulling in corn.
Back over to Connor.
I'm on 1806.
I think that's still a large tornado. I think it's getting visible again. I think that's the tornado.
Right at me.
That's the tornado. It is like you can clearly see it now. That is the tornado. That is the large tornado that is in progress.
Big tornado, actually. Holy. Yeah, that's a beast. Holy shit. Sorry, Scott.
This is a huge tornado north of Bonsteel.
You're good.
You can clearly see it though now.
Actually, I want to use this rig.
This reminds me of El Dorado. Marty McKinney has a clear view of it too now. Look at that tornado.
Wow.
Yep, big tornado. Still going.
There's just a huge stovepipe.
That was
Connor's
a
next
monster
to it.
still. We're gonna have to get the heck out of here in a second. That was a beast in the rain. Holy wow.
This is a massive tornado heading towards Bonsteel and Fairfax in South Dakota.
I think it's slowly moving at us, Brandon, right here.
Connor's like in the path of this. He's very close to this tornado.
Thankfully, we can go south and we should roll evade it pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, that's definitely on the ground back there. Wrapped heavily.
This tornado's coming right at Connor.
Looks like it's deviating south right now. I'm about to get out of here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get moving.
Connor's repositioning. There is again, big-time tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just receive a report of a rotating wall cloud and a funnel cloud on the tornado warning to the north of this one. It was from about 20 minutes ago. However, this is something that I think will probably produce a tornado as it moves into the better environment as it heads towards Plankinton.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's in South Dakota as well. Again, huge tornado still in progress. This is back over to Tornado Pagey. They are almost next to it. This is their view. You can see the tornado very faintly right there. It's big, though. This is a big-time tornado right now, heading right towards Bonsteel, or Bonesteel.
Oh.
South Dakota. It could even go into Nebraska here soon.
Yeah, it's going right here.
Yeah.
It's throwing debris.
Look at that right there, too. That's this is Shoals view. You can see it a little bit clearer here. Look at the wind pushing right towards them.
Guys, big tornado.
Shoals gonna have to move. Look at the wind coming from this tornado too. We got a big RFD surge.
Now. Holy shit! Yeah, I just hit something.
That is, it's definitely producing some level of damage right there.
Stay. We're good. Stay right there. Look at that. Holy crap, dude. Hear the roar? It's roaring, dude.
There are about 400 people in Bone Steel that are in the path of this tornado, even outside of it. It is picking up debris right now.
Dude. We're fine. It's hitting trees.
And you see debris flying. It's at least some leaves that just flew at his car. Didn't look like anything major.
I can hear the roar of this tornado.
This tornado is almost, it looks like it might be going a little bit more south right now. Connor mentioned it was deviating south, but I think
we're fine, right?
Still see debris. Look at the debris flying right at his car. Gotta be careful here. This is likely an intense, at least intense tornado right now, going towards Bone Steel.
Stay.
South Dakota.
In position. No one behind me. Good. We're good. Just stay still.
Shoal's crazy for being this close to this thing. Got hail falling too, right next to the tornado.
Get out of here.
There is debris flying out of the sky.
Fine, right where we are, guys.
Hitting a bunch of trees right now.
Range. It's really close
More
range,
leaves
guys.
flying by Shoal's car. This tornado is near 1806 South Dakota Highway.
Very close range. Look at that! Oh, it's gonna hit it's really close to a house.
Very close to hitting homes. And we gotta, like, hopefully this thing does not hit the homes. It is so close to it.
Literally right above us. Oh, it just hit something. Oh my god.
It just hit something. Joel just lost signal. This tornado again just hit something though. Tornado Page, he also has a view of this. Or they just had a view of it. This tornado just hit a building of some sorts, it sounded like.
Dad, I'm just dipping. Thing's flying south.
Look at this tornado. It is a huge pipe. It's coming up on the highway now. We've seen a couple of power flashes as well, which, again, this is very close to at least some residential areas here near Bone Steel, South Dakota. This is coming up on the Shady Cedar Campground. That is where this tornado is currently located. It's near the Shady Cedar Campground. It's going towards Club Road. Bunch of farms here.
Guys!
Bone Steel is, if this does hit Bone Steel, that is a more populated town. There are a ton of homes in that town. And it is heading, it's beelining right towards the town of Bone Steel.
I'm gonna flip around here. See what the heck's going on.
Brian McKinney's looking in the direction of the tornado. He is in Bone Steel. So this is what it looks like right now in downtown Bone Steel, which again, for reference, in downtown Bone Steel, there's about 400 people that live there. There is a junior high school, I believe, that is there too.
I don't know where it's at. I don't want to.
Yeah, you got the South Central Junior and Senior High School that is in Bone Steel. Joel still doesn't have connection, but there is still a big-time tornado on the ground right now.
Trying to clear out. Might be coming right at us. I might go back west on
Got hail accumulating on the road too.
Really don't. Really am not a big fan of this right here. This road keep going south. Actually,
Alright, Joel still does not have connection. But again, we still have a big-time tornado. We got a little bit more debris flying across the road here, where Freddy is. I'm very concerned about the town of Bone Steel right now in South Dakota, because this tornado, again, is going to be beelining it right into the town of Bone Steel, assuming it stays on the ground. The tornado, the last time we've seen it, was located right about here, and it is currently going due south. And obviously, if this were to go right into the town, it could be a catastrophic situation for that town. So hopefully this does not go that direction. Hopefully it occludes beforehand. Obviously, we don't know if that's going to happen or not. We just got to hope.
There might be people in.
Oh my goodness, there's damage. Shoal has a lot of, you only could see it briefly. He's probably gonna come back in a moment, but that is a lot of damage.
Get out a little bit.
To it looked like some sort of home. Keeping very close eye on Shoal right now.
Just trying to exercise caution here, guys. This is the kind of situation where you could freaking die. You got a rain-wrapped tornado including straight south at you.
Also, this is a view from just south of Bone Steel, this storm. Look how nasty it looks.
About here,
it's from
but
Vince.
It's covered up in the rain. Shoot. It might.
Shoal has just major damage. For some reason his stream is not loading. Just a moment ago, this is Ryan Shoal coming up to a house.
We gotta stay here. Oh, it might hit a house. Oh, it hit a house. Oh god. It hit a house. It hit a fucking house. It hit a house. There might be people in.
That is right before Shoal lost connection. But again, there is damage, it looks like, to a home. Shoal has come back. You can see it now. That is, again, major damage right now to a home that was just hit by this tornado north of Bone Steel. Right along Highway 1806. Hopefully, everybody inside is okay. Luckily, it looks like that first floor is still intact to some extent. Gives you an idea of the nature of what these tornadoes can do. And again, we still think there is a tornado down going towards Bone Steel. So again, just major damage there in Bone Steel, South Dakota. That is, again, just from the power of this tornado, which is currently now tracking into Bone Steel over the next few minutes. Again, for whatever reason, this tornado warning storm this entire time has not been any higher than a normal observed tornado warning, and it has been at PDS levels multiple times. And this is obviously it has been a large tornado. We've clearly seen that. It is still likely a large tornado that is heading into Bone Steel. The tornado warning itself, they just condensed it, and it is now not including Bone Steel. It actually, they kind of removed it, which I don't totally agree with. But if you are in Bone Steel, I would continue to stay in that safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this is still a very dangerous storm that is currently tracking to the south. I do want to quickly give you guys an update as well on the storm west of Westington Springs and Crow Lake. This storm has also been rotating and has been producing the potential for a tornado. There have been reports of a wall cloud, and there could be a tornado right now tracking down to the southeast. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to continue to be in that safe place. This is again, a view here from Ryan Shoal. This is live. Turn back on the audio. Yeah, actually, there's a ton of hail falling right now, too. And may have just lost it. Oh, there we go. See all the hail falling. So on the backside of this tornado, to add insult to injury, there's also golf ball-sized hail at least falling right now. It's a good reminder, though, if you know any friends or family in this general area near Bone Steel, make sure that they are aware of this situation and make sure that they are still heeding the warning here, as this has obviously already caused damage. We've had multiple large tornadoes with this storm, and it is going to likely continue to do so. Issued. We have a new tornado warning in Ohio. I'm actually not surprised by this. I mentioned this a while ago, but there was an area of convergence. There is now a tornado warning in Ohio that is going to be going towards Rittman, Wadsworth, Barberton, just northwest of New Franklin. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm is definitely rotating and is definitely producing the potential right now for a tornado. Let me see what the population is here. This is definitely a more populated area. This is going to be for about 70,000 people. So Doylestown, Barberton, Wadsworth, you guys are all included in this. Note that there is no risk of severe weather outlined for any part of Ohio today. This is obviously going to be probably a surprise for those that are in the tornado warning, maybe even outside of the tornado warning, purely due to the fact that there is no risk of severe weather technically outlined here in Ohio. Latest scan does show broader rotation, but it was pretty tight just a moment ago, north of 5 points. And that is going to be tracking up into Rittman over the next few minutes, and then going towards Hametown, Barberton, Norton, and again, Wadsworth. You guys are all in the path of a potential tornado. It's going to be rain wrapped if there is a tornado. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour right now. 30 miles per hour moving to the northeast. Wadsworth, thank you. Wadsworth, Ohio. I do want to remind you, if you're back over in South Dakota near this obviously big tornado, we're not just talking about a tornado, but we're also talking about 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So don't forget that this is also producing destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds. That is extremely dangerous winds that are currently happening with this cluster of storms near Lake Andes, Marty, and also Platte. So this is still producing very high winds right now. This is back over to Connor, who's near the tornado. If we have a tornado still, it's on the left side of your screen. This is near Bone Steel right now.
We got hills.
Can't visibly see anything right now. Be on the left side of your screen. If we still have a tornado, there's a lot of hills here.
We got big hills.
Like a roller coaster over here. That's the area of interest. If we have a tornado, it's definitely rain wrapped. I still think we have a tornado. It's just not possible to see really from this perspective. Keep an eye on them. Again, no view of anything as of right now, but the rotation is still the strongest right now east of 1806 roadway. Velocities are very contaminated since we are in a radar hole, so it's very hard to see where that tornado exactly is on radar just because of that. Also, back over in northern Nebraska, the storm that's near Springview right now is actually reaching out to our outflow boundary, and we do have a strong inflow notch, so there is a chance that this could try to produce a tornado as well near Highway 12. That is going to be tracking towards Butte, Spencer, and Paddock over the next hour. So if you're in those areas, definitely be staying weather aware as that moves to the east. Back over in northeastern South Dakota, we also have a big line of storms that is beginning to form. This is, again, the beginning of a derecho that is going to be forming over the next few hours. All right, so we got a ton of storms right now that are going up from Fergus Falls, Minnesota, all the way back over just to the north of North Platte in Nebraska. And we are expecting a widespread damaging wind threat to evolve over the next few hours. So if you're in any of the risk area today, you need to be staying weather aware. Our severe weather threat is only going to increase over the next few hours. We are once again expecting the potential for a derecho. The moderate risk of severe weather is now just being tapped into by one singular storm. Most storms right now are not even in our moderate risk of severe weather yet. We have not even hit the peak of severe weather at all today.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I do want to remind you that in this entire area today, we still have an elevated risk of severe weather. Like, we have a line of storms that's going to be forming. We've yet to even get to the peak of severe weather. We're still far from it. Until that line of storms forms, we're just talking about it. I mean, it's still an elevated threat of severe weather, but not necessarily with widespread damaging winds. They have issued a new confirmed tornado warning. This one is going to be for Bone Steel, South Dakota, Fort Randall, and Pickstown, and Lake Andes. This is a public confirmed tornado as of 6:09 p.m. It is still on the ground just north of Bone Steel, South Dakota. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Put as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible. If you are in this tornado warning, this is still a tornado on the ground, and it has been producing damage as we've seen over the last several minutes. Obviously, Ryan Scholl had a view of damage, and I do think that damage, he still has no signal, but he has had damage there, and you know, this storm is still producing major damage to other buildings more than likely over the next few minutes.
Has a violent stovepipe.
This is Freddie McKinney. He's just south of this tornado near Fairfax.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good view, actually. This is Vince Walty's view. And so again, the tornado itself is likely rain wrapped.
oversized loads pulled over here. They should be safe there, so I'm not going to stop.
There are multiple. You can see that right there. These are smart, like the semi drivers that are pulling over here. That's very smart. Hopefully, you know, they're going to be avoiding getting tipped over by the high winds. If you are a semi truck driver tonight, driving around anywhere in the risk area, definitely make sure that you're monitoring the weather very closely. Shout out to Mighty with the $30 super chat. Keep up the good work, keeping people safe and informed. Big W for the mods tonight. You guys are working overtime. Please don't get mad at Max. He doesn't respond to your area. He's trying to keep people safe in the zone. Appreciate the super chat. It is hard, again, to answer every question in the world. We have 37,000 people watching right now. And that's Vince's view right now of the storm. We don't have a view of a tornado right now, but that's at least a general view of this storm. Again, just outside of Fairfax. Our tornado has reportedly been reported still on the ground.
A new tornado warning
back over
has
here
been
northeast
issued.
of Bonesteel, so it is still down. We have a brand new tornado warning for Plankinton, White Lake, and Crow Lake. Also in South Dakota. This is tracking down to the southeast right now. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is just north of I-90 right now. Our strongest area of rotation is going to be located near Crow Lake. It's a little bit contaminated as well. We are in a radar hole, which makes it harder to see velocities, but a clear hook echo and a strong inflow would not be shocked by any means if this were to produce a tornado at some point here soon. So get to that storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If you are in this tornado warning right now, this is currently tracking to the east-southeast. We still have a confirmed tornado warning south of Platte right now. Again, we're going to go back over to Vince. Or actually, let me go back over to Connor. A little bit closer to the tornado. Still down.
Pretty good. There are some gravel roads south B if it gets a little too sketchy.
We have a tornado be off to the left.
You guys are talking about like that. I won't, because I'm not as close as you guys are.
I can't see your Omega dot on.
Real quickly, I do want to give you guys an update. If you're in Ohio, we still have a tornado warning in effect in Ohio. This one is going to be in a pretty populated area, about 70,000 people in Wayne, Summit, and Medina counties. Rotation overall has gotten a lot broader, so we're not seeing as much rotation. I do think the tornado risk is lower. We did have a tightening, though, at one point, which may have caused a brief tornado just to the north of Smithville. So there's still an ongoing tornado risk, but at this point, the rotation has gotten much broader. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I do have confirmation that everyone in the house that Ryan Scholl saw that was impacted by a tornado was able to take adequate shelter, and it sounds like there are no injuries, and there are a few storm chasers there who are going to get them to town and make sure that they have some place to take shelter for the rest of the storms tonight. But they are okay. Sounds like no injuries. Obviously, everyone's shaken up. It is a developing situation there, but if anything else changes, I will let you know.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is good news. Obviously, if you did not already see, you can go back like 10 minutes on the stream and see the damaged house. And obviously, for the privacy of the people that may have been impacted, we are not going to show that again. But they were luckily not injured. That is always good news. And obviously, with a storm like this, it is somewhat surprising because of how intense that tornado was. But that is always why you need to be staying weather aware. And those people were definitely doing the right thing, and they were staying weather aware. This is Tornado Pagey. This is a pretty good view of the storm here. Just to the east now, Fairfax. You can actually see a little bit of a shelf kind of overhead here. This is the outflow boundary, and then back into the storm, further back in there, on the left. That is where we're looking for a tornado. No view of anything as of right now, but this storm is still attempting to produce a tornado. And it may have a tornado still. We Go back to them in a moment. That is still a view of the shove cloud, though, that's overhead. You can still see a very large inflow notches going into the supercell. I mean, I don't think thing is not... I still think there is a tornado down. We don't have a view of it, obviously, mostly because of the fact that it is likely rain-wrapped, and it's also going to be going over the Missouri River here shortly. This is pushing down to the southeast. It may be coming up on the Missouri River here shortly, just to the west of Pickstown. But generally speaking, we likely still have a tornado down. It likely missed the town of Bonesteel. Let's hope it misses it entirely, because that's basically the most populated area in this warning, aside from Lake Andes and Pickstown. But Bonesteel, very populated area. Looks like this tornado will narrowly miss that area, and then our tornado should be located just to the east of Bonesteel, heading into Pickstown here in just a few minutes, and also Fort Randall. Thank you, Given, for the $20 super chat, for doing the work. Others are not, and also KFC. My number one severe weather source. Appreciate that. Thank you, Given, for the super chat. Let's go back over to Vince. Vince has a pretty good view of the storm now. So again, not really anything visible. But the tornado is going to be buried back in the rain there. Wow.
Amazing structure on it.
Stormrunner Media has a crazy view of this.
Copy. Do you see where the tornado would be?
Look at the structure. This is the same storm that's producing a tornado. Look at that.
Negative. I got a hill in my way.
Structure is insane on this thing.
Copy. I'm cutting it close. I'm gonna take.
You can also watch Stormrunner Media, Tornado Page, Econocroft, and Freddie McKinney all inside of the Radar Omega app. That is the weather app we're currently using on this stream. You can download it with the top link in the description below.
A new tornado
iOS
warning
and
has been
Android.
issued.
Brand new tornado warning in Nebraska. A brand new tornado warning in Nebraska. That is for Spencer Lynch, just east of Butte. This is in Boyd County, Nebraska. If you are in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is the same storm that has a history of producing big tornadoes. That just literally produced a big tornado east of Bonesteel and north of Bonesteel, damaged a home, at least one home, and is now tracking right along the Missouri River and may have another tornado at any moment. It's getting awfully close to this roadway that most of the chasers are on, so we may have a view of something here in a moment to see if there's still a tornado down. This is going to be approaching Highway 18 in just a few moments. But again, the structure on this thing is absolutely insane. This is a view from Lake Andes for reference. So this is back over near Lake Andes in South Dakota, just east of the Missouri River.
Wow, that's incredible structure, Chad. What do you guys think about that structure right there?
Hey, Bosco and Loud for becoming members.
Yeah, staying in front of it for now, that's it.
They also, Waylon, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. Also,
south,
thank you, Jeff, for the PayPal donation.
South.
It basically looks like a spaceship. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I was going to talk a little bit about what we're expecting over the next few hours as we transition into more of a wind threat, why the HRRR is wrong, what we can actually expect. So our current picture, we basically have two separate areas of convection. We have one basically in central Minnesota, or a far west central Minnesota, parts of South Dakota stretching up into just a little bit of North Dakota as well. And then we have our discrete supercells down here in South Dakota starting to move into Nebraska. Now, if we take a look at the HRRR, it's actually showing a slightly different picture than what's going on right now. We can drag that slider forward and see that it's not really seeing any of that convection that we're seeing right now. And I think the reason for this is because we have this stationary boundary here. You can see this on our radar mega analysis, and this is something that the HRRR is having a issue with sort of resolving what's going to occur. So I don't think the HRRR is seeing any convection north of this front. However, we already are seeing convection north of this front. So if you're looking at these composite reflectivity models thinking, hey, where's this derecho that I was promised, and why are we not seeing that anymore? I think that's the reason why, and I do still think that we are going to see convection a lot further to the north of it than what it's being modeled, and that is why we have maintained that moderate risk. Now, at the same time, I do want to say the big word today has been derecho, and everyone asking, okay, is this going to be a derecho? I do not think at this point this is going to be a derecho just because we're sort of running out of time for how long that system has to travel, basically from start to stop. But that doesn't mean that we're not still going to see damaging winds. We are definitely going to eventually see at least some of this convection congeal into a line, and we are going to see those damaging winds in at least some way, shape, or form. So we're not done with the damaging wind threat, even though the tornado threat is starting to wind down, and in fact, the damaging wind threat is probably just starting to get going. So if you're in places in that moderate risk, know that you are not out of the woods yet, and you do still need to stay weather aware, probably all the way through 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 a.m. tonight into tomorrow morning.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Back to our tornado warning in southern South Dakota. Once again, we've had a history of seeing large tornadoes with this storm. Just off to the west of Lake Andes, there is still very strong rotation on radar, at least from what we're seeing right now, just to the north of Highway 18. There are 5 storm chasers, at least inside of the Radar Omega app here, that are all basically in line right now to potentially see a tornado. Again, there could still be a tornado on the ground. We don't know for certain right now, but we do think that there is something buried back in the rain right now. And so every chaser is going to have a pretty good view of this here near Fort Randall. This is right now over the Missouri River, so there could even be a possibility here that we have a water spout. It might not even be an actual tornado. It could actually be a water spout right now, which would be a tornado over water. But you know, that's obviously a possibility too. So something else to keep in mind there. Also, further to the north, north of Kimball here in South Dakota, we have a stronger area of rotation that is going to be approaching White Lake and Plankinton here soon. So if you're back over in these areas, definitely make sure that you're staying alert. There is a possible tornado there moving down to the east-southeast. Also, the tornado warning in Ohio has been canceled. Right now, it's a bunch of strong storms. Not really expecting much of a tornado risk out of this activity. I think it'll be mostly just strong storms. So tornado risk has at least decreased for the time being over there. We just got a brand new large severe thunderstorm warning. We got 2 different ones right along the Nebraska and South Dakota border. That'll be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and then hail as large as the size of tennis balls is going to be a possibility. Once again, this storm is a spaceship right now. This is Connor's view. Much closer to where the tornado would be, by the way. He's looking into the inflow notch. So this is Connor's location, bottom right. He's looking right up into the inflow. Thank you, Vicky, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Max, Riley, Paige, Stormrunner, Freddy, too. Also, Connor.
Holy cow.
A few others, too.
That's crazy.
It was not a good road.
This is another view of the spaceship structure.
I'll just leave it at the fact it was not a good road to go down.
By the way, if you guys have missed our photos, videos, even on stream of the tornadoes that we've had so far today, we've been consistently posting to Facebook and Twitter all of the tornadoes that have happened. Videos and photos are over on our Twitter and Facebook pages at MaxVelocityWX. You can follow us on those platforms. They are linked in the description below. Stormrunner's coming up into the inflow notch now.
But now I'm driving up right underneath of it.
This is Freddy's view. Look at Freddy's view. Wow.
So this scan, you can see it pretty.
Freddy's view is just incredible. There's just incredible structure. And again, there could be a tornado buried back in there on the left. It's not visible as of right now.
Seen this
Absolutely crazy structure there. We go back over to Stormrunner here.
The others will be here very soon, I'm assuming, so...
Hey, Sean, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for all this information. No problem at all.
Glad to be...
Go back over to Freddy. He's looking into the storm now.
But...
So if there's a tornado, it's going to be buried back in the rain. This will be one of our best views of it. If you look at the bottom right of your screen once again, that's Freddy. He's looking right up into the inflow.
Crosses. It's gonna be probably to go west here at some point, and then I think there could be something in there. So there's Connor. We're gonna have to drop south at some point.
Got a big shelf cloud. There is a chance at some point here soon this could become outflow dominant, but does not look like it is as of right now.
Probably do not have time. I would love to. I'm gonna hop out for a second. Scope it out.
Wind is really picking up too.
Yeah, Definitely do not have time. Wind is really picking up here, though. So how are we going to approach this?
Tornado warning has been downgraded back to radar indicated.
Marty.
With that said, obviously, there has not been any visual of this tornado,
Marty.
mainly because of the fact it's rain wrapped. So there
it,
could still be a tornado. We just don't know for
certain. Take it like that. Maybe work our way over to Niobrara. We might even have to shoot back west and just drop back south. This is our best near-term shot at seeing a tornado is right here.
See the blue tinge right there on the top left of your screen? That is some
our best
water droplets reflecting and refracting from
the
sunlight.
Right here.
And also on top of that, that is likely an indication of some pretty big hail that is buried back in the storm. We've had some big hail with this storm. Almost like a turquoise
tornado
blue.
Potential at the moment. It's just hard to say, but like I said, we're right where the couplet would be if we look on radar
super
here.
chat, and Jeremy for the super chat, and Gary for the
See our
super
location
chat.
on Radar Omega. We are sitting right here.
Again, he's right in the inflow notch. This storm is still producing the potential for a tornado. If we have a tornado, again, I don't think it even is a tornado. It's probably a water spout because it's going right down the Missouri River, which if you don't know what a water spout is, it's essentially a tornado over water. But it is entirely possible that that's what's happening right now. Connor's literally crossing over the river right now. So this is a view crossing the river.
Beast.
And so if there were a tornado, it would be in the middle somewhere. Can't visibly see anything, but that's the area that we'd be looking at, right along the Missouri River.
Yeah, you ain't kidding about that.
Huge shout out to Van with the $100 super chat. There was in the chat from Van.
Intense back there in the rain.
Really appreciate the support. Really beautiful view here over the river. This tornado warning, the tornado warning further north was upgraded to 2-inch sized hail. That's the one in Jude, as well as Peru, Davidson, and as well as Aurora counties in South Dakota. Back over to Freddy too. Kind of got a little bit of a wall cloud there on the right, middle right. I can't tell if it's really rotating. I'm not seeing a whole lot of motion right now.
Okay.
A little bit of motion.
He was mentioning some structures and stuff being impacted. Just kind of want to. They're doing good, all good.
By the way, let me know where you guys are tuning in from in the chat. We're going to do a little heat map.
Great to hear.
We're going to do a little map, kind of going
Glad
where
to hear
everybody's tuning in from.
was,
Helps us be able to tell where everybody's watching from. We can focus in on some certain areas. So just put your location in the chat. Say Minnesota. You can say, you know, wherever. You can say your exact location. Like, doesn't matter. Helps us be able to see where everybody's tuning in from, though. I'll have a little heat map in a moment, too, of that.
Copy. Do you have a good view?
This is what I do for a living.
Back over to Freddy. And this looking right into our tornadic storm here west of Lake Andes in South Dakota.
So
this has a
was
history
their whole house like just destroyed,
of producing
or
big
what
tornadoes.
Was the situation there?
Shout out to Lindsay for the PayPal donation. Appreciate that. And Eric for the PayPal or Venmo donation. Appreciate that as well. Hey, Lisa for the $20 super chat. Watching from Minnesota, still forecasting bad weather in Minneapolis area. We are.
They were in the basement.
I do think Minneapolis is going to get hit
Well,
at least with some damaging winds tonight.
That's a miracle right there. I'm glad to hear.
There will also be a tornado
they made
potential.
It out okay.
The house was.
Speaking of Minneapolis, we can talk literally about it right now because we just got a severe thunderstorm watch back over in Minnesota, which does include the Twin Cities. It does include Little Falls, Alexandria, St. Cloud, Cambridge, Forest, Lake, Northfield, and Hutchinson. Now, I know some of you are probably tuning in from Mankato, Owatonna, Rochester, and you're probably wondering, why am I left out? Well, that is because we don't have a risk yet of severe weather that is imminent, but we'll probably get a severe thunderstorm watch in that area soon. Biggest concern here is going to be damaging winds that are going to be scattered at least around 65 miles per hour. I do think the winds could be higher than that. Keep that in mind. I do think they could be higher than 65. They could easily be up to 80 to 90. It just depends on how the line of storms essentially progresses. Additionally, isolated quarter-sized hail is possible, and then frequent lightning is also a possibility. This does include over 4 million people. Over 4 million people are in that severe thunderstorm watch. Wow. Look at Connor's view. Storm looks crazy. Got cracked windshield to go right along with it. Hey, Frog, for the super chat.
That thing is a beast, man. Look at that motion there.
This is located on the Missouri River near Hickstown. Storm Hunter Media also has a pretty crazy view. Look at this. Looks so ominous. Very turquoise sky. A lot of hail is buried back in the storm, that is for sure. Bunch of hail buried back in there. Hey, Alicia for the super chat. Storm looks crazy, that is for sure. Man, this is a beautiful storm. Hopefully it doesn't produce another tornado. It just looks beautiful.
Alright, anybody got an update?
Freddy is,
yeah. And it is close to Pigtown.
Freddy is now almost in the inflow notch. Very ominous back there. Really can't tell what that is right there.
It is just precipitation, though.
It's hard. It's impossible to tell what that thing is in the middle. But that, again, like, I'm not saying there's a tornado here, but like that would be obviously... That's obviously sus.
There. I mean, that's just kind of a wild look, though.
We had a tornado earlier that looked exactly like this, buried in the rain. So I do kind of wonder if that is a tornado. It's just...
Eli's in here. What's up, Eli?
Possible to tell.
Wish you were here, man.
Huge shout to
Everybody
Susan with
misses
the $50
you.
super chat from Dallas.
Yeah, I'm just watching back in here. I mean, oh wait, look at that. Maybe that's it. Hold on.
Eli, I miss you, Pookie.
There might be a tornado right there.
Look at that right there. Okay, there we go.
He's looking over to the left. Looking at a different spot.
Gotta look a little bit. That might be the mezzo right there, friends. That could be it. Yeah, I think that is it right there.
Freddy is the closest chaser that we have. That's like he's basically in the inflow notch, which means he's looking into that area of rotation.
Gotta keep a close eye on that. There is the mezzo. So busy looking at that rain shaft, I wasn't even looking at the mezzo. I might
can't really see much back in there, but like there's something I think back there. This is Storm Intermedia's view. Actually hear the tornado sirens now. Hey, Northwest Iowa for the 13 months. Hey, Ross for the $10 super chat. When will the weather be hitting Northwest Iowa? I'll give it an estimated time of arrival between about 8 and 12. That's basically the time frame to be watching for. It's one of the biggest heat maps that we've ever done. But this will give you an idea of where everybody's tuning in from. With over 35,000 people watching, this is one of the biggest plotted maps that we have. Basically, when you put your location in the chat, it'll plot on this map. And obviously, the Midwest is almost where everybody's watching from. We also got some people in Ohio. If we overlap that with the Storm Prediction Center's risk of severe weather, Minneapolis, Sioux Falls, Clear Lake, those are the areas that are currently where most people are watching from. Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Madison, Appleton, even some people in Chicago. Minneapolis, though, a hot spot. Minneapolis has been a hot spot for weeks now.
Look how green it is, guys. I still can't believe this.
This storm is incredibly sus right now near Picksville. Or Pickstown, excuse me, near Lake Andes. Again, there could be a tornado trying to drop in here. This thing is looking mean. Another shout out to Van with another $100 super chat saying, excellent channel, love how you're serving the people. Keep up the great work, really appreciate that. Thank you for the very generous $100 super chat. Thank you, Nathan, for becoming a member. Hey, Doge for the super chat. Don't forget, if you have any friends or family in the path of severe weather tonight, we are providing commercial-free coverage for the next several hours as a likely derecho is about to evolve across the Midwest and the Northern Plains. We have a bunch of storms already going up. These will eventually go towards Minneapolis, Sioux Falls, Sioux City, even Des Moines tonight. If you have any friends or family in the path of severe weather, get the word out there, spread the word, share the stream on Facebook, Twitter. It's completely free to do. Get the word out there. Commercial-free coverage for the next several hours. This is Freddie, who is now underneath.
Rain curtains are really wrapping too, right up here.
Freddie is saying that there is wrapping rain curtains. There could be a tornado trying to drop in front of him.
All right.
He had a little mezzo above him.
The safe call is probably for me to go a little bit.
So there is still potential here for a tornado, for sure. Storm Intermediate's view.
Connor, you're thinking about going east
Fixtown.
on
hey, Jason, for the $20 super chat. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. Thank you, team, for becoming a member.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The roads kind of start to get... We're getting into the Indian reservation, if I'm correct, so the roads probably aren't going to be very good.
Yeah, nope, you're not wrong. I'm looking for our next river crossing opportunity, and the next river crossing opportunity I see for us, I think, is down by Running Water.
Yeah, there is a road that parallels the river, at least, so...
Oh, okay, well, that's good then.
This was once again a tornado warning along the Nebraska-South Dakota border, right along the Missouri River. Still capable of producing a tornado. Still very turquoise blue, almost a green color now. A bunch of hail definitely falling back in there.
There you are. This is incredibly green, Chad, honestly.
I don't know the last time I've seen a storm look this green.
I've seen from a storm before, I think, ever.
Hey, not your average for the $10 super chat. Do you think Amos, Iowa will get part of this wind bag? I do. I do think you guys are going to get some wind tonight. I don't think it's going to be like 80 plus mile per hour winds, but probably 60 to 70 will be your like general range.
This is a good vantage point of it from your guys' location, because I'm debating on if I should just take 18 and say screw it and cross, or if I should just go down 281. Yeah, got a great, I got a great view. I'm literally too close to it, actually, so that's what's stopping my view right now.
And get big for the super chat. What's Wausau, Wisconsin look like? We get bad anxiety.
Yeah,
I think the main concern will be damaging winds as high as 60 miles per hour.
It's pretty outflowy right now.
All you're saying is if I just hop across the 18, then it'll just...
Freddie McKinney's kind of inside of the storm.
Probably
just faintly. I can just faintly make out the mezzo right now. There's like a big wall cloud just wrapped in the rain up here. Oh wow, really strong.
Freddie's inside of the
rain
storm.
Curtains right in front.
He's near the inflow notch.
I see some pretty rapidly rotating rain curtains actually. Just up here. There's some big hail. Oh wow, here comes some pretty strong wind. It is completely rain wrapped. Might be time to go.
Freddie's definitely getting into the RMD surge now. Don't forget, this area of storms not just producing a potential tornado.
It is completely wrapped in rain.
Damaging winds can be as high as 70 miles per hour.
It is absolutely wrapped in rain in there, whatever the heck is trying to go on. Big mezzo. I got some pretty good inflow here, so that's kind of...
This is Connor
tipping me off.
This is Connor's view of this storm as well. Still a very blue tinge. We got some big hail falling in here for sure. I mean, again, if you are near Lake Andes, just south of Geeds, definitely be ready for large hail as large as 2 inches in diameter.
Go gamble at the casino. play a hand of blackjack before this impacts.
What? Is there a casino right there? Apparently Connor's gonna go to the casino instead of... he's gonna do one round and then he's gonna get back to his car and go chase the tornado.
What shot?
Hey, Joshua for the $20 super chat. Love the channel. Appreciate that, Joshua. Thank you for the super chat. Thank Cole for the super chat. Connor has an itch, apparently.
I'm gonna flip around here in a second.
Thank you, Brian, for the $20 super chat. Gotta show my love and support. Still waiting on the video explaining your unique hail size gauges, like the size of CDs. I mean, DVD size hail has always existed.
It almost looks like to me it might be dying a little bit, believe it or not. I'm seeing some outflow way out ahead of it. I'm gonna try and get out ahead of it a bit to get a good view of the structure. Wow.
Yeah, that is a view of the storm right now. Obviously, all the chasers, for the most part, are on the storm currently south of Lake Andes. I do want to pan out just a little bit so you got an idea of what is happening across the board right now in the northern plains and across the Midwest. We have a big line of storms that has been going up back over in far northeastern South Dakota and western Minnesota. This is now moving towards Alexandria with basically widespread damaging winds between 55 to 65 miles per hour. This will be approaching Morris, Millbank, and eventually going towards Wilmar and Alexandria here over the next half hour. Actually, real quickly, I want to go to Freddie. Look at this. This is right across the bridge. This is across the Missouri River.
It's a little scary being on a dam.
Yeah, he's over
like 70-mile-an-hour wind.
He has 70-mile-per-hour winds going across him right now on the Missouri River. He's going over a big bridge.
Now I want to get blown off the dam. That would be pretty bad. Big waves out there. Are you kidding me? I don't know if you can see them out there. There's some big
look at the waves there. You don't usually
on
get
this
waves unless there's high
reservoir.
winds. You can actually see the winds there.
Missouri River back over there. And we are on the dam right now. Entering Charles Mix County. But you can see the white caps out there. Big waves out on the reservoir. I don't know what this reservoir is called, but it's pretty cool. Pretty cool, if I do say so myself.
Got a little Platinum lightning strike right there.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and
back over to Connor. Already got out of there just the right time because I think the winds were going to get higher over that bridge.
I had no idea what happened there. Yeah, there you go. Over here.
Yeah, I'm just...
I don't know, pretty cool.
All right, let me go back to panning out. I was just talking about that line of storms. So again, line of storms now moving to Minnesota. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch that was issued just recently that does include the Twin Cities and Shakopee back over towards St. Cloud. We will get a new severe thunderstorm watch at some point in southern Minnesota and northwestern Iowa. Just a matter of time until that actually gets issued. Again, the Storm Prediction Center does have a large moderate risk of severe weather in place for significant damaging winds that could be widespread, anywhere from 60 to 100 miles per hour. There's also a threat for a few tornadoes, and then large hail is also going to be a possibility. We have an elevated threat of severe weather all the way from Milwaukee all the way back through Rapid City. This is the entire area that we are expecting the potential for significant severe weather this evening. A little bit surprising, but so far the most significant severe weather has been just south or just north of our moderate risk of severe weather. Not really much in between at this point. It's kind of like a little dead hole. So kind of interesting right now. There's not really much there, but I do think over the next few hours, we are going to see a pretty intense line of thunderstorms organize, and that is going to lead to a threat of significant damaging winds. This is kind of a general idea of what we are expecting for the next several hours in terms of severe weather. So we should have a big line of storms forming here over the next few hours with damaging winds being pretty significant. This pictured here is about 8 o'clock. So the majority of our significant severe weather will be right along the Minnesota, South Dakota, and Iowa borders by 9 to 10 o'clock o'clock, this continues to push to the east and will be approaching the Twin Cities. We are likely going to see some pretty intense damaging winds back over near the Twin Cities, near Owatonna, even as far south as Des Moines tonight, and also near Ames. Those are areas that I do anticipate there being at least some significant damaging winds between 60 and 80 miles per hour, but there could be some storms that produce damaging winds as high as even maybe 100 miles per hour this evening. That's definitely in play. This will eventually push through Des Moines around about 10 to 12 o'clock, and then eventually pushing towards Wausau, Wisconsin, and even going towards Milwaukee during the overnight hours. I don't think we're going to see anything too significant in Wisconsin tonight, unless you're in the far western side of the state. Areas like Wausau, probably not going to see anything higher than 60 mile per hour winds, but notice how the future radar here is estimating that we could see damaging wind gusts as high as 100 miles per hour back over even in northwest Iowa. So again, we are talking about a major threat of damaging winds here this evening. Does not look like it is going to be a quiet evening for most areas in the Midwest. All right, this back over to our tornado warning. At this point, it is almost impossible to tell if we really have that much rotation just visibly on radar. I think our main area of rotation, though, is still probably located right over to the west of Pickstown. It is definitely going to be rain-wrapped. There's almost no visible way of seeing it. This is Tornado Pagey. They are punching through this storm right now. They could actually punch into the hail core here soon, but they're punching right into the storm near Fort Randall. They're driving right into the storm so far, just looking at a lot of rain, but the wind should pick up as they continue to push to the east. This is a pretty cool time lapse. This is from the Radar Omega Twitter account. This is from the Cyclone Port Network. It's actually a cool time lapse from Stormrunner Media. Look at that. It's the time lapse of the storm right off to the west of Pickstown. Pretty incredible stuff. Look at it even spin a little bit too. Almost has like, it almost looks like it's spinning kind of in a clockwise motion. Hey, Connie for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, Todd, for the $20 super chat. Your videos have inspired me to become a spotter, just waiting on the next class in my area. W, thank you. Dat also for the becoming a member. That's a very cool view, though, again, of the storm that has gone through Pickstown here over the last several minutes. Which, again, is still tornado warning for the time being. We also still have a tornado warning in effect back over near White Lake and Plankton. It looks like they are going to...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
...continue, I believe, this tornado warning. Yeah, so they're going to continue this tornado warning. That is for White Lake, also for Plankinton, Stickney. You guys are now included in a brand new tornado warning here in South Dakota. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm's been tornado warned for probably over an hour and a half now. It's been going for quite some time. Velocities data is actually in a range folding area, so it's hard to see the rotation. But the strongest area of rotation should be located right over White Lake right now. And it will be pushing down to the south. Also, just a second ago, Tornado Pagey just had debris flying across the screen. At least some sort of light debris that just flew in the air. You can see it again. There's something there. At least some, I think that might just be leaves, but this is inside of the tornado-warned storm near Pickstown and Fort Randall. I do not think there is a tornado right now, but there's definitely damaging winds that's at least lofting some light debris. Yeah, that is back inside of the storm. They are at least waiting, it looks like, until the storm fully passes, because there's a massive hail core going right into Pickstown, South Dakota. It will be approaching Marty here soon, so if you're in Marty, it's probably a good idea to stay away from windows as that storm continues to track down to the southeast. We also have some new severe warnings going up in Ohio. If you're over near Canton, Alliance, just south of Salem, we got some damaging winds right now rolling through your neck of the woods. These are mostly going to be around 60-mile-per-hour winds. The tornado risk, generally speaking, is low. Could see another area of convergence come together at some point down the road going towards Warren and Youngstown, so I still think there is a very low chance of a tornado, but generally speaking, I do not really expect much of a tornado risk to pan out in Ohio this evening. Also, back over in Indiana, just to the south of Ascendes, we got a big outflow boundary that is producing also some more severe weather with damaging winds around 60 miles per hour going right down I-69, going towards Boonville, Evansville, and Princeton. So definitely a good idea to be staying away from windows if you are in these severe thunderstorm warnings. That is currently tracking to the south right now. Back over to storm intermediate on our tornado warning just north of O'Neill. Looks like this storm may be becoming a bit more outflow dominant.
I didn't want to go through town.
Got a big shelf kind of all the way out from the storm now. Still hear the tornado sirens faintly.
Right by the high school down here, that's for sure. Glad though they got the tornado sirens blaring, guys.
We do have confirmed tornado sirens. This is near Wagner, by the way. It's actually not in a tornado warning right now.
You're more 55. More impressive structures off to my north, but I have to wait until I get you guys around. A little bit better.
We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. That'll be a storm well back off to the north near Fort Thompson. This is behind all of our tornado-warned storms. That is currently tracking to the east. It will be going towards Westington Springs, just north of Chamberlain. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows as that storm continues to track down to the east-southeast. Also, they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warnings back over in far western Minnesota for Morse and Alexandria. The only severe storm as of right now is near Millbank. That is still producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Let's go back over to Connor.
I got no clue.
It's back on the tornado warning storm near Marty.
Still figure, I mean, yeah, I have no clue. Still a tornado warning off to my north on that storm that's like behind the storm. I don't really get that, but hey, whatever.
So again, still a big shelf cloud. Don't really see anything rotating though as of right now. How's Indiana looking? We literally just talked about it. It's just mostly isolated damaging winds.
Too, but it looks like it's a little more trying to move a little more.
Has the derecho started? That's a good question. As of now, we don't have any derecho that's really started because there isn't anything really clustered together. Again, it's a matter of time until we really just see a big line of storms. I think that'll probably happen within the next 2 hours. We should see a big line of storms form in this general area. We're going to start to see a bunch of storms kind of just congeal into one big fat line of storms. So whenever that happens, that's basically the beginning of a derecho, assuming that we actually have widespread damaging winds at that point. We don't know if we're going to see a derecho. It's still a possibility, but I do still think we're going to see one at some point. It's just going to come down to these storms congealing. So far, everything's been pretty discreet today. It's actually, again, kind of surprising. But most of our storms across the board have been discreet or at least semi-discreet. So it's quite interesting today's setup. It's been a little bit different, I think, than a lot of us at least expected today to pan out. So far, everything has been more tornadic down here in southern South Dakota than anything. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next few hours, but I do think we'll have a big line here soon. Hey, Jay, for the $5 super chat. Is Connor in the same day? What does that mean? Trucker in Burbank, South Dakota. Let me look where Burbank is real quick. Yeah, if you're over in Burbank, I mean, we'll probably have a line of storms forming within the next hour or two, so just be staying weather aware. There's nothing imminent, though, as of right now. Everything is still back off to your east right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a brand new tornado warning for Charles, Mix, and Gregory counties in South Dakota. That'll be for Lake Andes and Marty. This is a storm that has obviously had a history of producing big tornadoes. It is currently tracking towards Wagner and Dante. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. We also have golf ball sized hail that is currently falling with this. If you look at radar here, the velocities still pretty strong right now, just to the west of Pickstown. And we could see a new tornado form as that moves towards Ravenna and Wagner. It's likely going to be a rain wrap tornado if we have one. We have a massive hail core as well. So still plenty of time here for this thing to produce significant hail and wind, and also the potential for a tornado. say view into the storm from Connor Croft. He's just to the east of it. There's also Storm Intermedia's view. Huge shelf cloud right now.
Oh, it's just a dug. Okay, it just dips down like that. Oh.
As they view right now, the storm will obviously be coming towards them. They're a little bit further off to the east. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I actually have two updates. White Lake, South Dakota, that is the northern tornado warning right now. We did just have a report of a funnel cloud on that storm. A radar indicated tornado warning will continue for the next 34 minutes. Also, our furthest north severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota that includes places like Summit, Twin Brooks, and Millbank. We did just get a 77-mile-per-hour wind report out of that storm, so this will almost certainly be upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for up to 80-mile-per-hour winds.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. They did upgrade this warning. It is actually not destructive, but they did upgrade it to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is approaching Millbank, Ortonville, and also going through Clinton right now. That will eventually go towards Appleton. So this is a significant line of storms that is ramping up. This is not really the derecho necessarily, but this is kind of its own mesoscale convective system that has gone up over here that is going to be producing at least some scattered to numerous damaging winds between 60 and perhaps as high as, again, 90 to 100 miles per hour, or mile-per-hour winds back over here in far western Minnesota. That is organizing pretty quickly. We also got a lot of lightning with these storms. I do want to point out, before we went live today, John McKinney was storm chasing a storm back over here. It was tornadic. It was west of Platte near Winter. That actually sparked a fire. The lightning that struck the ground, it sparked a fire, created a big fire. I think that has been taken out since then, but just keep in mind that fires are possible. They could be sparked by cloud-to-ground lightning today, especially with the storms that we have ongoing right now. So Storm Intermedia, this gives you an idea of how much lightning there is. We've had plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes over the last few minutes.
I'm just watching this thing to see what it does.
We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. Let's go to that. Brand new severe thunderstorm watch back over in Iowa, Minnesota, and also Nebraska. This goes until 1 a.m. tonight. So if you're in Sioux City, Norfolk, back over in West Point, Storm Lake, very fitting name for tonight, Marshall, Pipestone, or in Windham, we are expecting the potential for at least a couple of tornadoes. Widespread damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is likely, and then scattered ping pong ball sized hail is also possible. So we pretty much have all of our risk area, or at least most of the moderate, enhanced, and slight risks of severe weather now encompassed into a watch. The only areas that are not in a watch still are back over here to the south of Minneapolis and also in northern Iowa. So these areas still not currently included in any sort of watch from the Storm Prediction Center.
If you look at Mesomouse, this is a beautiful cape gradient for it to ride.
Okay. No, I don't disagree. I'm just sitting here just watching the structure.
I do think this storm still has a good chance of producing a tornado with the environment that we have, at least for the next couple of hours. Obviously a big shelf cloud right now, but
Northwest Iowa and all that.
Definitely could still get a tornado with this storm. It's already produced multiple large tornadoes.
That's good. I can get out ahead of this on the Nebraska side and then probably catch up somewhere just southeast of Sioux Falls, maybe between Sioux Falls, Sioux Center or something if it develops.
This is Connor Croft's view.
This might actually end up forming to be part of it once it all lines out.
Yeah, this will probably be the south.
Might actually end up forming to be part of it.
See the shelf rolling overhead there.
This might be the southern end of it.
Yeah, I'm thinking this will probably.
Also, this is inside of the storm. It's back over in Fort Randall, so they're kind of driving through. This is still tornado warning. They're in the tornado warning. They're driving right through it. Winds have been kind of gusty in here. Obviously, a lot of rain falling. They're about to go right over the Missouri River, so they're going to go right over the bridge here in a moment. Here's another view from Connor from the outside of the storm. Hey, Courtney, for becoming a member. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have a report out of Pickstown from Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey, and Bryce Shelton. This storm was just warned for lime-sized hail. That warning has been allowed to expire. They did report that they just lost their window, so probably still some very large hail in Pickstown headed towards Marty in South Dakota.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So it sounds like Tornado Pagey, they have lost one of their windows. They had debris hit their window earlier in the stream. In case you guys did not see, there was a tornado that literally was right next to them. They were right next to a tornado, and they unfortunately got hit by debris kind of unexpectedly. This was the video from earlier, in case you missed it, of that debris flying around the tornado. This was near the beginning of the stream, and one of those pieces of debris, some like maybe plywood or something, hit their side window. And it sounds like that window that was already hit by debris, that was not fully, out. It sounds like it is now, there was a hailstone that basically hit it, and now it's fully, gone. So that was from earlier, though. That was from our tornado back over near Dixon, South Dakota. There's also multiple other videos on our Facebook and Twitter pages. You can check all of them out if you want, if you've not already seen them, at Max Velocity WX. There's links down below as well. But multiple views of that tornado from earlier. It was quite the tornado. I mean, this is another view of the tornado also developing, so pretty crazy stuff. But their feed has completely gone down now. Thank you, Sheena, for the super chat.
Bro, I literally
Sioux City, Iowa tonight. I think you guys are going to at least see a damaging wind threat, perhaps even an isolated tornado risk.
Why is this blocked off? I literally see an easy way to get to the main.
Yeah, we should start to see this all kind of congeal into a cluster of storms here pretty soon, perhaps even a line of storms heading towards Yankton, Pierce, and Sioux City. So we are expecting, again, a damaging wind threat to increase over the next few hours. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Plankinton and White Lake. We did have a funnel cloud reported here earlier near Stickney. As of right now, not seeing anything, though, that looks super concerning on radar. And rotation's overall pretty broad, just south of I-90. Looks like it's kind of getting into an environment where it's not nearly as favorable for a tornado. I still think this storm here near Lake Andes is still very favorable for a tornado if it's able to not be as outflow dominant. It is currently going towards Tyndall and eventually going towards Yankton. So some of the areas in the path of this storm. How far do you think it'll go? I mean, these storms will probably make it all the way to Wisconsin at the minimum. Wisconsin, perhaps even northern Illinois. Those will be some of the areas that are going to be hit by this line tonight.
Yankton, copy.
This is Connor. He's now in downtown. I think it's Wagner. You're over in Wagner. Get ready for damaging winds that are going to be pretty significant here soon. This supercell is about to be moving right into downtown Wagner near Dante and Marty. So if you guys are in those areas, you guys are in the path of a significant area of storms producing damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour and then hail up to the size of golf balls. Perhaps even up to 2 inches in diameter. You can see the shelf cloud from Connor's POV. There's the shelf cloud. That'll be the leading edge of the damaging winds. Calm before the storm in Wagner.
The heart of the Monterist, at least the far western portion, is likely going to get spared here. The far western portion of the Monterist, but the storms are starting to really develop there.
Will
And
Indiana be affected?
Get into
Only
Minnesota
isolated severe
when we'll
weather for
have kind of
Indiana.
a
Most of the
full-scale
storms
squall
are going
line.
through Louisville and Evansville. They're not too significant. They're just mostly damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour.
I'm not exactly sure why that north.
This is also a view of the storm from Freddie McKinney. You see the shelf cloud. I mean, it goes out for miles. So you can see how dry it is, too. I do think this storm has definitely become more outflow dominant over the last 30 minutes to an hour, and I do not think they're going to continue this tornado warning.
And she said Gregory, South Dakota, and that's pretty much spot on.
Unless we have something rain-wrapped, which I think is kind of unlikely.
If you guys want to become a storm...
Yep, Brandon's walkie is officially cooked, chat.
Does the Twin Cities Metro need to worry? I'll be staying weather aware if you're in the Twin Cities. We will likely see at least some level of severe weather tonight. Damaging winds, perhaps even an isolated tornado risk. Thank you, Daniel, for becoming a member. Thank you, Heidi, for the PayPal donation, and also Eric for the Venmo donation, saying America's #1 meteorologist. Appreciate that. Thank you for the Venmo donation. Back over, ready.
Not too bad. Not too bad of a shelf cloud. See, guys, this is what I was expecting today. I was expecting a shelf cloud. This is what
I was expecting a shelf cloud. I think all of us were. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued in northern Nebraska. That's back over near Butte and Spencer and Paddock. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball-sized hail. That will eventually go towards Vertle and as well Center and Springfield, right along the Nebraska and South Dakota border. We still have a lot of storms that are going up right now back over near Clear Lake, just to the east there of Watertown, South Dakota. Damaging wind threat is going to be rapidly increasing within the next hour. Back over in western Minnesota, just to the south of Morse and also Siston. So definitely stay weather aware if you're in this general area. We are beginning to see the formation of a line of thunderstorms. Not necessarily what we were forecasting to happen. We kind of thought this line of storms would kind of form, earlier on and also look a lot larger and a lot more organized, but it is taking a little bit of time for that to happen. We are beginning to see at least an organized line form back over in far western Minnesota. So damaging wind threat will be increasing as this goes towards Wilmar and also eventually going towards Litchfield, Hutchinson, and Redwood Falls. Damaging winds very likely with this as it continues to track to the east. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is not really related to severe weather, but weather in general. This is out of Arizona, actually. I just sent you a picture out of San Simon in Arizona on I-10. I have a considerable dust storm going on there. The Department of Travel is reporting that we have under a quarter mile of visibility, and that is what it looks like on one of the traffic cameras.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we got a dust storm over in Arizona. Not super uncommon for this time of the year, especially. But obviously, very low visibility. Definitely take it slow out there. Little dust storm action. Back over to Connor here, just east of Wagner, South Dakota.
That went I'm like, oh, look at this method. Oh, this looks like garbage. You might have to blast these to. Yeah, there's a wildfire over here into damn big pipe.
Yeah, that thing had me like when it was wedging out up to our north, Connor, and then it like turned into that nice, beautiful stovepipe. I was just like, wow, this is incredible that it's coming towards us.
Came to the car. It was a stationary camera.
And then I saw the road like turned east for a second.
Shame.
Or turned back west for a second.
Unless they're literally parked on the overpass. We got another severe thunderstorm warning for South Dakota. That'll be for Minor, Hanson, Davison, Aurora, and as well as Sanborn counties. For 60-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar sized hail, and a tornado possible label on it. Which should be the storm for it to pop up. All right, it's this one right here. So that's near Letcher, Mitchell, just south of Artisan. That's pushing down to the southeast right now. A few radar scans ago, we actually had a little couplet trying to form on radar just to the west of Letcher. So this has actually already tried to produce a threat of a tornado. So definitely something that we're going to be keeping an eye on. The storm itself, though, has kind of gotten a lot of convection around it, so it's struggling a little bit. But as it goes towards Mitchell and Alexandria, there's at least a low chance of that producing a tornado. So definitely stay weather aware if you're in this area. Long term, this area of storms that's kind of clustering together now will be moving towards Sioux Falls. So this is kind of the area that we're going to be having to keep an eye on if you're back over in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Are the street lights red? I think it's just like the camera or something like that. They're orange. Another interesting little thing I want to point out, we obviously have a big outflow boundary that is actually going across Nebraska right now. You can see all the storms that are going up, mostly just gusty winds with those. But this storm over here near Butte that is currently heading towards O'Neill, the outflow boundary might be kind of reaching out to that discrete cell. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation right now, but this storm in particular would be something to keep an eye on for at least a low-end tornado risk as that goes towards Paddock, Lynch, and as well as Spencer. So something to keep an eye on there. Right now producing ping pong ball size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But tornado can't be ruled out with that storm.
That way, as soon as I went south, I got to the east road. You guys were like, it's on the ground, and I was like,
this is Connor's view of the big shelf cloud here near Dante and Wagner. Still tornado warned as of right now, but I think the tornado risk is at least a little bit lower. Here's Freddy's view.
There is a fire, so.
If you look right here, see how as we get to the mid levels, the dew points get really far away.
See Freddy's view of a big shelf cloud there. This is again extending very far out from any precipitation. Most of the rain is buried on the right there.
Relieves some of that cooled air.
Across the road.
Did you see Scott Jordan?
As the risk increased for central Iowa, it has, according to the Storm Prediction Center.
50 yards from the intense circulation. After he realizes he's about to get slapped. That was hilarious, Scott.
Dude, that was hilarious because I was like right behind Connor and we're like getting smoked with
powerful updrafts. That's
also, real quickly, this is a look at satellite imagery right now of our big line of storms that has been going up and all of our storms in general. Pretty cool view of satellite imagery here over the last hour or so. A little bit more sped up. See all the overshooting cloud tops too. You can see that right there. You got another one right here. All sorts of overshooting cloud tops. Some of the storms today have towered as much as 65,000 feet up into the air. So pretty crazy stuff. This is Freddie McKinney's view of the Shelf Club.
What do you think? Good chase today? I feel like today was a pretty good chase. So.
That'll be Freddie.
What blows my mind is I was literally just driving west.
All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So this is what we can basically expect the rest of the night. I think our tornado threat is starting to die down. This is something that the SPC talked about in their latest mesoscale discussion, is that we basically hit the maximum for that. And there's a few reasons why. So the first thing we're looking at here is the vorticity and 3 Cape. This is something that we talk about quite often, but our 3 Capes here in the red and the blue is our vorticity. We can see that right now they're basically stacked over the top of each other, and pretty soon they're no longer going to be stacked over the top of each other. The storm that we have had produce a tornado has been the only storm that has been in good 3 Cape and good vorticity, and that is why it did manage to produce a tornado, and everything else failed to. Taking a look at our derecho composite, we can see that we are getting into a more favorable environment for damaging winds. The biggest zone of that is basically just around Sioux Falls. You can kind of see the bullseye there, where you get all the way up to an 8 on the derecho composite scale, but that doesn't mean we're going to be immediately done with tornadoes. This is our violent tornado parameter, which still shows that we are just barely in that environment maximum where our storms are. So we could see another tornado out of that, but pretty soon we are going to congeal into a line. Taking a look at radar Omega using our multi-radar site radar, we can see that we are starting to see a more linear look. Now, this is not a perfect example of what a derecho would look like, and that is because we are still waiting on some additional convection to fill in the middle here. When this does happen, almost instantly, I believe that this line will super quickly start to blow out if it starts pulling proper rear inflow, which is one of the things that we see when storms do bow out, and that is one of the things that makes a derecho and sort of increases the strength of the wind field. Is once we do finally see a proper line congeal together, that is when these are really going to strengthen into a damaging wind threat.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Let's back over to Freddie. Well, I quickly take a bite to eat here.
Is not, racing to the east, yes, because the precip is still pretty far behind it. Now, we do have this core up here, but once those downdrafts really start to work their way down to the surface, this thing's really going to accelerate and start taking off. It'll probably start moving a good 50, even 60 miles an hour if it starts to acquire that derecho status. Like I said, yet Yet to know whether or not we do get a derecho tonight. It is unclear. I think the environment still supports it, but weather does crazy things. I thought we were getting a derecho. We got ourselves a long-lived supercell that produced multiple strong tornadoes. So, it's just, that's the crazy thing about weather. But in 2025, you pretty much should just always expect tornadodos.
I just want to throw it out there.
Every single day is a tornado day in 2025, even
happening.
when they're not supposed to. Like yesterday, guys. Yeah. Yesterday looked.
There's just one job when it comes to getting drinks anywhere. Guess what? I didn't get a straw again from DoorDash. Oh, I don't know what the problem is. It's unbelievable. There's at least a thing I can sip out of on the top, but
and just headaches and whatever. I mean, it's just, gosh, I hate being sick, guys. But we're out here. We're out here today. No excuses.
Bernie's been sick, by the way. Hopefully he feels better.
No excuses. No excuses today, guys.
He was blaming me for getting sick. I've not been
doing
near
it for
him.
you.
He's like 22,000 miles away.
Could
hey,
not.
Liz, with a $50 super chat. Really appreciate
Could not
that.
stay home another day. I just couldn't do it. Do you consider Nebraska the Midwest? Some people don't, so I want to hear from somebody who is from here. I think Nebraska's like 50% Midwest. See, Nebraska's weird because I think the east side of Nebraska, you're talking like Lincoln and Omaha, that general area, I would consider that the Midwest. It's like just like Iowa. It's just like kind of like Illinois. It has that vibe, but the sandhills of Nebraska, would I call that the Midwest? No. I would call that the high plains, maybe. Kind of like the foothills to the high plains, and I would not consider that the Midwest. So I think Nebraska's like 40% Midwest. Maybe even 30%. 30% Midwest. The rest of it I'd consider like the high plains or the Great Plains. So I think it's kind of the same. It's almost like the Dakotas too, to a degree.
All right, so that's Freddie. Keeps talking. That's Freddie. Love talking to Freddie. All right. So back to live radar. I want to quickly take us back up to western Minnesota first. We have obviously line of storms that is quickly going up right now, back off to the west of Minneapolis. This is located near Morse, Alexandria, and back through Clear Lake, where we are starting to see again a line of storms congeal. It's almost one line of storms now that is currently producing damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. There's also a flood warning, which is observed back over in Morse and Hancock. This is actually because we had flooding yesterday in the same exact area. So the rain that happened yesterday and also the rain that's happening today is all basically stacking up to the point where we are starting to see some more major flooding potential back over near Morse and Hancock. So definitely make sure if you're on the roadways here, turn around, don't drown. We got really heavy rain coming through right now, and that'll probably last for the next hour, maybe a little bit longer than that. This is all currently tracking to the east. Again, this line, for the most part, moving east at about 40 miles per hour, so pretty fast-moving area of storms. Also, back over in Indiana, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning back over near Oakland that is still for 60-mile-per-hour winds. This line of storms that is rolling across Kentucky and also Indiana and as well as Kentucky is beginning to fall apart. The severe weather threat is diminishing, but strong storms with frequent lightning will continue. There's also no longer any severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Ohio. All of those storms are only strong now, not seeing anything severe at this exact moment. And then let's go back over to our main activity. We have obviously been watching a lot of storms forming west of Minneapolis. This is what's going to hit Minneapolis in just a couple hours, maybe even sooner than that. Damaging wind threat should be increasing. I know there's only one severe warning right now, but we'll probably have multiple here fairly soon. We are beginning to see the formation of another line of storms back over here in southeastern South Dakota. As of now, most things are still discrete or semi-discrete. The threat of severe weather will be increasing over the next hour or two. So we're definitely keeping an eye on that. Here's Freddie.
Yeah, I saw you were watching
on
the
the storm near Dante, South Dakota.
Just figured I'd stop by and say hi. What are your guys' names?
I'm Josh.
Josh, nice to meet you, Josh.
We got a little meet and greet going on out here.
Who's there it is. There's the stream right there. What's your name? Rulen. Nice to meet you.
Meet and greet right in front of a shelf clad. Hey, Doug, for the $10 super chat. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, or at least an update back over in Muscle, Shell, and Golden Valley counties in Montana. That is for golf ball-sized hail. A more significant hailstorm happening over there right now. For those that are wondering what I got, by the way, from Wawa, I got a strawberry banana smoothie. Pretty solid. And then 3 chicken tenders. Got a kid's meal. Like the cheapest options.
And a tornado, kind of like maybe something right here, but there's not going to be any like of those bigger ones.
They joined for the super chat.
So it's transitional.
Dark in Pope County, Minnesota. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is a link down below. Make sure to add us on Twitter and Facebook if you've not already. If you have any photos or videos. Go back over to the north. Our only tornado warning right now is for Plankinton, and that one's about to expire. This storm near Plankinton and Stickney has been running into rain cool air, so it is beginning to fall apart. So our only tornado warning that is currently active doesn't really have much of a chance of producing a tornado anymore. It is, again, falling apart, moving down to the southeast. So really the biggest concern when it comes to a tornado risk is going to be these storms that are right down here along the Nebraska and South Dakota border, at least in the short term. In the long term, once these lines of thunderstorms organize, we should start to see at least a more elevated tornado threat with the line of storms producing embedded tornadoes in the line. Our 5% tornado risk is kind of smack dab in the middle of nothing, honestly, because we really have not seen much in this region at all. All of our tornadoes so far were barely in the 2%, so generally speaking, the placement of today's tornado risk has not been ideal when it comes to where we've seen tornadoes. I still think there is an elevated chance of tornadoes, but I think it's really going to be geared towards this corridor here for the next several hours. There is a chance still for isolated tornadoes, especially in this like dashed area. Just kind of giving you guys a general outline of that tornado risk. Won't be surprised if the Storm Prediction Center does make some changes to the SPC outlook in the next outlook to kind of encompass a different tornado risk and also a different corridor for highest winds. So we'll have to wait and see. Hey, Wayne, for the $10 super chat. Go ahead and get a big kid selection. Appreciate that. Hey, we had to go cheap. I think it was like $7 for this kid's meal.
Nice shelf out the side.
Wasn't bad. $7 for the kid's meal. For 3 chicken tenders.
Well, if we're including the tornadoes, I would have been done right now and just punched the hail core for fun.
It was funny to see the storm back over here in Tyndall in South Dakota.
Roger that. Well, we'll just keep headed east. Keep headed east for now, and gosh, what a shell! What a shell! But yeah, guys, I don't know if it's just like I'm just high on.
That's a big shelf cloud. Velocities on radar are surging north of Wagner as well. They're currently estimated to be upwards of 70 miles per hour. So very high winds right now, just north of Wagner, going towards Tripp, Kaler, and eventually Olivet. Also, Scotland will be in the path of that. Thank you, Cameron, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. You want me to Amazon you an air fryer and chicken tenders? Honestly, I want an air fryer. If somebody mails me an air fryer, I will use it. I kind of want one. Not an air fryer. What is it called? I already have an air fryer. I want like an actual fryer where it can actually make like you can make chicken tenders, like actually like bread them and stuff like that. Like that's what I want. I want one of those actual fryers, like a small one though. Deep fryer. Yeah, that's
I'm just gonna blast out east.
Yeah, deep fryer would be pretty.
Try to get out ahead on this thing.
Like, I want to be able to bread my own chicken tenders.
Get a better view. Whoops, got cut. Got to keep you guys plugged in. Oh, shelf clouds really starting to come in behind us. Really starting to come in behind us, Chad.
Air fryer's better for you? I'm aware of that. I still want to be able to make my own chicken tenders. That'd be fun. Thank you, Patty, for the super chat, and also Robert for the super chat. Can you talk about the cost of, or can you talk about your memberships, cost, benefits, etc.? If you click the join button down below, or click the second top link in the description below, it lists out all the benefits and the cost for each one.
That's kind of what
Shelf cloud.
Membership start from as low as $2.99.
MCS chasing is live.
Hey Robert for the super chat as well. Is there anything specific that triggers a derecho? Generally speaking, like this time of the year especially, one of the biggest things that we look for across the board. Sorry, I was eating. One of the biggest things we look at across the board, though, is for something like westerly or northwesterly flow, especially in the Midwest. In this particular event, we have very strong westerly flow. Winds are pretty strong across the entire mid and low levels for this time of the year to be able to kind of produce lines or segments of storms. And generally speaking, we are supposed to see a large line form. We don't have one right now, but we've had a lot of discrete storms. So today's been a bit different. We haven't really had an actual derecho form yet. It's just been a bunch of discrete and semi-discrete storms. Now, if everything can cluster together by, let's just say 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, like I think a derecho is still possible, but the longer that this takes to organize into one big line, the lesser chance we're actually gonna have a derecho. Instead, we'll probably just have multiple little mesoscale convective systems spanning from western Minnesota all the way back into southern South Dakota. Shout out to Cad for the 5 gifted memberships, and also James for the $10 super chat. My wife just made chicken tenders in the air fryer. They're great. I want to make air fryers in an actual fryer. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we are starting to see what is 100% the beginning of an MCS and or derecho on radar right now, just north of Sioux Falls. So basically this little arch you can see right here, if we put the radar in motion, you keep your eyes on that, that is something that you can see. And it is starting to move really quickly, even though the reflectivity values are quite low. This will be the derecho. Sooner or later, we are going to see explosive convection go up like a zipper, basically from the south end north and from the north end south. And this will be the start of a widespread damaging wind event.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's an area that we're keeping an eye on for convection to start to go up. So far, it's been pretty quiet, but we should start to see that convection go up really soon. This is Freddie McKinney's view of the shelf cloud.
Imagine I got
By the way, this storm is beginning to get a little bit of a little bulge here north of Wagner. A little bit of an inflow on the top side. Could see a low tornado risk could transpire with that as it goes towards Trip.
Yeah, beautiful shelf here, and we'll just take it in. Like I said, damaging straight line winds with this thing. Wouldn't be shocked if we got some good 70, maybe even 80 mile per hour wind, especially on this northern side here. This is the part of main concern here is up in here. See, we had that precip. That's where you're going to have the stronger downdrafts. Down here, you'll probably still have some 40 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe some 50 or something like that. But up here where you got that precip loading, that's where you're going to get those more intense downdrafts. And it also makes sense too. Look at how it's kind of pushing out. It's kind of arcing out a little bit here. So
I thought derechos were rare. They are rare. They only happen like twice a year.
Pushing out more outflow on the northern side here. So we'll see. This thing is turning into an MCS. You even have a feeder band. Look at this. Little mid-level feeder band flowing in there. So it's a healthy storm. This thing is not going anywhere anytime soon here. We're probably going to have to get rolling here in a second. Windshield wipers.
A little update from Freddie McKinney out in the field. Riley also has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I actually have an update. Speaking of updates, I guess, just all the updates in the world. I have an update from Bryce and Paige, who are pulled over at a gas station right now. The passenger window of their car, like the one right next to Paige, is completely gone. They do not have any glass there. It's not just cracked. It's not blown out like you see a windshield. The window is gone. Also, it sounds like the grill of their car has also suffered substantial damage from the hail that they drove through and is basically gone as well. So definitely had some large hail and debris being thrown around by that tornado. They are all safe, but the car is definitely beat up.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that's Tornado Pagey. Again, if you have not already seen the video, we did show it a few minutes ago, but this is, again, how their window got busted. It was from debris flying from a tornado earlier in today's stream. And they were in a bad spot at a bad time, basically. Like, it was not intentional. They didn't mean to drive literally next to the tornado. I think it just happened. Sometimes, obviously, chasing is dangerous, and this does happen sometimes. It is hard to predict tornado motion in some cases, and they were obviously just a little too close to it. The debris field is huge, by the way. It really got big after, a few minutes. Like, that thing was huge. And again, if you have not already seen the video, you can check it out on Twitter or on Facebook, which are linked down below at MaxVelocityWX.
Definitely get their attention, I'll tell you that.
Look at that shelf cloud. Anybody ever have this type of cheese stick, by the way? I got this with my kids' meal from Wawa.
I kind of want to get a PA.
A Sargento string cheese stick.
I think a PA would be a lot of fun.
If anybody's had one in the chat, let me know. I'm curious on how it tastes.
Freddie, would you ever honk it for 15
He's
seconds straight? If I really want to
You've had them before. Give me a rating in the chat.
tick somebody off, I could.
The only trick is going to be having
as
to open this.
obnoxious as possible. That would be a good way to do it. What's up, Hana?
My fingernails, I just cut them and they're too short. I don't know if I can actually open this. Oh, I got it. There we go. Tastes like cheese? I would hope so.
What a shot, though.
I'll give it a rating.
Shelf cloud's really coming to fruition. Yeah, you got that right, V. It's a pretty mean-looking storm. What's up, Lexi?
It's cheese. Doesn't taste like much. Does it taste like cheese?
Yeah, so we're just gonna ride with this thing for now. Just gonna ride the wave. Ride this thing to the east.
So once again, located near Tynell in South Dakota.
What is this thing warned for, Charlie? Do you know what this thing is warned for right now?
Also got another good view. Can't pull up the stream though. Let's do this.
Currently warned for 70 mile/per-hour winds and 1.5 inch hail.
Dang, okay.
This is from John
70
McKinney.
mile-an-hour wind and 1.5 inch hail. So that's a pretty...
So John McKinney's also looking at that big shelf here. He's back over in Nebraska, if I'm saying the name right. So he's a little bit further down to the south. And I've already shown this in the past, but this is basically our little map of chasers and everything. So you can see where all the chasers are currently located on this little program that we made. And you can see Connor's located here. You got a few other chasers, all kind of sporadic here. Anybody that's pink or red are chasers. The blue dots are traffic cameras. And so they're kind of all near these severe thunderstorm warnings. But right now, the stats, in case you're curious, we are currently now at... we just crossed 31,000 cameras in this program. There's 8 active chasers that are out there right now. So, pretty cool.
Yeah, just gotta get a little bit further east. Out ahead of this thing.
Just grab this cheese stick from the fridge. W. This is a view from the Hazcam back over in Cherokee, Alabama right now. There's actually a storm rolling through there right now. Pretty elevated storm, but figured I'd point it out. Looks kind of cool. Worth pointing out there for a second. This storm looks crazy here in Nebraska. This is in far northern Nebraska. Jeffrey for the super chat. A little contribution from that deep fryer. Appreciate that.
Outflow winds are coming in.
Hey Pete for the super chat. It's crossing over a river. What river is this one? This is the Missouri River as well. Alright, same river. Actually a pretty river. Fix your tornado warnings? That is a good idea, isn't it? No longer have any tornado warnings. Oh, how long it's been like that. Put John McKinney on the bottom left. Vince is actually driving through the middle of some of the highest wind right now. This is Vince Walty. You can also watch him inside of the Radar Omega app if you download it with the top link in the description below. Driving through some high winds though right now. This is inside of our 70 mile/hour severe thunderstorm warning, possibly the beginning of a mesoscale convective system or a derecho here near Wagner. It's back over to Freddie, who's just out in front of where Vince is.
All right, let's hop back out again. Let's enjoy the shelf. Did you bring your ping pong paddle?
I accidentally left my ping pong paddle at home, unfortunately, so should have brought that.
Ping pong paddle.
I'll go to the full wide here for a moment, just so you can kind of get a grasp
becoming a
of
member.
the full scale of this
Almost
shelf
on my
cloud,
Sargento cheese stick.
Pretty nice one.
And then my
Just
kids'
getting
meal will be
pretty
gone,
south.
aside from the chocolate milk, which I'll not drink. For those that are wondering, never drink milk before going.
Yeah, this is the
live.
part of the storm that
It'll
we're
kill your voice.
concerned
At
with.
least it does that to
Pretty
me.
much right on our tail here. Like I said, it's got a good 70-mile-an-hour wind in there. Ping pong ball-sized hail. Could go play some cup
Vanessa,
pong
super
in
chat.
there. Should have brought my my cup pong
Midwest
set.
cheese stick. Is that where this is from? Is that what Sargento is? Where'd my wrapper go? Doing a little investigation. Yeah, it's from Plymouth,
Just
Wisconsin.
outside of the town of Tyndall. There you go.
I'm going to Wisconsin in like
Shout
3
out
days.
to everybody in Tyndall right now. Community on the rise.
on
See
vacation.
that?
You seem like a milk
Community
drinker?
on the
I do
rise.
drink milk
What we
quite
like
a
to
bit.
hear.
Other than when I'm not live.
Getting pretty dark in there too, so definitely doing a good job of masking out the sun right now. We're starting to get those good colors as well. Getting those nice evening colors.
Thank
Got
you,
a little
Muff,
bit of
the
a
super chat.
green
Appreciate that.
hue. It's very
Doing
dark, but there is a little bit of a green hue back in there as well.
What cheese are you going to eat in
This is just a
Wisconsin?
classic
I'll probably be eating a
summer
lot of cheese curds.
severe
I'll definitely post
storm
photos on
in the
Twitter and
Northern
Facebook.
Plains. I mean, this is just what you picture in your head when you think of a classic summer storm in South Dakota. It's just this right here. Nice kind of shot down the road here.
Freddie McKinney is also live on YouTube. He's also inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description. Need your address to mail you an air fryer? There's my mailing address is in the description. Somewhere.
Got some scud underneath the shelf. This thing's moving pretty quick, actually. She is coming up on us. We're gonna have to run here in a second. I kind of want to wait for it to get really close.
Have a great vacation. Appreciate that.
don't
Assuming
wanna wait
that
for
this
thing
is
to get
like, I
right
don't think
up
we're gonna be
on
live
us, and we
tomorrow
can
unless
kind
something
of
changes. But like,
give us a
this
nice
might be the
little
last stream until
tailwind
August.
so we can increase our fuel
We're still only like
mileage.
3 days away. Yeah, I'm talking about a deep fryer, by the way, not an actual air fryer. I want a deep fryer. I'll probably get one. Well, somebody mails me one, then I'll just use that.
Nah, that wasn't a
I want to
scuttle.
use a deep fryer, at least
I
try it.
wouldn't
Are
consider
you
that
golfing
one
at
a
Century?
scuttle.
I thought about it. I am golfing, but I thought about golfing at Century. Be a once in a lifetime
Community
experience.
really on the rise of a tornado. I feel
Vince
like
is now
I feel like
driving
the
through some
community-
really high winds. This is right inside of the storm on Highway 46, just south of Trip, east of Wagner. Meet and greet in Minnesota. I'm not doing a meet and greet. You do see me though. I mean, you can always say hi. I do get recognized quite a bit.
Whale's mouth right here. See, classic whale's mouth. This thing's actually starting to move. It's got some wheels. We're gonna have to get in the car here in a second. It's about the hail. Look at the wind right there. So yeah, she's packing a punch. Here she comes. Here she comes. I'm gonna preemptively put my hat in the car, actually. Ah, there's some manure. There's some manure in this wind. You can smell it. Smelling some fresh cow right now.
So we got some cow manure.
Wow, look at that.
From
shot.
cow manure.
Here it is. Probably a good 40, 30 maybe actually.
Sounds like the moderate risk of severe weather has been maintained for tonight. We'll talk more about that here in a moment once the storm predictions and outlook comes out.
Whale's mouth.
Freddie McKinney is now underneath the whale's mouth. He's underneath the shelf cloud here near Tyndale, South Dakota. You're back over in southeastern South Dakota and your Sioux Falls. Even if you're in Minnesota, you might see something like this tonight.
A little bit west working its way. There's a lot of dust kicking up in there, so I think we're pretty close to that.
Vince is really driving through high winds. He's been driving through high winds for several minutes now. Freddie is driving again. I do want to give you guys an update on the risk of severe weather for tonight as the Storm Prediction Center has released their new outlook. They have not changed really a whole lot when it comes to the actual risk. It is still a moderate risk of severe weather that is in place, which does include southwestern Minnesota, it does include northern Iowa, and it also includes far southeastern South Dakota. It has been shrunk a little bit. The moderate risk was a little bit further to the north. It was up into like here. They have removed that northern segment of the moderate, so it's no longer moderate. No matter what, you need to treat every risk level the same. You still need to be taking it seriously, as we are expecting the potential for widespread damaging winds this evening across the Midwest and the northern plains. This could be anywhere from 60 to 100 miles per hour. It doesn't really matter where you are in these risks. Again, in general, you could still see significant damaging winds and even the potential for a few tornadoes. Moderate risk, though, is maintained, again, just north of Des Moines. Let me go ahead and go over the tornado risk as well, which should update in a moment if it has not already. All right, tornado risk and wind threat have not updated. So once those update, we'll go over to them. I'm going to check and see if the SBC website, though, updated faster. Let's see. All right, has not updated yet. Once the SBC website updates, we'll go to the tornado risk and look at that and see if there's any major changes. In the last outlook, it was a 5% tornado risk. I would expect we still have a 5% tornado risk, but it'll probably be further south. We'll have to wait and see. Also, big line of storms right now moving into central Minnesota. If you're over in St. Cloud, Litchfield, Wilmar, be ready for damaging winds upwards of 60 to 75 miles per hour. As of right now, we do not have anything severe outside of just one warning south of Morris for 60 mile per hour winds. I do anticipate, though, that we'll probably start to see some severe warnings here soon as this line gets a little bit more organized. We also just got a report back over in Browerville, Minnesota, along CR 29 north of Millville Lake. There's a roof of a shed that was blown off. Fish house also blown around. That is relayed by county dispatch. That's one of the first damage reports that we're getting back over in Minnesota. Hey, Joey, for the sewer chat. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Mac. So there's been a couple of questions on what exactly a derecho is. So I figured we'd pull up this new updated version of derecho. Actually, has been updated over the last couple of years. But the NWS's definition of a derecho is a widespread severe windstorm characterized by a family of destructive downbursts containing multiple 75 plus mile per hour gusts associated with an extratropical cold pool driven mesoscale convective system. A mesoscale convective system produces a derecho when the following criteria are met. There's a big long list of things that we have to have happen, but we need severe reports from either wind damage of 58 miles per hour or more, incurring all from the same MCS, basically across the entire area. The parent MCS must be over 60 miles long. So long basically means from one side of the MCS to the other. That distance must be at least 60 miles per hour. All reports must occur in a progressive sequence, basically meaning they just occur as the line moves on. And there may be no more than 1 hour between individual wind reports. So, like, let's say we get an hour wind report here, and then an hour later we get one here. That's good. But if they're an hour and 15 minutes apart, that doesn't count. That is not going to be a derecho. And the wind reports may also not be further than 124 miles apart from each other, and the entire swath of wind from the start. So right here, all the way to where it ends, has to be at least 250 miles long. If we do not see a derecho today, I believe the reason that we're not going to see a derecho is going to be because we do not meet the 250 mile long length requirement, or because we do not see at least 5 75 plus mile per hour wind reports. And those would be basically the two failure modes today. But basically, this is a very complicated version and a specific version of saying there has to be wind in a lot of it and for a while. So basically, the more wind you have, the stronger it is, and the longer it lasts, the more likely it is to be a derecho.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Another update, by the way, our tornado risk has been updated. So we have a 5% tornado risk that is also has kind of shrunk down to the south. So they have moved this. Initially, it was actually further to the north. It was kind of up in here. It is now further south, so it now includes Sioux Falls, just northeast of Valentine, Nebraska. This 5% tornado risk does include Brookings, South Dakota, Mitchell, South Dakota, Yankton, South Dakota, Marshall, Minnesota, and Sioux Falls, South Dakota. That's about 550,000 people that are in the 5% tornado risk, about 18,000 square miles. And then the 2% tornado risk includes 1.2 million people, which includes Sioux City, Iowa, Mankato, Minnesota, Mason City, Iowa, Fort Dodge, Iowa, and also Owatonna, Minnesota. Does not include the Twin Cities, even though I do think, areas back over in the Twin Cities need to still be staying weather aware. The tornado risk does not technically include that area. I do think really it's going to come down to that, at least this tornado risk here, the Twin Cities. It's going to come down to the organization of this line. And if it can organize fast enough, I do think there is at least a low-end chance for an isolated tornado or two. But they have removed the tornado risk for the time being. Keep in mind, even if you're not in the tornado risk, we've had tornadoes happen before outside of even 2% tornado risks. We literally had one today. It's entirely possible that that could happen again today, or tonight, I should say, in the Midwest. As of right now, we have no tornado warnings. I keep forgetting the screen is on. We have no tornado warnings, so as of right now, all of our warnings are currently just severe. Once again, all of our severe warnings, for the most part, are just in South Dakota, Nebraska, or back over into western Minnesota. We have a new wind gust of 72 miles per hour out of Wagner, South Dakota, within the last 30 minutes. That's in Charles Mix County. It's from a personal weather station, so just off to the west of Tyndale. It's back over to John McKinney on our big shelf clad near Springfield, South Dakota.
Make sure I'm not missing something. Yeah, I got to cut north here for.
Hey, Jonathan, for the $10 super chat.
So we're gonna be back heading into the eye of the storm. So, by the way, last night, I don't know if any of you caught this, but last night my son Freddie was on the Discovery Channel. On the new season, season 2 started, first episode.
Hey, Jonathan, the super chat. No coverage or warnings beforehand, but many large trees and power lines down in Augress, Minnesota.
Freddie was on the Discovery Channel on season 2, first episode.
We actually do have right now at least a strong storm back over near Bay City in Michigan. But otherwise, not really a whole lot of anything happening, at least right now. There might have been a strong or even a severe storm earlier. We might have just missed it. We've had a lot of severe weather ongoing. Obviously, a lot of stuff ongoing in the Midwest today. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Alexandria near I-90 just south of Salem. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's kind of interesting because this storm does have like a little area of convergence that's attempting to come together over near Fulton, South Dakota. That is tracking down to the southeast, going towards I-90, eventually going towards Bridgewater, Emory, and eventually going towards Canastota. So there is a chance that this could try to produce a tornado at some point. As of now, not tornado warned, but does at least have some broad rotation moving down to the southeast right now. The storm near Scotland is still producing significant damaging winds. You can see the velocities really surging right now over Kaler, going towards Oliviet and as well as Scotland. And again, this could be the beginning of a derecho, but as of now, nothing's really linear at this point. It's just clustered together. We got multiple different semi-discrete and discrete storms. This is the leading edge of that line of storms. This is Vince Walty, who's just starting to get out of the wind now. You can see the leading edge in that shelf cloud there.
South Dakota until 8:30 p.m. At 7:46 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Fulton, or 10 miles east
Praise
of
Bobby
Fulton,
is.
moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. Hazard, 60 miles an hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. Source, radar.
So he's catching up to the leading edge of the line of storms here.
Damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near Alexandria and Palmer around 7:50 p.m. Emory around 7:55 p.m. Bridgewater and Clayton around 8:05 p.m. Other locations in the path of this severe thunderstorm include Dixon. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor.
Also, John McKinney's you the same
I'll watch
line.
it again in full on a replay.
Here's a pretty good view from Freddie. Look at this. Good view of the shelf cloud from Tyndale.
But anyway, I took a hailstone right into the neck. And I will tell you, that did not feel good. Definitely did not feel good taking a nice hailstone to the neck. got a nice hail hickey from that one. Here comes our certified shelfie right now. This is a certified shelfie if I've ever seen one. Nice, nice crisp shelf cloud. Some good fingering going on the front side, and just look at the upper tier there. This is a textbook South Dakota shelf cloud here.
Shout out to Dan with the $14 PayPal donation. Appreciate that.
And the tornado threat is pretty much done. Like I said, tornado threat should be pretty much done. I am still shocked that we got tornadoes out of today. This was not supposed to be a tornado chase. This was supposed to be a derecho chase, which turned into a crazy tornado chase. So I'm still kind of processing what happened today a little bit. Was not anticipating that in the slightest, but you know, that's just chasing, man.
Get more derecho-like. It is beginning to get a little bit more derecho-like.
That is just what happens.
I mean, it's still not linear. We don't even have a line of storms yet. Just a bunch of clusters.
So yeah, I will probably follow this thing back toward the good old Yankton metro area. Let's take a look at chat here for a second. The cicada is a paid actor. All right, appreciate it, Wendy. Thanks, guys.
It's a very normal profession that we have.
There's nothing.
McKinney's view. But once again, this is the cluster of storms going through Olivet, still producing significant damaging winds. It'll be heading towards Parker and eventually going towards Sioux Falls. The storm near Fulton and Alexandria still has a bit of a couplet here, and it still has a chance of producing a tornado. This is currently tracking to the east right now. Again, not tornado warned as of right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting a tornado warning on this storm as it continues to track to the east. It's going to be going right through Alexandria here over the next few minutes. There is still clearly a couplet forming on radar, so I do think there is a chance that they will tornado warn this as it moves down to the southeast. You can see that little hook and that strong little inflow just north of Alexandria. So tornado risk is definitely still there, heading towards Emory, Bridgewater, and Canastota. You guys are all in the path right now of a potentially tornadic storm. They do not have a tornado possible label on this as of right now, but they probably will add one based off what we're seeing on radar right now. No severe warnings at all anymore in Minnesota, by the way. We're at 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Got 1 in Kentucky, actually, for Owensboro. So we got a singular severe thunderstorm right now back over in Owensboro, Kentucky, that is going to be tracking towards Beaver Dam and eventually going towards Central City. Mainly a damaging wind threat as of right now. Very beautiful view, by the way. This is from Morgantown, Kentucky on Radar Mega Cyclone Port. You got the sun setting, and on top of that, you got a beautiful view of the storms. Big overshooting cloud tops here. So, quite the storm here.
Got to get the brakes changed.
Back to Freddie McKinney on a beautiful
the old
shelf
ravioli here, which is not good. Not good. I was going to do that this weekend, but well, I got sick and storm spawned. So
this one's just south of the storm that is beginning to rotate.
I also got to do an oil change on this thing. I'm probably about 700 miles past the 5,000 mark, so which isn't terrible, but I do like to stick to that 5,000 mark because my goal is I want this car to last as long as it can. Like, you know, vehicles ain't cheap, so I definitely don't want to next year have to be searching for a brand new vehicle. We'd like to make this thing last a few years. Look at this right here. Got a little motion just on the leading edge of the shelf. So if you have to get a vehicle every other year storm chasing or every year, it's not the most effective strategy when it comes to you know, finances. So definitely do not want to be getting a vehicle every year. Wow, look at this. It's kind of really gusting out here, and then it's kind of pushed back in, and then look how wavy it is.
But Sioux Falls, mainly going to be a damaging wind threat. This is probably what we're going to be seeing here in a few hours, or not in a few hours, probably within the next hour. Let's say view also for
I probably need to hop back.
Got some modest clouds there at the top right of your screen, little Dippin' Dot clouds.
What is all that brown? Is it dust? I don't know.
This is on the back side of this like little cluster that is formed east of Platte.
Wow.
Some modest clouds. Pretty common with storms like this.
Okay, let's get back onto the old road here.
Let's get back on the old road here. Dude, it is so incredibly humid out here, guys. You just don't even understand.
That's this storm again near Tynell, still producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. There is still a low chance that this could produce a tornado as it heads towards Parker. You can actually see on radar kind of spinning just a little bit in this area. I see like a little bit of spin. It's not really that noticeable, but there's a little bit of spin on reflectivity. I do think that there is a chance, at least in the long term, maybe even somewhat soon, that as this moves over Oliviette and eventually goes towards Parker, we actually could see a tornado try to spin out of this thing. So, something to keep an eye on. That will be heading towards the south side of Sioux Falls. If you're over in Sioux Falls, though, this will be what we're really watching for. Back over near Alexandria, which keep in mind that this is rotating. We got at least some broad rotation just north of I-90. It will be crossing over I-90 going towards Emory in a few minutes, and then Bridgewater and Canastota are in the path of that. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Parker, Vermilion, and Yankton in southeastern South Dakota. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Another cool view of the Modest clouds.
Good night.
It's just a field of Modest clouds there.
Drop in the comments if you've ever seen Dusty Mams. I know. It's like a backwards.
Modest clouds, by the way, I had somebody just ask on a super chat. I think Kat asked. It's basically like, you know, modest clouds are pretty common with very intense updrafts and downdrafts. So again, this storm in particular has had very strong updrafts and downdrafts. Like we've had very strong downburst damaging winds. We've had very strong updrafts, kind of building up our storm, all the instability that is in place in southeastern South Dakota.
Lucky me. Look at that. Jiminy Cricket.
That's just a field of Modest clouds right now. That is back over in South Dakota. I'm gonna put them bottom left of your screen. A very good view there of the storm on the backside. This is where they're located, by the way. So tornado Pagey on the west side here of that storm. And that's where all the Modest clouds are currently being spotted, at least from what we've seen so far. Vince is on the east side of the storm, and he might have a view of some. Not really, just a big shelf. That's Vince's view of the big shelf cloud here near Oliviette. Speaking of Modest clouds, we don't even have to go to South Dakota to see Modest clouds tonight. Instead, if you're over in Greenwood, Indiana, like Vixen is, there are some Modest clouds here. An entire field of them. These are kind of smaller in general. They're not like big fat ones, but they're there. Yeah, if you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, MaxVelocityWX. Whoa.
Yeah, we're really fogging right now. Turn the air back on.
Back over to Vince.
Crossed a little gust front, apparently. It's acting like a little cold front. Back into that warm, humid air now. Alright, I would not rate this shelf cloud very high on my list, but maybe once we get out ahead of it, it'll look a little better.
This definitely will not take the cake for the craziest shelf cloud of the year, but it is a shelf cloud. Thank you, Patty, for becoming a member.
Open the windows a bit, get that fog out of here.
Thank you, Kat, for the super chat. Yeah, Modest clouds, I mean, it usually signals severe weather. Like, whenever we have Modest clouds, most of the time, there's severe weather associated with them, with those types of storms. So, not all the time, but good majority of the time whenever we have them. It's a pretty cool view of a storm back over in Cherokee, Alabama right now, on one of the HazCams. Nothing really too concerning here, but we do have a special weather statement in this area for some gusty winds. Pretty elevated storm, but figured I'd show you guys. Interesting view there. Also, they have upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning further off to the north. This is back over in Alexandria and Emory. There is now a tornado possible label on this. Once again, broad area of rotation is located over Alexandria. That is going to be tracking into Emory, Bridgewater, and Canastota here. Going right down Highway 262. So if you're in this area, continue to stay weather aware. There is a hook echo on this as well, and an inflow. So I do think it has a chance of producing a tornado as it continues to track over I-90. And I also still think there is a chance of a tornado with this storm near Oliviette. We actually have a little bit more inflow now coming over the north side of Oliviette and a hook on the southwest side. And the rotation overall is definitely coming together a little bit more now. So definitely keep an eye out. If you're over near Sioux Falls, there is a tornado risk that will exist with these storms as they continue to push to the east. Beautiful shelf cloud here. Just north of Yankton. The 360 view of that shelf cloud.
Getting impacted by this right now. Actually Scotland's getting kind of the most intense wind right now. Yeah, look at that.
I guess it's not bad.
I do think this thing has a chance of producing a tornado. I know it's a big shelf cloud right now, but north side of it near Oliviette, I do think it has a chance. I can kick out something here soon. By the way, this is the new moderate risk of severe weather. Haven't really shown you guys a close-up personal view of it, but it does include Sioux Falls, Brookings, Worthington, Fairmount, Austin in Minnesota, and then Mason City, Waverly, just northwest of Waterloo in Iowa. Sioux Center's also included that. Spencer's also included in that, and Lamar's. So, again, does not include Clear Lake anymore in South Dakota. Doesn't really go up towards Minneapolis either. The enhanced risk does include St. Paul and Minneapolis. And the Des Moines area is in a slight risk of severe weather. So just figured I'd show you guys again. This is a more close-up view, though, of the risk of severe weather tonight. And if you want to see a more close-up view of it, you can also download the Radar Omega app and have the SBC outlook on, and you can get like a little closer view of that. This is also the tornado risk for reference. So a little bit closer view of that as well. The 5% tornado risk includes Sioux Falls, Yankton, Sioux Center, Lamar's, and Worthington, just south of Clear Lake and Brookings. And then Clark, Miller, Sioux City, and then just southwest there, Minneapolis. You guys are in the 2% tornado risk. Fairmont, New Ulm, and Redwood Falls in Owatonna, all in the 2% tornado risk. Hey, Dog, for the $20 super chat. In Washington, Indiana, our power's been out for quite a bit. Are we going to get anything serious?
Be our spot.
Nothing more for Indiana. You guys are clearing out. Just a couple of pop-up storms. Most of the storms that were strong have now moved through the state, and they're now in Kentucky.
Source, public. At 7:53 p.m. a 60 miles an hour wind gust was reported 6 miles southwest of Scotland, South Dakota. Impact.
I think Vince is going to be heading north here, which... honestly, I agree with. Again, I do think there is a potential for a tornado a bit further to the north, so Vince is going to be heading in that direction here. Or, oh, maybe just pulling off. But if he goes further north, there is a little bit of rotation that he might run into.
Oh, that is a nice shelf cloud, actually. It smells like fresh cut. Oh, shit. That's a steep ditch.
That's, again, Vince. Let me go over to Freddie, actually. He's driving up the road, it looks like. So Freddie's driving towards that area of rotation near Oliviette.
Yeah, now we are activating full-time windbag mode. This is officially turning into a giant windbag. We have very much transitioned away from the tornado threat and very much transitioned into windbag mode here. Let's see, I might try to find another place to pull off here at some point and get a better, just another nice shot from outside the car. We're not driving down the road.
See if I can find a place up here somewhere. Almost to my road too. That takes me down to Yankton.
It's a pretty cool view from Sean McKinney of this storm. Wow. It's in Tabor, South Dakota. Right underneath the whale's mouth.
The whale's mouth here a little bit better out this way now, maybe there.
Have a cool texture to the clouds.
Pretty windy. Scud fingers are going.
Here comes the shelf cloud rolling in. This is back over to Vince.
That's nice.
Here, Yankton.
Alright, I didn't know that the stream went down. I'm sorry.
Also, just a quick heads up, if you're back over near Minneapolis, again, big line of storms going to be coming in here over the next hour. None of this is severe still. Again, it's been mostly rain, just strong storms. Again, nothing severe. Flooding risk is definitely going to be elevated with how much rain is falling here. But yeah, again, nothing severe right now moving into the Minneapolis area, at least in the next hour. Now, again, that could change. I still think we're going to start to see some severe warnings pop up as this moves towards St. Cloud and Minneapolis. But this is really going to probably be the big round of storms if you're back over in central Minnesota tonight. And the wind started to pick up here. This back over just north of Yankton near Jamesville in South Dakota. Vince is now underneath the whale's mouth. Be repositioning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so this is actually kind of interesting via the North Platte radar site. This is any regular outflow boundary, but for whatever reason, it's very prominent on radar, and you can see it very, very well. It's actually up to 50 decibels or more in some areas. So if you're in Stapleton, Nebraska, you can probably go outside, look to your north right now, and you're going to see quite the roll cloud coming through, or maybe even a shelf cloud. Depends on what exactly the boundary looks like when it gets to you. But this is really, really strong for what a boundary normally looks like on radar. And it's just cool to see making its way through Nebraska.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. If you guys have any photos or videos of that too, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocity WX. That's back over in central and northern Nebraska. You've never been underneath a shelf cloud before? This is what it looks like in most cases. This is driving right underneath the shelf cloud. This is near Janesville in South Dakota. Still a chance of an isolated tornado risk back over near Menno. There is still broad rotation there. That's going to be heading up towards Viborg, Hurley, and Centerville here soon. Look bottom right of your screen, you can kind of see that area of at least some convergence trying to come together there just south of Menno. So Vince is kind of looking in that direction. This is a camera that's looking north. Can't see anything tornadic from how far south he is, but it's definitely in that general area. It's gonna be up a little ways on that shelf cloud.
That is a really cool shot.
Getting very dark in Yankton. It is definitely gonna be getting dark. The storm's being out of the west. And obviously the sun's setting. It's going to be dark. The echo tops on this storm right now are being measured at around 55 to almost 60,000 feet still. These are still very tall thunderstorms in southern South Dakota. The storm near Alexandria as well is at 61,000 feet. Also, back over in Mitchell, South Dakota, there was a 55-mile-per-hour wind gust measured by a personal weather station. The storm is still rotating a little bit, broad rotation, going right down Highway 262. That'll be going towards Bridgewater, Canastota. Long term, again, this is trying to track in the direction of Sioux Falls. So if you're over in Sioux Falls, continue to stay weather aware as that continues to track to the east. I still think this could deserve a tornado warning. Again, there is rotation for sure on this. Very strong RFD surge right now north of Jamesville, near Highway 81 here in South Dakota. But there is also some inflow trying to come around that. So I do think that there is a chance that we could get a tornado warning on this going towards Spring Valley. Back over to Vince. He's not far from us. He's just south of it by a couple miles. They have upgraded this warning to tornado possible. It's also been upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds here.
Looks like.
So definitely think a tornado warning is a possibility here just east of Oliviet. Also, this was just sent in by Donna on Twitter. Some Georgia Mammatus clouds. It was with a question mark, but yes, these are Mammatus clouds. Also, this is a photo sent in by Crystal on Twitter. Photos from the from a home hit yesterday near my mom's house in Henry, South Dakota. This is one of the homes that was damaged from yesterday's tornado. In case you guys did not watch yesterday's stream, we had a big tornado on live stream. Unfortunately, it did at least hit a couple of buildings in that area. Another photo of that. So that was all from yesterday's tornado. Again, just outside of Watertown, South Dakota. And once again, on radar, we still have an area of rotation that is developing right now northwest of Jamesville, South Dakota, that is heading towards Viborg, Hurley, and Centerville. Back over to Vince.
What's it called? Not really embedded supercell, but like a
big shelf cloud again. He's just south of where this is. He's going north, so he's gonna be heading towards that area of at least broad rotation on radar.
Broad rotation there. I'm watching that.
It's probably a waste of my time is what it is, because I'm going to go north. There's a road like 2 miles east of here.
So again, that's the area of interest. So you see where it curves back there? That little curve back in there is where we're looking at the rotation. At least on radar, that's how it matches up as well. You can see like a little thumb here on radar. You can see like a little thumb inflow.
I think I've been.
And then this is where Vince is located, so he's just kind of coming around that. So in the next couple minutes, we may have a view of that area of rotation that's definitely ramping up.
As more time to organize, you can see, yeah, maybe the wind speeds increase as it goes.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking at a storm. I believe it's actually in Nebraska, just barely northeast of O'Neill. It is severe warning, considerable for golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. It is in quite the radar hole, but it looks like there may be a little bit of a side lobe couplet on that storm. We're also dealing with an issue, basically the radar not being synced up. The scans are 2 minutes apart, every other scan or so. So it's really hard to tell what's going on rotation-wise, but this is currently not a storm that has a tornado possible tag on it. I do think there is a chance of a tornado, however, because of low confidence due to radar just being very far away. I don't think they should tornado warn it, but I would support an upgrade to tornado possible.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. This back over to Vince. He's going to be coming up in that area of rotation in a second. I also want to show you guys Freddie McKinney's view just north of Yankton. So if you're back over in Yankton, South Dakota right now, this one looks like you got a big shelf cloud just off to your west. Pretty standard shelf cloud, nothing really too crazy.
I'm gonna pull over here real quick because I don't want to get up there and all this.
So he's a little bit further down to the south. This is Vince's view. Again, Vince is gonna be driving up into that area of at least we think rotation right now. Again, it does look like it's at least broadly rotating on radar near Jamesville. It's gonna be going into Spring Valley in a few minutes. You can see bottom right of your screen, big surge of wind going towards the radar. We still got a little inflow coming around it. Wow, look at the RFD. Wow.
Talk about a car wash.
Oh, he's driving through probably at least 70-mile-per-hour winds here. He's almost underneath the area of rotation as well. It's going to be right in front of him.
Well, this is one way to see what's going on. Good Lord.
It's on Highway 81, by the way, west of Spring Valley. The wind has seriously increased here. Going through hurricane force winds here.
Any second now. There it is. Hope it's paved. Yeah, it's paved. Nope, it's gravel. Is it gravel or dirt? They're two very different things.
That's a sus road.
It's gravel. Okay, we're good. We're good. If it was dirt, it'd be a different story.
So Vince is very close to that area of rotation. This is Freddy's view, just south of that rotation.
Extending beyond the
Tons of lightning with this huge shelf cloud. This is all the leading edge of damaging winds, around 60 to 75 miles per hour. Look at all the dirt being kicked up by the wind too.
See what that dust is all about.
There we go. Who just set a 50 bomb? Oh wait, no, that was Michael. Never mind.
It's also
Michael
John McKinney's view of that shelf as well.
Be getting hit by it. I think that might be his plan.
It's got a brand new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be back over in Minnesota, South Dakota, Northwest Iowa, Northeast Nebraska. They have mentioned that the severe threat will likely continue over the next few hours. Wind damage, hail, and a brief tornado or two are all possible. Most probable peak intensity for damaging winds is up to 90 miles per hour. And golf ball sized hail or less is still possible. Tornado or two also remain possible. They didn't mention most probable peak intensity for tornadoes, but keep in mind those are still a possibility tonight. Freddy's going to be driving right into this line of storms here in 2 seconds. He's driving right up into it.
Quick. Alright, I think I'm actually just going to pull up to right about here. Look at this. There's some dust.
I think it might get a little windy.
I think it already is a little bit windy.
Some dirt going across the road here, some dust.
A lot of dust getting kicked up, I guess, from this this parking lot here. You can really see it. Look at this. There you go. There you go. Not good for the air filter, I'll tell you that. Maybe I should flip around. Right, clog up my car's air filter here. Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
The wind's definitely picking up here. Oh, dirt go flying.
A lot of dust getting kicked up, so probably a good 50 mile an hour wind. Never know, it could be touching 60.
You should open your window right now.
I'm going to decline. I'm going to say no to the
I just open his window. Sean McKinney, he's also looking at the shelf cloud. This is back over near Tabor in Yankton, South Dakota. If you're in the Yankton area, definitely stay away from windows. There could be some flying debris from how high the winds are.
There we go.
It's getting stronger again.
There we go. There's a good gust.
Got the leading edge of the shelf cloud right there, by the way. All that
nice
like
gust
cloud right there.
So
That is all the shelf.
I might take it south now. Maybe we'll kind of run south. Back down toward the great Yankton metro area here and see if we got any shenanigans going down here.
There's all the leading edge of the shelf right there. And John McKinney is, I believe, in the Yankton area. You can see the winds are starting to pick up here as well.
Yeah, this one is... might go for the south one. So let's get to Yankton.
Also, this is Vince. He is near the area of rotation that we've been talking about for quite some time. He's actually very close to it. Look bottom right of your screen. So we got a very strong RFD surge, at least some rotation. You can see a big thumb forming on radar. And again, I still would not be surprised if we got a tornado warning for this. Vince is just barely in front of that.
Some spots to the...
But if we go back over to live radar again, notice how this is starting to bulge out a little bit. We got a little bit of it. Again, we got an inflow clearing out here. Got a hook echo also forming on radar. This is going to be going right towards Viborg, Centerville, and Hurley. There is definitely rotation, and we at least have a very strong RFD surge, which is what Vince went through a few minutes ago. And then on top of that, we still have an inflow that's coming around. It's not super definitive as of right now, but I do think we are going to probably see at least a threat here of a tornado as this line, or this little cluster, continues to move to the east. It will eventually be approaching Canton, Bez Abbotsford, and Wakanda. A little bit further to the north as well, back over near Alexandria. This storm is still currently severe thunderstorm warned. It has broad rotation going into Bridgewater, South Dakota in a moment, and eventually approaching Canastota. Back over in Sioux Falls, nothing severe there as of right now, but this right here is what we're keeping an eye on. Going through Hartford, Humboldt, and then Sioux Falls. May even have some pretty strong gusty winds right now along I-90. Could see a severe thunderstorm warning here soon for Sioux Falls for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We'll kind of wait and see on that. Then back over in Minnesota right now, big cluster of storms off to your west producing gusty winds. There is a chance again for an isolated tornado and damaging winds as this continues to track to the east, but nothing as of right now is currently producing severe limit winds or even tornado threat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update out of Morris, Minnesota, where there's a flash flood warning. It sounds like law enforcement is reporting up to 2 feet of water over County Road 22. It sounds like there's other flooding as well. This flash flood warning is set to expire in 55 minutes, but I would not be surprised if that gets extended.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the updates. So that's back over in Morris and Hancock in western Minnesota. That is an area that dealt with really heavy rainfall yesterday, and the same thing happened today. They've had a lot of rain over the last 48 hours, leading to pretty major flooding. Also, new wind gusts out of Scotland, South Dakota from a personal weather station. A 72-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported there approximately 20 minutes ago, which I believe, especially with what we've seen out of this surge of wind from what we saw with Vince just a few minutes ago. So still some significant damaging winds right now, tracking to the east, eventually going towards Viborg. And there is still broad rotation on this. Again, Vince is just barely out in front of that rotation. It's currently traveling east, so we're looking at the leading edge of the shelf cloud, but right behind him would be the area of rotation.
The next right, drop south back to that highway. Still have that little area of rotation back off to our northwest, but I don't think it's going to produce a tornado. Sometimes you can get those little embedded QLCS circulations that produce tornadoes in these line segments, but I don't think that's the case here.
Look at this beautiful storm back over in Kentucky right now. This is located in Russellville, Kentucky, one of the Radar Omega cyclone ports. You watch these cameras inside of the Radar Omega app. A beautiful little storm that went up there as the sun is setting. There is a pretty big line of storms that's moving right now through western Kentucky. It's mostly just producing gusty winds. This is also a view from Morgantown, Kentucky, of the leading edge of the storms. Got a little bit of cloud-to-cloud lightning there on the right as well. A beautiful view here as the sun sets back over in Kentucky. Let's go over to Connor. He's looking at the leading edge of the shelf cloud here. Let me do slot 1. This is Connor's view.
So I'm gonna blast right at it.
Big shelf cloud here. This is a view from Irene, South Dakota.
No, I don't have a freaking key.
It's also Storm Intermediate's view of
Thankfully,
that.
I have 2 drones that crashed, but are totally fine, so we're good.
See how fast it's moving at us, chat? Look at it. It's already right here.
It's pretty cool. This is a photo that was just sent in by Gary on Twitter. Some very turbulent skies. Don't have a location on this, but very cool clouds from today. Very wavy. For asperatus clouds, I'm pretty sure is the name of them. It's back over to Vince. He's just east of, again, that area of rotation, which is still on radar, just out the Spring Valley.
Here we go.
I'm just going to start picking up here over the next couple minutes. Back to him in a second once his connection gets a little bit better. This is Storm Intermedia. Their view of the shelf cloud that's rolling in near Irene. Oh.
There you go, Jim. Ow. Dang it, dude. This thing does not want to be in focus.
can't wait till I can actually see what the shelf cloud looks like, because it just looks like a wall of gray to my west.
Yeah, but it looks like that until it doesn't look like that anymore. It's, I'd say it's a 7 out of 10 shelf. Pretty cool looking.
I look forward to seeing it.
All right, he is repositioning. This is Connor's view as well of the shelf cloud. That shelf cloud's gonna be rolling through Irene here over the next few minutes. Still have an area of rotation near Mayfield. No tornado warning as of right now. I think the tornado risk, again, is not super high, but I definitely think it exists. Still have, again, a big RFD surge right now north of Highway 46. A little bit of inflow as well. And if we were to see a tornado, it would probably be rain wrapped. We just got a new radar scan, so we'll have to wait and see what the velocities look like. But still think this thing has a chance of producing as it continues to move towards I-29. The storm that is off to the west of Sioux Falls near Bridgewater, that one's been losing its grip when it comes to rotation. Not really seeing much of any rotation at this point on this storm. It was rotating a lot more near Alexandria, but is much more, it's definitely weakened as of lately. A little bit more concern for areas near Sioux Falls. We actually have a little storm that has gone up near Humboldt and Hartford that is about to be pushing into Sioux Falls here soon. Damaging winds almost undoubtedly going to be happening with this. Radar is estimating 60-mile-per-hour winds already, and there's no severe warning for this as of right now. And so I would expect a severe warning going towards Sioux Falls here probably very soon. And even then, I mean, there's even a little bit of maybe a little bit broad rotation trying to develop just north of I-90. So at least a low-end tornado potential in the next 20-30 minutes as that goes into Sioux Falls. So definitely not out of the woods yet if you're at Sioux Falls for severe weather. It's coming right now. So be prepared for severe weather here shortly. Back over to Vince on that area of rotation. He's actually pretty much next to it now. He's kind of in the little hook. That side of Mayfield.
In half a mile, turn left on the South Dakota 46 East.
Maybe losing signal again.
All right, here's our road, finally. We'll get out ahead of this pretty quick.
Here, a little bit of the small hail falling.
Yeah, it won't take much.
Turn left on the South Dakota 46 East.
The National Weather Service is
picking up a little bit here.
Thunderstorm warning for northeastern Knox
over in Mayfield, South Dakota.
46 East for 6 miles.
County in northeastern Nebraska until 9:15 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was
losing signal there, but that is getting south of Sioux Falls. I do think there's a potential, again, back over near Sioux Falls that we could get a tornado risk. Again, there is at least a little bit of an RFD surge now over I-90 and a little bit of inflow. I'm surprised we do not have a severe warning yet for Hartford, but I do think there's a potential, again, for a tornado with this as it continues to track in the direction of Sioux Falls and Brandon. Still no warning on that. We also just got a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings in Kentucky for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is an observed threat for Davies and McLean counties, going also Butler and Ohio counties. So be ready for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading in the direction of Morgantown here. Very good view again of this storm in Morgantown right now on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port, which again you can watch all these cameras inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. A decent amount of cloud-to-cloud lightning as well there on the right. Very orange skies from the sunset. Also had a pretty good view of the storm near Russellville as well, which is very small, but noticeable. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over in Sioux Falls. This will be for a bunch of different counties, but I believe Sioux Falls was just put into a new severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there it is. So actually, Sioux Falls technically isn't in the warning. It's kind of a mix of both storms here, but if you're over in Sioux Falls, I'd be staying away from windows as the storm approaches. It's going to be there in the next like 5-6 minutes or so as it moves into Hartford, I-90, and eventually going towards Sioux Falls. Also, Vince is starting to drive through some pretty high winds inside of that little area of rotation that we had on the southern severe thunderstorm warning.
got rain blow across the road. Jesus.
Storm warning for western Minnehaha County in southeastern South Dakota, northwestern Lincoln County in southeastern South Dakota.
Wisconsin's not going to be really till like overnight. It's going to be mainly a damaging wind risk. Low tornado risk on the western half of the state.
Northern Turner County in southeastern South Dakota, northeast Hutchinson County in
Am I drinking coffee? No, this is a strawberry banana like smoothie thing from Wawa.
A severe thunderstorm was located near Salem, or 15 miles northwest of Lake.
More to fill me up, so I don't have to eat actual food.
Moving east at 30 miles an hour.
Winds are definitely picking up here. A little bit stronger. Rotation's gotten a lot broader on radar, but definitely a big surge of wind going right into Wakanda and as well as Centerville and Viborg. I'm getting a little bit more concerned about the storm going towards Sioux Falls. We have been, again, seeing a pretty big surge of wind, literally right over I-90 here, just over the last few minutes, just outside of Sioux Falls. And I personally do think there is a chance for an isolated tornado risk. I don't think it's like imminent, but we have at least been seeing, again, big RFD surge kind of cutting out in front of this. We got a little bit of convection going up near Hartford, but we could see a little inflow try to develop here as well. Could lead to an isolated tornado risk. So if you're in the Sioux Falls area, definitely stay alert. Definitely not impossible to see a tornado in this environment. This is, again, tracking to the east-southeast. Currently moving east-southeast at about 30 miles per hour. So it'll be moving into Sioux Falls literally within the next probably 25 minutes, maybe even sooner than that. This is located in Irene, South Dakota right now. This is a good idea of what you can basically expect as well in Sioux Falls in terms of winds.
Moving east at 35 miles an hour. Hazard, 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected.
Visibility is about a quarter of a mile or so. Not impossible driving conditions, but definitely more treacherous. If you're over in Sioux Falls going westbound on I-90 and you're like a truck driver, it might be a good idea to pull off for now until the storm passes, especially if the winds intensify further than they already are.
I get to these gas stations where the power goes out.
The storm, by the way, that Vince is on is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Got a new radar scan coming in on our Sioux Falls storm. We'll have that in just a second.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Well, I just got hit by a frickin' tree.
Wow.
Okay, we're not stopping. There is debris flying all over the road.
Well, it got a little bit more intense here near Viborg. Almost looks like a hurricane.
Moses. Whoa, there's a dumpster! What the frick is happening?
Apparently there's a dumpster moving. Got a dumpster on the move. Got shop. Oh no, there's a garbage bin.
I got trees coming down everywhere and dumpsters moving.
Yeah, there's branches down absolutely everywhere in this town. This is in Irene.
Vortice here or something.
Irene, South Dakota. This is the power of 70-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, we got branches and trees down literally everywhere. I just saw a bunch down the right.
50 miles per hour winds.
Got a bunch of
garbage. I got a bunch of trees down in this town, and a dumpster went flying. So
I mean, this is hurricane force winds again right now in Irene. It's definitely 70+ mile-per-hour winds at the minimum, probably 75+.
For it out there to the east, that might be an option.
Yeah, I got hit by like a tree branch, not like a damaging one, just a small one, and then all of a sudden a dumpster went flying across the road. A tree came down to my right, and there's a bunch of trees down everywhere, so I'm not. The hell with that town. All right, we are not welcome in that town.
Yeah, we're probably just not seeing like.
Also, severe thunderstorm warning in Davies and McLean counties in Kentucky was just upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, we're not welcome in that town. Moving on. What is happening right now?
This is literally just driving through hurricane force
Freaking
winds.
dumpster going across the road,
Pretty
trees
sure it
coming
was
down.
a dumpster, not just a Cybertruck.
Oh no, this was like a wheeled dumpster just sailing across the road. I mean, it was moving.
Goodness.
Yeah, we'll have to get gas in the next town.
Apologize for
It's,
that
we got
Cybertruck.
17 miles. We'll make it.
Got burned. Oh, winds are still pretty gusty here. Again, it's just south of Sioux Falls. Again, back over near Sioux Falls, definitely getting, again, more concerned about a significant wind threat that's going to be moving into town over the next few minutes. That's near Hartford Crooks, going towards Renner Corner. Velocities on radar being measured at 70 to almost upwards of 80 miles per hour. So an upgrade to potentially considerable or even destructive winds is definitely possible. This is right on I-90. On top of that, we still have a potential for an isolated tornado. Not really looking imminent still, but we do have a very strong RFD surge, and then maybe a little bit of, winds going away from the radar that are trying to wrap around, which would be our inflow winds. So something to keep an eye on. Thank you, James, for the super chat. Dumpster truck merch win. It's terrible. Thank you also, Christine, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I actually have an update out of Kentucky. So that did get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I believe that is due to law enforcement reports of power lines being damaged. There's been actually a couple different reports, basically Owensboro and a few more due south of that. And I would imagine that due to the power line damage they are seeing, that is why they have gone ahead and issued a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Obviously, this is a very localized area of convection, and it's something that I'm actually surprised is still managing to strengthen. So it'll be interesting to see how long it manages to stay as strong as it is, but at least a short-term severe threat there over the next few hours.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So again, a little cluster of storms right now going through Kentucky right now near Beaver Dam, Central City, going towards Greenville. Should continue to produce damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour for the next at least half an hour to an hour. We just got a new radar scan near Sioux Falls, and again, we still have a big surge of wind right now that is going to be heading right into Sioux Falls in the next few minutes. Velocities are being measured at upwards of 85 miles per hour. Definitely a very dangerous area of storms right now approaching Sioux Falls. Stay away from windows if you're in the Sioux Falls area. Also, this look at the storm that's just south of Sioux Falls,
Awesome
a huge
shelf,
shelf
we're
cloud.
about ready to have to run already,
Storm over Media's
guys.
POV.
It's already right there.
Back over to the south near Centerville, just west of I-29. Yeah,
We already
quickly the
almost
shelf
have to
cloud's
run.
moving. See the leading edge of the shelf cloud right there. Very ominous. So that's just south of Sioux Falls. That's on the other storm that's back over to the west of Centerville that is producing damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour, perhaps even higher than that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just doing a little bit of extra analysis on this storm that's headed into Sioux Falls. I'm noting the same thing you are. Winds are much stronger than what the storm's currently warned for as well. It also looks like the winds are falling out of the storm, so that means that they're not actually just straight line damaging winds, they're coming down. This does mean that it will do extra damage in Sioux Falls. I would expect to see a warning, something like this here pretty soon, and it's probably going to be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and I hope that they use that extremely dangerous situation tag that we talk about when they do issue that warning, because I do think this is going to be an extremely dangerous situation for Sioux Falls. So if you're in Sioux Falls, expect that you probably have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning coming. They will sound the tornado sirens for that. You should act as if that is a tornado warning. Do the same thing you would as if that was a tornado. So be prepared in Sioux Falls for winds upwards of 80, maybe even 90 miles per hour.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, very dangerous situation evolving right now. If you're back over near Sioux Falls, we have a very large surge of wind going right into Hartford, of winds upwards of possibly as high as 80 miles per hour. Could even be higher than that. That across right over I-90 here, and then it'll be moving into Sioux Falls. And unfortunately, with a situation like this, in the past, we've had many situations where, you know, semis get flipped over. That is entirely possible with how high these winds are. They have upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning already to 70-mile-per-hour winds. That just happened a minute ago for Minnehaha, as well as Hutchinson, McCook, Hanson, and Turner in Lincoln counties in South Dakota. However, I would expect we're going to get a severe warning, hopefully within the next few minutes, for Sioux Falls, Brandon, and Schindler, because those are areas that are going to be hit by these very high winds, and for whatever reason, Sioux Falls is not included in this warning, and the winds are definitely high. I mean, this isn't like a 60-mile-per-hour windstorm. We are likely seeing 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds right now over Hartford. This is a very damaging setup that is ongoing here. I still do think there's an off chance that we could also see an isolated brief spin-up tornado as this continues to move down to the east-southeast. Doesn't, again, look imminent, but it at least looks like it is broadly rotating. Again, that is tracking down to the southeast right now. This is back over to, let's go to Connor. This is Connor, this is the shelf cloud.
We're going 90.
Back over near Centerville and Viveville.
I don't know where that guy went, but he's gone. Full-blown Boeing segment developing here now. All right, well.
So as view the shelf cloud again, just south of Sioux Falls. It'll be heading towards town here very, very soon with damaging winds likely in this area. Also, the winds that we are currently seeing on radar just west of Sioux Falls, they are pretty much in the EF0 to almost EF1 range when it comes to a tornado. Obviously, these are not currently producing, it's not producing a tornado right now, but the winds themselves are basically in that range. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Also, we are keeping an eye on Sioux Falls right now. This is basically an entire database of a bunch of cameras that Sioux Falls has. So we're keeping an eye on all these cameras. These are the Sioux Falls traffic cameras. So we'll be able to see how high the winds actually are here in a few minutes. But we are expecting the winds to get very high in the next few minutes if you are in Sioux Falls. Back over near Hartford, again, is where the highest winds are located in South Dakota. Should be moving into Sioux Falls in just a few minutes. Back over in Minnesota, we have no severe thunderstorm warnings as of right now, but we got a big, nasty cluster of storms that'll be coming up towards Minneapolis, Hutchinson, Litchfield, and several other areas here shortly. So be ready for at least gusty winds. There is a potential, again, for damaging winds and a very low tornado risk as this line continues to push to the east. As of now, though, we do not have any severe warnings in Minnesota. And nothing producing anything higher than 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts from the looks of it. We'll have a new radar scan for Sioux Falls in a second, but again, very high winds right now are moving right into Sioux Falls. If you have any friends or family in the Sioux Falls area, please make sure that they are aware of this. There is, again, no warning right now for Sioux Falls, which there should be, as we probably have at least 70-mile-per-hour winds that'll be moving into town, if not possibly as high as 80-mile-per-hour winds, tracking right into Sioux Falls here shortly. I know for those that are tuning in just west of Sioux Falls near like the Lillian community or even over near Webster Grove Addition, I know you guys are in the warning and you're probably wondering like, what are you talking about? I'm in the warning. Well, areas that are in downtown Sioux Falls are not in this warning, which they should be, because we are about to see a big surge of wind move right into Sioux Falls here in just a few minutes, right now located near I-90 and Crooks. This is all kind of wrapping around, and it's going to be pushing right into the Webster Grove Addition here in just a moment, Skyline Heights, Riepert Addition, and then also going to Lillian and Galway Park and Misty Glen. Those are some of the communities that are about to be hit by some very high winds over the next few minutes. This is all currently pushing into town here. So definitely make sure that you are staying away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. I would treat this as if there is a tornado in progress because the winds themselves could send debris flying. And, you know, the winds themselves are already at least at EF0 range. Could easily be higher than that, though. We are starting to see the conditions get a little bit more treacherous. This on 41st Street at I-29 looking east. Starting to see the rain come down a little bit now in downtown Sioux Falls. Wind hasn't picked up yet, but the wind will be picking up here in the next couple minutes. We should start to at least get a gauge of how high the winds are, which again, I think they are very high. Like, I think we're at least talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds here. It's also another view looking westbound. But the rain has begun to fall. The wind will be picking up very shortly. And for reference, 41st and I-29 is somewhere in here. I don't know exactly where, but it's right along this route here, just west of Sioux Falls. So we're about 3 or 4 minutes probably away from the really high winds kicking in. A little quick update on Kentucky. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning near Beaver Dam, Kentucky. It's a live shot from Morgantown, Kentucky right now. Winds are starting to pick up. You can actually see the flag at the very bottom of the screen starting to move a little bit. We got at least gusty winds from the outflow boundary. No lightning as of right now. This is, once again, one of the Radar Omega cyclone ports, which you can watch inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. Very little lightning. Looks like most of the lightning has been winding down here with that cluster of storms. And I do think the severe weather threat in Kentucky should go down here soon. So I only think we got a little bit more time until the severe weather threat's basically done in Kentucky. I'll have another radar scan in a moment, but again, rain's starting to come down in Sioux Falls. The wind should be picking up here in a moment as well. I'm fully expecting the severe weather risk to really start to increase if you're back over in Sioux Falls in just a few minutes. Still no severe thunderstorm warning for downtown Sioux Falls. I don't understand why we don't have one, but you are downtown Sioux Falls. You need to be ready for at least damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. The severe thunderstorm warning was updated. It still says 70-mile-per-hour winds. As of 8:29 p.m., so about 16 minutes ago, near Humboldt, there was a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust that was reported there. That was the first of probably, again, many wind gust reports we'll be getting here over the next several minutes. Games for the $10 Super Chat is Des Moines, Iowa, going to get hit with a derecho. I don't think a derecho is going to happen at this point, but I do think we're going to at least see a line of storms with damaging winds being a possibility. The wind is here in Sioux Falls. If you're on the west side of Sioux Falls, the wind is here. We should, again, start to see the wind really pick up on these cameras at any moment. In a moment, we'll at least get a gauge how high the winds are. Latest scan showing the highest winds right now near I-90 that's coming up into the Webster Grove Addition and West Acres development. I think they have finally just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. So Sioux Falls, you guys are now included, including Garrettston, Larchwood, Schindler, Canton, Inwood, and Rock Rapids. This is all in Iowa and also in southeast South Dakota. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And the winds have begun to pick up, by the way. They are now just starting to pick up in downtown Sioux Falls. This is a live shot. The winds are beginning to ramp up a little bit here. This is at 41st and 29th, or I-29 on 41st Street. Winds are definitely picking up. This is, again, probably going to be hurricane force winds in a moment. And there are a ton of cameras all looking at this right now. This is... I'm gonna zoom out here, but you can see all the cameras looking at all the wind picking up right now. A bunch of them in downtown. We go to this camera here. Radar is estimating that winds are upwards of at least 80 miles per hour, so they could be higher than, 70. Wind is still whipping. Once again, live in downtown Sioux Falls, located at 41st Street and I-29. Hey, Amanda, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I haven't seen anything higher than maybe 50, 60 so far, but again, we still have a surge of wind back off to the west. It's going to be coming in here in a few minutes. These are, again, all the different views of the wind coming in right now. And if you don't know what we're already talking about, again, the winds are very high right now on the west side of Sioux Falls. I think what we're seeing right now is probably the outflow boundary winds, and then in a few moments we should start to really see the highest winds kick into gear here just south of Crooks. And it will be crossing I-29 within the next 3 minutes or so. The highest winds still have yet to hit the Sioux Falls area, but they should be here very soon. And once again, if you're back over in Minnesota, we got a big cluster of storms right now that's coming right towards Minneapolis, Shakopee, as well as Hutchinson. We are expecting at least gusty winds, maybe even an isolated damaging wind event or two as this line continues to push to the east. I do think the wind threat will be increasing. We're starting to see at least some more surge of wind with this line, all starting to push more towards Hutchinson. Dassel eventually going towards Montrose. The tornado risk, generally speaking, is still on the low side of things, but it will still at least be in play as this line does get closer to Minneapolis. Let me go back over to traffic cam view here. The winds are really starting to pick up now in Sioux Falls. Here we go. It's on 41st at Marion. There's actually like a little power line or something, a little cable that's hanging down right now from the wind. Wind is actually very strong here. There goes a branch. There's a branch going across the road. You got a branch right there coming from, this is again in downtown Sioux Falls. So a branch just ended up in the middle of the road from the high winds. Still sitting there, hasn't gotten over the little median there. That poor branch. Oh, there it goes. It's moving again. Oh, now it's off the screen. Now it's in like the right-hand turn lane. It's about to be fully off the camera, but it's kind of blocked out. And this is all happening in downtown Sioux Falls. We got a cable literally hanging in the middle of the screen now. It's another live shot. Wind is, wow, look at this. This is hurricane force winds. Look at the wind. Holy. This is on 41st Street at I-29. It's looking eastbound. Winds are going absolutely crazy here. So once again, the winds are definitely not something you want to joke around with here if you are in Sioux Falls. We got another branch that ended up on the road. This is not the same one. You got another branch. Look at that. Another branch going across the road. There it goes. And the winds are definitely 70 plus. I mean, look at how high the winds are. This is easily 70 plus mile per hour winds. That's the second branch to go across the road on the same camera. These are just straight line winds. There isn't really anything tornadic here. It's just straight line winds moving right through Sioux Falls. Hey, Tom, for becoming a member. And we're starting to buffer a little bit. Again, really significant line of storms right now going right through Sioux Falls. You need to make sure if you're in the Sioux Falls area that you are staying away from windows. The highest winds are going right through downtown Sioux Falls and also on the west side. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is back over in Orange City, Sioux Center. Also back over near Lamar's. That is going to be for 70 mile per hour damaging winds just to the south of Canton. So pretty significant damaging winds there. It's on 12th Street and Marion in downtown Sioux Falls as well. And very strong winds going through right now. At least 60 mile per hour winds, probably higher though. Going right through downtown. Branch wanted to be on the live stream. The branch was participating. The wind is still really crazy on this camera. It's been non-stop 60 plus mile per hour winds pretty much for about 5 minutes. You can see the branch there at the top right of your screen. I think that might be a different branch from before. Cameras are buffering a little bit, probably just due to all the wind. Yeah, winds are still, again, very strong at Sioux Falls. This is the latest radar scan near Sioux Falls. Again, very high winds, mostly on the west side of town. They're also moving into downtown as we speak. All these storms are starting to merge. We're starting to get some mergers kind of happening here just south of Sioux Falls. And this could always lead to a spin-up tornado. This does happen sometimes. We get all these storms that kind of merge together. And there is a chance, as this continues to kind of merge into one cluster, that we could spit out a tornado somewhere in this convergence area. Actually, look at this right here. Just near Davis. This is what I'm talking about. We got multiple areas of convergence, and we actually have one now north of Centerville. That could go tornadic. We actually have pretty strong rotation there right now on radar. No tornado actively, but that's just west of I-29. This is going to be tracking in the direction of Rock Valley, Iowa. So that's just west of the Iowa and South Dakota border. We had another area of convergence also attempt to do something here. We have actually had two back over near Sioux Falls. I don't think either of these have produced tornadoes, but we are starting to see a little bit of rotation here just south of Sioux Falls. This is by far the most notable one, though, just east of Hurley. So tornado genesis is possible here as this goes towards I-29. Vince Walty, bottom middle of your screen, is just south of that area of rotation that's developing. So we're going to keep an eye on him. But possible tornado risk right now developing here near Route 18, heading down to the east-southeast right now, eventually going towards Iowa. Just south of Sioux Falls. Hey, Taylor, for the $10 super chat. Any chance for tornadoes in Mitchell, South Dakota?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think we called it. That's Turner, Lincoln, Union, and Sioux counties in South Dakota. So that is, I believe, this right here. This storm's moving southeast at 60 miles per hour, by the way. But we do have a brand new tornado warning. It is for this storm. It's southeast of Hurley. So that's going towards Beersford, Howardin, and just south of Canton. Just south of the Sioux Falls area. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm currently is tracking down to the east-southeast. This is definitely trying to produce a tornado, though. Again, very strong rotation right now, right over Davis. This is as of the 8:52 p.m. radar scan. The new one should come out here in literally a moment. Vince bottom middle, Connor bottom left. They are both inside of the tornado warning. And also Storm Intermedia bottom right is also inside of this tornado warning. So all three chasers bottom of your screen are inside of this tornado warning. Latest scan still showing some strong rotation that's pretty much rain wrapped right now just west of I-29. That is northeast of Bearsford. Or northwest of Bearsford. Also back over on the south side of Sioux Falls, we had an area of convergence, not really seeing much rotation as of right now. But we have high winds right now going right into Harrisburg in just a moment. Velocities on radar are measured at 70 to 80 miles per hour. So still very significant damaging winds rolling right through the south side and also into Sioux Falls as we speak. Look at the winds still in Sioux Falls. This is on 12th and Marion. The winds are still very strong in Sioux Falls right now. By the way, that tornado warning does include 6,500 people. Alcaster, Hudson, Bearsford, and Davis are in that warning. Bearsford, thank you. That's just a general idea of what's happening right now in downtown Sioux Falls. It is very windy, very low visibility as well. Also, this is Jordan Hall with my radar from just a moment ago back over in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It's a little view of the shelf cloud just moments ago. Kind of a general idea of what's rolling into Sioux Falls right now. That's just moments ago there. Back over near Sioux Falls. This is Vince. He is currently near the tornado warning here. See the wind's picking up here. This is near Beersford. exit 42. This is just south of Beersford.
Head south toward County Road 13. In a quarter mile, merge onto I-20.
Bottom right of your screen is that area of rotation. We'll have a new radar scan in just a moment. It'll come out in probably about 30 seconds. But it's reported in the chat that they lost power on the west side of Sioux Falls. Honestly, it does not surprise me with how high the winds are. It's a good idea to make sure that your, flashlights are ready to go. If you have any devices like phones, tablets, charge those up in case you do lose power.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto 400.
It is entirely possible tonight. Latest radar scan on the rotation does not look nearly as strong. We do have a broad area of rotation still over I-29 that will be approaching Fairview and Canton here shortly in far eastern South Dakota. There's also a little area of convergence that's been trying to come together near Harrisonburg, or Harrisburg, just south of Sioux Falls, going into Schindler and eventually Larchwood. So that's something else that we need to keep an eye on. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Mac. So actually, as of 12 minutes ago, we already have confirmation of 60-mile-per-hour winds in Sioux Falls. That was well before the strongest of the winds got there. We do have a number of personal weather stations as well as an official METAR site in Sioux Falls. So we're just about 6 or 7 minutes away from figuring out just how strong the peak wind gusts are. We just need the update from that METAR. But I would not be surprised if we had winds over 70 miles per hour.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. It's back over here in the Sioux Falls area. At least getting some wind gusts now coming in. Some wind gust reports. It's pretty interesting. This is where, obviously, Vince is just to the south of Beersford, near the tornado warning. Pitch black, right? This is Freddie McKinney. He's back over in far northern Nebraska. And he has a big shelf cloud in it. There's still daylight. Like, it's pretty evident that you can still see stuff. It's not pitch black out here. So, pretty interesting little difference between places. I mean, again, this is where Freddie is. He's down here. And this is where Vince is. It's kind of interesting that Freddie has that shelf cloud too when there's barely, not even really a storm near him. So, pretty interesting stuff there. All right, looks like Connor's getting pretty close to the... He's inside of the tornado warning. This is what it looks like inside of the tornado warning right now near Beersford.
Trying to keep this chase alive here.
I went to the town, got into rain. I'm cooked.
Right here, screen is that area of convergence.
Copy. I am still in front. Gosh, about to take air here. Things coming at me.
Back over in Minneapolis, just a quick little update. Again, big cluster of storms, both coming from the north and the west right now. Nothing severe. Again, believe it or not. I'm kind of surprised by that too, because, I mean, the winds on radar definitely appear to be a little bit more significant near Elk River, possibly around 60 miles per hour. I wouldn't rule out that we start to get severe thunderstorm warnings here soon. I also want to point out that back over near Hutchinson right now, this is over in Hutchinson in Minnesota, there is an area of at least broad rotation that's been trying to develop here. That's going towards Silver Lake and Lester Prairie. That will eventually be tracking towards Minneapolis. I do think the tornado risk is definitely still in play here back over near the Twin Cities. I don't think it's that high, but I do think there's at least a low tornado risk. And on top of that, damaging winds and flooding are still a concern. So you are in this area, continue to stay weather aware. Got a new radar scan coming in a second on our tornado warning. Again, the strongest area of rotation is currently crossing over I-29. It's going to be coming up towards Fairview, Iowa here shortly, and eventually going towards Sioux Center. All three of our chasers are just to the south of that area of rotation. This is Connor's view again. Side of our tornado warning cell. You can kind of see the ominous shelf cloud right there. The lightning flashes being pretty occasional. Latest scan still showing. Actually, the latest scan has a little bit of a tightening there, just over I-29. There could be a tornado dropping right now near I-29 and near 140, bottom right of your screen. There's a little tightening right there.
I'm about to go south for like a mile or two up here. to get across the river.
Thank you, Garfield, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Couple that actually kind of got stronger. It's not tight, but it's literally just to our left.
This thing's definitely starting to get some big wind.
If you look at radar here, this is the latest scan. There is a tightening on radar, a little tightening at least near 117, 140 east of I-29. So this will be tracking towards Mo and Norway Center. Again, this is all just south of Sioux Falls in South Dakota. I do think there is a potential again for a tornado at any moment as the storm continues to track to the east. Got a big surge of wind still going through Sioux Falls right now. The worst of the wind for Sioux Falls should be over here in about 10 minutes. But at least for the time being, there's still some high winds going right through Sioux Falls. Those will be moving towards Laverne in southwest Minnesota, then eventually going towards Washington. They have just condensed the tornado warning for Lincoln and Union counties here in South Dakota. This is still a tornado warning. Radar indicated strongest rotation north of Beersford. We'll be heading into Iowa here in a few minutes.
Is what it is.
As a view again of our tornado warning cell here, this is back over near Hudson in Iowa.
Here's my river crossing right here.
There'll be a video tomorrow? I think so. I don't know for sure yet, but I think so. Yeah, we'll have a video tomorrow.
Whole thing's starting to dive southward here. We're in Iowa. Bro, I already crossed that river.
I know some of you guys are tuning in from Minnesota. This is a live shot from School Street Northwest. This is on US 169 southbound. There's actually a shelf cloud that is visible here. This is just outside of Minneapolis. There was a shelf cloud. If we get lightning, we'll be able to see it. I'm going to keep that bottom middle of your screen. But there may be at least something visible there when it comes to a shelf cloud in a moment. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have more wind reports out of Sioux Falls. This is actually just south of Sioux Falls, so not where the strongest winds came through, but closer to the T area. We do have confirmation of a 68-mile-per-hour wind gust. I do think we saw wind gusts that were higher than that. We're still just waiting on getting all of those reports in. It takes time for all of these weather stations to sort of send those reports through and get the full picture of what happened, but we've already basically reached the limit of what the storm was warned for, 70, and I mean, we were talking the whole time about how we thought that there'd be winds well over that, and it does look like that will end up being the case. Whenever we do get more wind reports, I will let you know what those are.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, significant winds moving through right now. At this point, this is kind of the beginning, maybe not of a derecho, but at least a pretty intense mesoscale convective system. You can clearly see on radar, I mean, the winds have gotten much higher. We have a large swath of yellow and red, and this is all very high damaging winds right now that are pushing through very far southeastern South Dakota, northwestern Iowa, and southwestern Minnesota. And so while this is all happening, we are also expecting the potential for tornadoes to be embedded in this line. And we may have one trying to drop right now near Highway 121. This is just off to the northwest of Mo. But there is a little bit more of a tight couplet that is still there on radar that could be tornadic. There's also at least some broad rotation that's trying to develop further down to the south. That's back over near Highway 46. That is tracking towards Rock Valley, Sioux Center, and eventually going towards Orange City. So there's still an ongoing threat here of damaging winds and still a potential again for a tornado or two as this line continues to push into Iowa here over the next several minutes. Back over near I-90 near Sioux Falls. Again, big cluster of storms right now moving through near Schindler. Very high winds now going into Larchwood here in just a moment. And then eventually approaching Rock Rapids. Lester's also in the path of that, eventually going towards Steen, Hills, and Valley Springs. Back over to Connor. Oh, here's actually this is a live shot at School Street in this just north of Minneapolis. So this is a little look at the winds back over in Minnesota. Pretty intense line of storms coming through right now with at least some gusty winds moving through. So this is back over just north of Minneapolis on US 169. Hey, Eagle, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Back over to Connor on our tornado warning in northwest Iowa. just west of Sioux Center, Iowa. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. What made you get in the study of meteorology? I've always been passionate about weather ever since I was younger. And for those that don't already know, I am a degreed meteorologist. I got my degree back in May. Thank you, Ian, for the Venmo donation, and Cody for the Venmo donation as well. That is still a big shelf cloud out there to the west. This is back over in, I believe this is Elk River, Minnesota. So just outside of Minneapolis. Still some gusty winds moving through right now. I haven't seen anything damaging here, but you can see bottom right of your screen. Very intense line of thunderstorms going to be approaching Minneapolis here over the next 30 minutes. Nothing severe as of right now. Winds are still pretty strong here, though. Also, Vince is starting to drive through some pretty high winds here in our tornado warning back over near Earsford. Here we go. Back over near the tornado warning, just south of Canton. This is in the tornado warning. Also, this is a live shot on US 169. This is also near Elk River. Winds look a little bit stronger here. This might be near damaging levels now. Might be near damaging levels now, just outside of Minneapolis. We have a bunch of special weather statements in effect, but the winds have been increasing for sure. Also, our severe thunderstorm warning back over here in western Iowa and far southeastern South Dakota. This was just upgraded. It is now a destructive line of thunderstorms, producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. This will be approaching Sioux Center, Orange City, Lamar's, and eventually going in the direction of Sheldon and Cherokee in northwest Iowa. So be ready for significant damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour over the next few minutes. Look at this camera. These winds are definitely higher than, I mean, this is definitely 60 mile per hour winds. I do think we need severe thunderstorm warnings near Minneapolis. That is definitely 60 mile per hour winds here. It's back over on Viking Boulevard. This is Minnesota 65. Velocities are also agreeing with there being probably 60 mile per hour winds. I mean, the velocities have been increasing steadily here for the last half hour. If you know any friends or family near Minneapolis, give them a heads up. Make sure that they're ready for some pretty high damaging winds right now, because there are definitely damaging winds here. There's at least 60 mile per hour winds. They only have special weather statements out, but obviously it's a pretty intense line of thunderstorms. It's all going to be moving into Minneapolis here shortly. Here it goes. I mean, this is just consistently windy. These winds could be, they're probably not far from, again, 60, 65 mile per hour winds at least. I haven't had anything confirmed yet, but I mean, the winds just visually look pretty intense. It's still going. It's also Vince inside of the tornado warning, where there's also destructive 80 mile per hour damaging winds back over in western Iowa. They have just issued a severe thunderstorm warning, so there you go. There's at least one severe thunderstorm warning in place now west of Minneapolis for 60 mile per hour winds, which, again, definitely look intense right now. You can see it bottom middle of your screen. Still very intense winds. This is coming for Hutchinson, just south of Buffalo, west of Chanhassen, going towards Norwood, Young, America, and Glencoe. So, again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. We got trees and power lines that are going to probably be falling from how high these winds are right now. They are consistently very strong. At least 60 mile per hour winds here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So actually interesting note on that. It's destructive severe thunderstorm warning you just talked about. They did actually have a observed 87 mile per hour wind report. It says that in the warning text. So this should probably be warned for 90 mile an hour winds. There's actually 3 or 4 reports in that 75 to 80, 85 mile per hour range. So this is probably producing winds of up to 90 miles per hour. It's only warned for 80. Either way, it is still the highest level of destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So it could produce winds of up to 90. Just know that, and be treating this as if it's a tornado warning because it could be producing winds similar to that of an EF1 tornado.
All right, thank you for the update. So yeah, this destructive severe thunderstorm warning producing winds up to 90 miles per hour back over northwest Iowa. I'm growing pretty concerned right now for the Minneapolis area. Again, we definitely have winds that are picking up. This has been picking up for several minutes now. You can see the wind here also in US 169 is increasing. We definitely have winds at least around 60 miles per hour. Could definitely get higher than that here in the next several minutes. This is at Main Street for reference. But there are multiple live shots that we are seeing right now that are indicating that winds are definitely increasing right now just outside of Minneapolis. This is another one. I mean, this is intense winds. It's obviously hard to see because we're just looking at the roadway, but this is in Ham Lake. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Minneapolis was included in their own severe thunderstorm warning for this line of storms that's moving through. I mean, in all reality, these are pretty intense winds that are moving through. It's on 171st Street as well. Winds are pretty strong there. One of the better views of this line of storms that's now approaching the Minneapolis suburbs. And don't forget, I've already mentioned this before, but I honestly think there's at least a low chance of a tornado with this line as it pushes through. So, just something to keep in mind, keep in the back of your head. There is a low tornado risk back over in the Minneapolis area.
Just Sheldon, yeah,
this is our destructive 80 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. This is back over to Stormwind Media.
I'm thinking I'll probably go to Sheldon.
Pretty strong winds here. This is also Vince Walty.
Jesus, dude. Dim your high beams, moron.
Winds are pretty strong where he's located as well.
Going to the east.
Here come the winds here just west of Minneapolis as well. This camera's starting to pick up in intensity right now. This camera's really starting to shake. My goodness. This camera has had... this has been consistently windy at Viking Boulevard. It has been consistently windy here for several minutes. It is still at least 50, 60 mile per hour winds. Probably at least 60 consistently for several minutes. Just west of Minneapolis. So another live shot as well on MN65. Again, very high winds. Visibility is definitely dropping. Also, another update back over near Sioux Falls. We now have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning just east of Sioux Falls. This is heading towards Laverne, Minnesota, just west of Sibley, Iowa. This is also producing 80 mile per hour destructive damaging winds. This is the beginning again of a possible derecho. If not, it's at least just an intense mesoscale convective system. This is all going to be pushing into Sioux Center, Rock Valley, and Orange City here shortly. We are starting to see some couplets as well on the leading edge of this line that could spin up tornadoes. So on top of there being an elevated threat right now for damaging winds, the tornado threat is also beginning to increase. We have multiple areas of rotation attempting to develop right now near Inwood and just west of Rock Valley. This is, again, just west of Minneapolis, where we have intense damaging winds that are going to be approaching here soon. Another concern I'm starting to see on radar just west of Minneapolis is that we at least have a broad area of rotation that's going to be coming up towards Victoria here soon. So if you're back over near Victoria, just to the south of Montrose, definitely get ready for a potential tornado threat. Also, look at this shot. This is looking at a roadway on MN65. Winds are, again, just intense right now. Back over near Glencoe and Norwood, Young America, just outside of Minneapolis. If you're over in Minneapolis, St. Paul, Chanhassen, Shakopee, this is, again, basically what we're going to be seeing, if not maybe more intense than this. This line of storms has been getting more intense over the last half hour. Looks like one of the cameras that we had on has just gone down. So it looks like cameras are starting to go down here near Minneapolis just due to the high winds. At least a couple cameras have been lost. So another one on 147th Avenue. You can see the winds really high on the bottom of your screen. It's also back over to Vince on our destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. Look at the winds. Hear the winds literally howling here.
Tell you what though, we're just getting slammed in here. Jesus.
Hey, Chris, Kyle, and Shmoo for the super chats. Kyle, we'll talk more about that hopefully soon. I don't think tomorrow's gonna be that major, but I think there'll at least be some hail and windstorms tomorrow night. Thank you also Kodo for this, or Kudu for the super chat. So once again, in the destructive 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds that we have back over near Orange City, Iowa. And again, we might even see something similar to this back over near Minneapolis tonight.
Really ought to be watching for like trees down and stuff.
This is consistently intense winds of around 80 miles per hour.
I think we can get out ahead of this swamp.
We still have very intense winds back over just to the west of Minneapolis. This is, again, an idea of what we can see over near Minneapolis. I honestly think a 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning would be in play back over near Minneapolis with what we're seeing. I'm surprised we don't have a higher warning yet. The warnings have definitely not coming very fast here. This is definitely something that should be warned, though, for higher than 60-mile-per-hour winds. They are consistently near 70. Back over just to the west of Minneapolis. So again, this is what we can expect if you're back over in the Twin Cities. Get ready for the potential of significant damaging winds. Shakopee, Chanhassen, I mean, I'm talking about anybody in the suburbs as well. We got an intense line of thunderstorms that's crashing down on Minneapolis right now. Again, this is all producing very significant damaging winds. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I have two updates, both on basically the two areas of damaging winds that we have right now. The most important thing, I think, is we have to mention that this line of storms to the north of Minneapolis is very quickly starting to bow out here on the last scans. Most of our severe warnings, actually our only severe warning in Minnesota right now, is for this portion of the line. However, as this line bows out, it could produce winds much greater than 60 miles per hour. We may be seeing winds into 70 or 80 if it continues to bow out. I know there's a lot of activities going on in Minneapolis right now, such as the Twins game that is almost certainly about to go into a rain delay as this line of storms make its way towards you. Actually, Minneapolis is also under a mesoscale discussion from the Weather Prediction Center for flash flooding because there's going to be a lot of rain that goes through Minneapolis over the next couple of hours. Another thing I want to touch on is our other severe system, which is very quickly strengthening in the way that we thought it would earlier. And this is what it looks like over on the HRRR. This is now a system that I think is properly modeled. The HRRR finally figured it out and is doing a good job of modeling it, and it does show it sort of maintaining intensity all the way into 3 or 4 a.m. tomorrow, all the way closer or all the way over by Illinois. If this does happen, this would be a derecho. This would just barely make the width requirement and the length requirement. So this could be the derecho that we've been talking about all day. There is still a moderate risk of severe weather, and this is basically for this entire area. And that is because this is what we were expecting to happen. It may have happened a way later than what we thought it was going to, but it is still happening. That moderate risk is still being maintained, and this is why. So have to keep an eye out for destructive winds up to low end or high end EF0, low end EF1 winds across northern Iowa and portions of southern Minnesota tonight.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, very intense line of thunderstorms is developing right now in two different areas. We got one in Minneapolis, and we got one back over in northwest Iowa, which we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for destructive 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which are going to be going into Sioux Center, Orange City, Sheldon, and Sibley. There is still a chance of a tornado. We actually have a big thumb here now, just to the west of Sioux Center. This is all going to be tracking towards Orange City over the next few minutes, and there is a chance of a tornado with this, so we need to keep a very close eye on that. Connor Croft is actually near this. I'm keeping an eye on him. We have a lot of cameras right now. I'm going to go back over to the west side of Minneapolis, and I've talked about this camera multiple times, but there's a reason why. I can't stress it enough, but if you're back over near Minneapolis, we literally have at least 60, if not 70+ mile-per-hour winds that are going to be moving into Minneapolis here soon. Definitely a big concern right now because, again, this camera has consistently shown very high wind speeds. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa. You just talked about it. This is now an extremely dangerous situation warning. So that is an EDS. That is the highest level of severe thunderstorm warning that can ever be issued by the National Weather Service. So now an extremely dangerous situation.
All right, thank you for the update. So yeah, again, this is technically a EDS severe thunderstorm warning, so an extremely dangerous situation for damaging winds. There is still a chance of a tornado, but damaging winds is a big concern right now, pushing into northwestern Iowa. This will be going towards Spencer and Storm Lake here very soon. Another live shot here on US 61, just west of Minneapolis, indicating, again, still very high winds currently moving towards Minneapolis. This will be going, again, into the suburbs here over the next several minutes. I still think this warning deserves an upgrade. They have not upgraded it at all. It still says 60 mile-per-hour winds. We've definitely seen higher winds than that so far, as this is now moving into Norwood, Young, America. And it will be coming up very shortly on more populated areas like Victoria, Chanhassen, and Shakopee. Hey, Marla for the $20 super chat. Watching lightning and line roll into Orange City. Thanks for your coverage. No problem. Yeah, stay safe over there. 80 mile-per-hour winds are coming up. This is also Vince Walty. He's driving through the thick of it right now with the destructive 80 mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is just off to the west of Orange City, an area that we were just talking about a moment ago. And then this just west of Minneapolis, again, another live shot here on US 169. This is also another live shot. US 65. Wind is picking up a ton right now all across Minneapolis. Also, I do want to go back over to our destructive line of storms in northwest Iowa. We've alluded to this a few times, but again, there is rotation right now near Sioux Center. There's a big hook and a strong inflow. So there is a chance, again, of a tornado as this line continues to push to the east. It will eventually be going in the direction of Sheldon and Shibley. There's also another area of at least broad rotation that is currently trying to develop east of Canton. We've at least had some broad rotation here. So that's something else I'll have to keep an eye on. That's going up towards Rock Rapids and then eventually going towards George and Little Rock. Ellsworth is also in the path of that, and again, Sibley is also going to be in the path of that. So if you're in the path of this, again, make sure that you're staying weather aware. There is a chance of tornadoes, and on top of that, we have destructive 80 mile-per-hour damaging winds across this entire line. And there might be a couplet wrapping up now north of Rock Valley. Waiting to see what the next radar scan shows. Thank you, JA, for the $5 super chat. Wind is going east-west in north Minneapolis. Well, it should be going south to north. I mean, the winds are actually, all the winds that are going into Minneapolis right now should be coming out of the north. So it shouldn't be coming out of the west or east. Before that line came through, they were coming out of the south. This is back over on our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is Vince. Still in the 80 mile-per-hour damaging wind field here near Sioux Center. Oh man, that's some strong rotation. Look at this. This is just off to the northeast of Inwood near Alvord. We were just talking about this, but there's actually some really strong rotation right now, heading up towards Rock Rapids. So there is a potential tornado risk right now, heading up towards Rock Rapids, Iowa. I would expect a tornado warning on that. Also, we do have a new damage report coming out of Sioux Falls as of 8:49 p.m. This is a delayed report, but it just came in, indicating that large tree limbs are broken by estimated wind gusts around 65 miles per hour. But once again, possible tornado right now trying to drop near Alvord. That's going up towards Rock Rapids, just west of Little Rock. And then significant damaging winds moving through Orange City, and then approaching Sheldon here over the next few minutes. I think Connor might be kind of looking in that direction. This is Connor's view from just outside of the storm. About a decent amount of lightning.
Ride this out on a gravel road here in a second.
He's going northbound.
Not what I want to do.
I believe he's going northbound. Pretty decent amount of lightning here, though, just east of Sioux Center.
Can't see anything.
But once again, I do think a tornado warning is almost justified for that Alvord area. We go over to velocities and do a little measurement. I don't think we have 117 mile per hour winds, but radar is measuring upwards of 117 mile per hour winds, at least a little bit off the ground near Alvord. And that is coming up towards George, Adena, and eventually going towards Sibley. So once again, very significant line of storms right now is tracking to the east. And there's still a potential again for a tornado with this as well, as it goes into Rock Rapids, George, and Sibley. Winds are once again intensifying back over in Minneapolis, or just west of Minneapolis. This is on Bunker Lake Boulevard. So very high winds right now moving into the Minneapolis area. There is a large special weather statement that is in place for all of Minneapolis for gusty winds, but I do think damaging winds are still a possibility as this line moves into Minnetonka, Bloomington, Minneapolis, White Bear Township over the next several minutes. Make sure that you're staying away from windows, and I would be on the lowest floor possible in case trees or power lines come falling down as that moves down to the south and east. Got a new radar scan coming in a moment. Again, very strong rotation currently located near Alvord, going towards Rock Rapids. New radar scan will be coming in at literally any second. And potential tornado risk right now moving towards Sibley. And latest scan still showing that area of rotation over A34 roadway going into Lakewood Corner. That'll be approaching George, Edna, just south of Rock Rapids. And there is actually, looks like maybe a tornado debris signature. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have an update for the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. They did just issue a special weather statement saying that urban flash flooding is expected. So I think they're basically pre-firing the flash flood warning as we see convection move towards the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. So expect that if you're in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Once again, I do think there is a tornado in progress right now in northwest Iowa. Does look like we have at least some sort of tornado debris signature right there east of Alvord. So there is likely a tornado there. That is currently going to be tracking towards George, Sibley, and Sheldon. So if you are in this area, you should be in your safe place. Again, pretty strong area of rotation right now located there east of Alvord, and it does look like we have a tornado in progress heading towards Lakewood Corner. This is currently an unwarned tornado that would be on the ground. But I am pretty confident that that is a tornado right now. If you have any friends or family here near Sibley, make sure that they're aware of this. There's not just 80 mile per hour winds, but there's also a tornado that is down and in progress. It's back over just west of Minneapolis on 73rd Avenue. If you're in Minneapolis, this is basically what we can expect over the next several minutes. Yeah, very high winds going right through downtown Minneapolis. Actually got a pretty good view of a shelf cloud rolling in right now. This is from St. Paul. By the way, this is 100% a tornado that is in progress near Lakewood Corner. So we have an unwarned tornado. This has been unwarned for about 5 minutes now. But there is an unwarned tornado, again, currently in progress west of George. We should have a tornado warning on this storm. For whatever reason, there's no tornado warning on this. There's not even a tornado possible label on this entire segment. But we need a tornado warning going towards George, Iowa, just south of Rock Rapids. We, again, 100% have a tornado in progress east of Alvord, going into Edna over the next few minutes. and then going towards Ashton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But again, this is a tornado in progress that is currently moving to the east. They have just put out a tornado warning. I believe it's going to be for this storm, and they have. So there's now a tornado warning for this. That does include George, Sheldon, just south of Rock Rapids. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently moving towards Sheldon, George, and then just south of Sibley, excuse me. But we still have a tornado debris signature right now. There's definitely still a tornado in progress, or at least the remnants of a tornado that have just gone through areas just south of Rock Rapids that is going to be approaching Georgetown and then Ashton and Matlock over the next few minutes. On top of that, again, it is, there's not just a tornado here, but this is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms. All right, this is basically, again, this is potentially the beginning of a derecho that we're seeing right now. And we could see embedded tornadoes in this line. They could easily be strong. And then on top of that, there's also a threat that we could see extreme damaging winds. We're talking about upwards of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, maybe even higher than that with this line of thunderstorms. This is just an idea of how high the winds are right now with this line. I mean, Vince is driving through at least 70-mile-per-hour winds, if not higher.
Yeah, Orange City and Alton are about to get slammed.
Yeah, that tornado warning's not like for me though, right? I can't.
He's literally just driving through a hurricane. This is essentially just a hurricane.
Oh, we're getting smacked.
No, it's up north, up by the by Rock Rapids.
So again, very high winds right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, on that tornado warning in Iowa, I do not agree with the direction of the polygon. If you put the CC drop in motion, it does look like it's moving a lot more due east. Sibley, Iowa, you are not officially included inside that tornado warning. However, it is possible that the tornado may move due east, maybe move a little bit north due to the sort of unpredictable movement of how the tornado is moving relative to the derecho. So if you're in Sibley, you are not officially in a tornado warning, but just know that it could come your direction if it continues to move due east, which it is doing right now.
There you are, for the update. Yeah, this is definitely moving more east than southeast. Tornado warning, again, not really going in the direction of where the storm is going, but nonetheless, again, if you are in Sheldon, you should still be in your safe place. I mean, we are talking about, again, destructive 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds that are going to be moving right through areas in Sheldon, Lamar's, Orange City, basically anywhere along this Highway 75 stretch from Worthington, Minnesota, all the way back towards Sioux City. So very significant line of storms right now coming through. Back over Minneapolis, we got a very significant line of storms that is coming through over the next few minutes. We are looking at least gusty winds between 50 to 60 miles per hour. Damaging winds are also a possibility. I'd be staying away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. If you're anywhere near Minneapolis right now, very intense line of thunderstorms is pushing through over the next several minutes. There are some velocities that are measuring upwards of 60 miles per hour just off to the northwest of Minnetonka. So there is a chance if you are in the Minneapolis area that we could be dealing with damaging winds at around 60 miles per hour. Very intense line coming through right now. We'll have a new radar scan on our tornado warning in a moment. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I do want to point out to anyone who's in parts of Iowa like Fort Dodge, Mason City, Waverly, or Waterloo, you are not yet under a severe thunderstorm watch. I don't know why we have not had one issued, but these storms are about an hour away from exiting our current severe thunderstorm watch. So hopefully we get another one of those soon. But we're going to go ahead and mention that there should be a severe thunderstorm watch for these areas. And if you do know anyone who lives in that areas or you're living in those areas yourself, assume that you are under a severe thunderstorm watch, know your plans, and be prepared to take action if severe weather heads your way.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, severe thunderstorm watch should be issued very soon if you're back over here in northwestern Iowa. Latest radar scan, not seeing a clear debris signature anymore. If we have a tornado, it would be located near Edna or George. There's now just a really large, broad area of rotation, and we could get a tightening really anywhere in this little segment up here that's back over near George and Rock Rapids. So there's definitely still a potential for a tornado with this as it heads towards Sibley, just to the south of Little Rock here in northwestern Iowa. This will be coming up towards Lake Park here pretty soon, and then about 30 minutes from now, Arnold Park, Milford, and Esterville will be in the path of this. But there's an ongoing threat again for very destructive winds of 80 miles per hour and the threat of tornadoes.
I don't think it'll take much.
And I mean, Vince has literally been driving through 80-mile-per-hour winds, I think, for probably the last 20-plus minutes. Every time I check in on Vince, he is going through very high winds. He still is. This is, again, the leading edge of a possible derecho near Orange City and Sioux Center.
Copy that.
So if you're driving out there,
wow, we're freaking hosed.
I mean, you shouldn't even be driving out there tonight. If you can avoid traveling, don't.
Like I said, the biggest
This is exactly what we're going to be talking about for a threat tonight in northwest Iowa.
That's why you don't want to be in town when something like this comes through.
At least the area that Vince is in is pretty flat, because if this was anything more than just, you know, if there were any trees nearby, they would probably fall down, and there could be some big problems in that department. I think Connor's about to get hit really hard by the wind, too. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. This is going to be for all of Minneapolis. It has finally happened. We've been talking about this for a while. I'm surprised it took this long, but we do have a new severe warning for now. Minneapolis, Coon Rapids, Brooklyn Park, Stillwater, Hudson, Shakopee, and Chanhassen. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Less than quarter-sized hail is expected. Again, we got a big line of storms coming right through the Minneapolis area. So be staying away from windows. Bottom middle of your screen is a live shot there in the west side of Minneapolis, where wind is beginning to pick up. I'm actually going to put up the St. Paul camera bottom middle, because that'll have a pretty good shot of the storm here shortly. Also, the destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded. The winds have been observed, so we now have 80-mile-per-hour winds that are observed, and then on top of that, there's now a tornado possible label for this entire severe thunderstorm warning in northern Iowa. Vince has obviously been driving through high winds. Connor is now driving through the high winds, or is starting to. Look at all the leaves blown across, too. Got some light debris flying here near Orange City. This is in Orange City for reference. Got some branches flying around.
Yeah. And big power flashes, about big time wind on the lead edge, and that may not be all that is. I don't know.
I would like to speed.
So our power flash is being reported here from Connor in the direction of Orange City. Will not be surprised. Look at Vince's feed, man.
Alright, I'm coming into Orange City. It's calming down a little bit. There is power here. I don't know how.
There's still power here in Orange City, but the hurricane is basically moving through right now. This is easily hurricane force winds.
Wow, I can't believe there's power here. This is incredible. Wow. I had a feeling one of these street lights is going to come down, though. I really don't want to be too close to one. Must have a bunch of underground power out here. This is Orange City.
It's unbelievable how there's power here. I'm actually shocked, too. I mean, with how high the winds are here, it might not last much longer. Maybe we'll jinx it, but like the wind will probably knock the power out at any moment here in Orange City. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we were talking about it, I think, literally 5 minutes ago, but then SPC has now put out a mesoscale discussion that will come before our next severe thunderstorm watch. They are noting that we may see winds of 85 to 100 miles per hour with this system. It is forming a cold pool behind the line, which is one of the things that we see in a proper MCS, and something that could be a derecho. So that is something that's formed, and it's only going to strengthen from here on out. We're already seeing winds of up to 80 miles an hour. It is not fully organized. It is not at peak strength, and anywhere it's basically in that major highlighted area there, you're expecting winds of 85 miles per hour or greater. The watch will be out sometime, probably in the next 15 to 30 minutes, but this is basically the watch before the watch that there are going to be very, very strong winds coming through. What this means is we should have our tornado safety plan, but tonight it's not going to be a tornado safety plan. It's going to be a damaging wind safety plan. When you get the when you do get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, you should treat that as a tornado warning. The tornado sirens in Iowa do sound for destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. That is because this will be comparable to an EF1 tornado in terms of peak possible strength. So pretend that it is a tornado when it does come through and it is producing those damaging winds, because the last thing that we want is anyone to get hurt by this. And the best way to not get hurt is to take shelter and take proper shelter as this derecho or possible derecho makes its way through tonight.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, this is just moments ago. Vince, just a second ago, drove through over a bunch of large branches back over near Orange City in South Dakota.
I am out of some of the worst of it, though. It's lightened up a little bit in this part. Tree branches.
A bunch of tree branches down in the roadways. Again, this is unbelievable how there's still power here back over near Orange City, but the winds are still very intense at least 70 to 80 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they haven't.
Also, this over in St. Paul, Minnesota, so this is just outside of Minneapolis, where we have damaging winds coming right through right now. You can see bottom right of your screen, huge complex of storms coming right into Minneapolis right now. This is live in St. Paul. Gusty winds, at least in this particular location right now, but should get much more intense here over the next few minutes. We just got a wind damage report back over in Winstead, Minnesota, that there is a tree down on a house back over in Winstead, Minnesota. That is in McLeod County, just west of Minneapolis. The worst of the wind right now is going to be going right through the downtown area of Minneapolis over the next few minutes, going through Shakopee, eventually approaching Oak Grove and Hudson, River Falls, and then Kinnickinnick will also be in the path of this. I mean, this is literally the same exact area that we covered last night. It's almost no different from where we covered last night with the damaging wind threat. So, double whammy. We got 2 days in a row of significant severe weather heading right through the Minneapolis area. All right, let's see. Say, live shot back over in Minneapolis. It sounds like there might be people parked under an overpass in Minneapolis. That is what I'm gathering, which is why the traffic is slow here. That is, yeah, there's apparently people parked under an overpass. We don't have a live shot of it yet, but that is presumably from people parked under an overpass. We need a shame spam in the chat. Unbelievable. It's back over to Vince near Orange City, Iowa. Non-stop destructive, damaging winds here.
I'm surprised that there aren't more trees on the road, honestly.
Tornado warning still continues in Iowa for Osceola, Lyon, O'Brien, and Sioux
going on here?
counties in Iowa. Connor's also driving through some really high winds.
Here.
But yeah, we're staying in North Sioux City, Garrett. So
he's also in Orange City.
Don't worry about it. Just go. You're fine. Turn all your cruise lights on. You'll look official. They won't bother you. Yeah. Alright, so my rear lights got it. Oh, the lights, whatever. I mean,
got more branches down over here. Also, this again in Orange City, right along Highway 60. Wow. Power's out now. Where at? How's already holding up with power, by the way, in Minneapolis and surrounding areas? Hey, Donnie, for the $10 super chat. For the hot dog at the turn, what's your handicap? I literally have no clue what my handicap is. I don't remember. I usually shoot high 80s, low 90s.
Move to a base in the core and interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy
This is just insane.
Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in
Power
a
out in
vehicle,
Victoria, power out in Roseville, Minnesota, Orange City, Iowa without power. I mean, this is literally an Orange City, and I mean, there's a good reason why there's no power. These winds are literally hurricane force. We basically got a mini land hurricane going right into Orange City and Sheldon and other surrounding areas. Wow, this is now up to 90 mile per hour winds. So this line of storms is now up to 90.
Right, so just in case, because I'm sure there's going to be a comment, I am absolutely driving left of center.
This is up to 90 mile per hour winds now. All right, so we have a destructive line of storms going towards Cherokee and Sibley. They've upgraded to 90 mile per hour winds. There was a 92 mile per hour wind gust at 9:40 p.m. reported northwest of Orange City. This is extremely dangerous right now in northwest Iowa. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I don't know if you just looked at the same report I had, but they did actually have an observed 99 mile an hour wind gust. This may be warned for 100 mile per hour winds sometime, like literally in the next couple of minutes, because we are 1 mile per hour short of having observed 100 mile per hour wind gusts.
All right, thank you for the update. Yeah, this is back over in Sioux Center, Iowa. There was a nearly 100 mile per hour wind gust reported. This is, not just hurricane force winds, but on top of that, we mentioned this earlier in the stream. We could see 60 to 110 mile per hour winds. I was not kidding when I said that. Like, we are now near the 100 mile per hour threshold, and we are probably going to be higher than that. I mean, this is undoubtedly producing extreme damaging winds across northwest Iowa. This is marching very fast to the east at over 60 miles per hour. It is heading right towards Spencer, Storm Lake, Fort Dodge, Mason City, and possibly even towards Des Moines. This is a very intense line of thunderstorms. Also, we have another damage report just northeast of Minneapolis over in Delwood, Minnesota, that there are 2 trees down on the north side of White Bear Lake. We still have a pretty intense line of thunderstorms right now moving right through the Twin Cities. This is a little look into what we are talking about with possibly 90 mile per hour winds right now. Again, we are talking about hurricane force winds. This is Category 1 hurricane force winds in northwest Iowa.
Hurricane force winds out here, guys.
I mean, Vince said it as I said it
like
pretty much, but like on top of that, this could get to Category 2 intensity. Like, we could see winds
tropical weather
over 95 miles per hour from this line.
Obviously not as persistent as a hurricane, but still.
This is just insane. Literally looks like a hurricane. It looks no different from a hurricane. Other than there not being palm trees and bench surfers.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Kennedy Avenue.
We got a new severe thunderstorm warning back over in Minnesota. This one's going to be back over in Scott, Dakota, Rice, and LeSueur counties in Minnesota. That'll pop up in a moment. We got another damage report coming out of Mayer, Minnesota, that there's a 12-inch diameter tree that was snapped at the base. So more damage reports coming out of the Minneapolis area. New severe thunderstorm warning is going to be just to the west of Northfield for Montgomery, Lonesdale, and New Prague. That is going to be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Hail less than the size of quarters is going to be a possibility. So still a significant line of storms right now moving right across western Wisconsin and eastern parts of Minnesota. This line of storms could be much worse than it already is, but it's at least been somewhat more manageable than what we're seeing further down to the south. Winds right now anywhere from 55 to 65 miles per hour. Could intensify though further as it heads towards Owatonna, Red Wing, and Rochester in southeastern Minnesota. Eau Claire and Chippewa Falls also in the path of that line of thunderstorms. As we just alluded to, if in case you're just tuning in, we have a really major line of thunderstorms right now ongoing in northwest Iowa. This is the potential derecho that we've been talking about all day today. We just had a nearly 100 mile per hour wind gust reported just outside of Sioux Center in Iowa. And this is almost undoubtedly going to continue to produce major damaging winds through Cherokee, Spencer, and Storm Lake in northwestern Iowa. You need to be staying away from windows, and you need to be on the lowest floor possible as this line of thunderstorms roll through. This is an extremely dangerous situation right now in northwest Iowa. This is, again, another look at how high the winds are. This is from Vince Walty, who's also inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download Radar Omega with the top link
winds are no joke, folks.
in the description below. Connor Prof is also inside of the app, which we're going to put him up on screen in a second.
Even attempt to get it close.
This is Connor's view as well. Oh, Connor's. All right, I think this camera fell.
Place still has power.
I don't know how, but there's power.
Literally a land hurricane right now in northwest Iowa.
Power grid's apparently pretty robust out here.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is an update out of Orange City, Iowa. We have another over 90 mile per hour wind report, exactly 92 mile per hour wind gusts reported out of Orange City. So this is just to the southeast of Sioux Center, which is where we had that 99 mile per hour wind report. But we are basically confirming that there are greater than 90 mile per hour winds that are ongoing with this system.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, major wind threat right now, moving right through northwestern Iowa. And we are still seeing, and we are observing over 80, 90 mile per hour winds. That has not ended at all so far. This is still a very dangerous situation that is evolving. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa. This is going to be, I don't know why this is a downgrade, to be honest, but they have made a new severe thunderstorm warning for Spencer, Storm Lake, Cherokee, Sheldon, and Sibley. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. I don't know why it's downgraded from 90, since we are still seeing 90 mile per hour winds being observed, but nonetheless, if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This is a live shot back over in St. Paul right now, just outside of Minneapolis, where the winds have continued to stay pretty strong here. Right now, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for Minneapolis, still for 60 mile per hour winds. There was also a report of a 10-inch tree broken back over in Elk River, Minnesota. But the highest winds right now back over in the Twin Cities are currently moving through the west side of Bloomington. These oranges and reds, that is where our highest wind speeds are currently located. So that's just to the south and west there of Minneapolis. Radar is indicating somewhere around 60 to 65 mile per hour winds in that general vicinity. So still very intense winds moving down to the south. I would expect a new severe thunderstorm warning here pretty soon going towards Owatonna in Minnesota. Also Faribault, Waseca, and near Mankato. We'll probably get a new severe thunderstorm warning there in a moment. Rain's also blowing sideways right now in St. Paul. Back over to Vince on our destructive 90 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. Also, huge shout out to Sarcy for the $20 super chat. W for another live stream. Minnesota, thanks you. No problem at all. I can help you out, Minnesota. Also, shout out to Amy with the $20 Venmo donation from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Really appreciate your reporting today and during the Gary, South Dakota tornado. Well, I can help.
80 miles an hour wind
State Highway 10 east, 4 miles.
source radar indicated. Impact. Flying debris.
I do want to point something out. Back over in far northwestern Iowa. This is just to the north of Sheldon, just outside of Sibley. We still have an area of at least broad rotation that is trying to develop right now, heading in the direction of Lake Park, Arnold's Park, and Milford. So this was tornado warning. The tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire in about 3 minutes. But there was a tornado with this initially, and it's still a broad area of spin that could try to drop another tornado at some point, going towards Spirit Lake and Esterville. So that's something that we need to continue to keep a pretty close eye on in case a tornado does end up trying to drop. It's also over to Connor in our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is now just south of Sheldon, just east of Orange City. They're basically paralleling where we've had 90 plus mile per hour wind reports. The ultimate for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities.
Patch of trees right here.
Find the wing, Connor, again.
Lori for the super chat. I think Wausau will see an isolated damaging wind risk tonight. They also talk over the $10 super chat. Is there any tornado potential in Minnesota? There is. It's low, though. Honor's getting through higher winds now. We're starting to go into higher winds. Hey, Chris Dovis for the super for becoming a member. Corn damage to no end, I'm assuming. I'd have to assume we have, you know, plenty of crop damage in general, not just corn, but everything. We now have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. This is going to be the warning just to the west of Northfield. So we're now up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds just outside of New Prague near Montgomery. This is just south of Minneapolis. So very dangerous storm evolving right now, just west of Minneapolis as well. Also, this is Vince. He's starting to drive over some light tree debris.
Hold on a second, I'll show you guys what it looks like out the side window. It's pretty crazy.
Wow. Literally like a wind tunnel. This car is obviously blocking some of the wind for a brief moment, but it's just like a hurricane. I mean, there's hardly any difference other than just not being tropical. Hey, Ultimate for the $20 super chat. Many large elms down on Lake Minneoka, west of Minneapolis, west from the calm to chaos in 2 seconds. Volleyball at Lord Fletcher's had a run within 2 minutes of hitting multiple large trees down. Appreciate the report. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of trees down. No doubt about that tonight. Absolutely no doubt about that. They have B up for the $10 super chat. Fort Dodge. I think Fort Dodge is probably going to see this intense line of thunderstorms in approximately an hour. So probably 11 o'clock or so. Just insane. Trampolines are gone forever. This is a gone forever stage of trampolines today. No doubt about that.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Iowa.
So again, this line of storm still producing major damaging winds. The new severe thunderstorm warning was downgraded to 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, so not nearly as significant as before. There is still a tornado possible label on this, mainly because of the broad rotation that is located over Sibley in Iowa. That'll be moving towards Spirit Lake and Esterville here very soon. Back over near Minneapolis, we got a lot of wind reports coming out of the Shakopee and south side of Minneapolis areas. The highest wind gust as of now that has been reported was 65 miles per hour back over in Shakopee, Minnesota. That was according to the Scott County Mesonet. So again, still an intense line of thunderstorms, and on top of that, we are starting to see a more intense area of wind pick up in west of Northfield. I do think as these lines continue to kind of clash together down here near Northfield, we could see a localized tornado threat attempt to ramp up here just to the south of Minneapolis, going into the direction of Faribault and also heading over towards Northfield. So definitely something that we need to keep a close eye on. I don't think we have an imminent tornado risk, but I do think there's at least a low tornado risk as this line continues to push southeast, mainly because of the collision of both of our clusters of storms. So that is a possibility. Could get a localized area of convergence in the next half hour. If you guys have any photos or videos from the storms, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We might have them on stream, so definitely make sure to check that out. Link is down below. Right now, this line of storms that is producing significant damaging winds is only approximately 68 miles from north to south. It's not a very long line of thunderstorms. It's just a small little cluster. So, Surprisingly, it's not that big, even though it's producing destructive winds. It is very, very small in terms of the north to south length of this line. With that said, even though it's small, it is very intense. And we are talking about a very intense line of thunderstorms that will continue to move through Cherokee, Storm Lake, and Spencer here in the next 15 to 20 minutes in northwestern Iowa. This is, again, a look inside of our destructive severe thunderstorm warning from Vince Walty, who's also inside of the Radar Mega app. You can download with the top link in the description. Thank you, Irish, for the $20 super chat. Still have no power in Minneapolis. That is not what you want to hear. Unfortunately, that is going to probably be a reoccurring trend here across southeast Minnesota. Thank you also, Tyler, for the $10 super chat. All right, we do have an important update. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Faribault and Owatonna and Waseca. This does have a tornado possible label on it. So 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible label is on this area of storms right now. That is tracking down to the east-southeast. It will eventually go towards Rochester. So again, nothing really that close by producing a tornado risk. It is mostly just a wind threat, but we could see a spin-up tornado as this continues to track down to the east-southeast. There's also some video. Okay. I can't show the video. It's that stupid format. Can you send me the video in the another format, Riley? For some reason my computer won't let me do that format. We have some video. I'll have it in a minute. The winds have gotten slightly calmer where Vince is. Not nearly as bad.
This is probably the most significant windstorm I've seen in a long time.
Hey, Matt, for the super chat. We'll hit Algona, Iowa.
Good God.
Let me see where Algona is. Yes, this will hit Algona. I'm going to draw a little box here on the map. Just to kind of give you an idea of where this will probably end up hitting. All right, this is like the general corridor where this line should hit. Like, we're talking about only this line. We're not talking about the one in Minnesota. We're only talking about this destructive 80-mile-per-hour wind event here. And then the one back over in Minnesota, this one's going to be really impacting most of southeast Minnesota, and it'll also be impacting most of western Wisconsin. So, like, there's basically a large box I just drew. At least those areas should see this line of thunderstorms. Thank you, RC, for the $10 super chat. Also, Vince is now located just to the north of Cherokee. This is located near Sutherland. This cluster of storms is quickly bowing out. The northern side of it is definitely a more tornadic side if we can get a little bit more of a clean inflow and a little bit more organization. We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. This was just issued for those in far southeastern Minnesota and also most of Iowa. Brand new severe thunderstorm watch here. This goes until 4 a.m. tonight Central Time. Couple tornadoes possible, isolated ping pong ball sized hail is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour is likely. That does include Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Clinton, Dubuque, La Crosse, Rochester, Austin, Waterloo, Decorah, Mason City, Fort Dodge, and a mess. You guys are all included in this brand new severe thunderstorm watch. Where was this video taken? Do we have a location? Thank you, Nope, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is back over in Sioux Center tonight. This is actually from Reed Timmer. He gave us permission to show these videos. This is back over in Sioux Center tonight. From Reed Timmer out of Taco Bell.
6.
You're ordering Taco Bell in the background.
And also an additional bean burrito.
Hey, Eric, for the $10 super chat. Bro's literally ordering Taco Bell in the middle of this severe thunderstorm warning. That's again, this is a video for retail back over in Sioux Center tonight. Or Sioux Falls. Or no, it was Sioux Center. Sioux Center, Iowa. So funny. Got some first responders over here near Cherokee in Iowa. There's a lot of leaves still down the roadways. Hey Logan for the $5 super chat. Just north of the Twin Cities in North Branch and the lightning was intense. I just watched an ambulance come screaming by. Hopefully everybody's okay. Hopefully. Hey, Eric from super chat as well. I think Lamar's is probably going to be mostly a wind. Oh, Lamar's, yeah, you guys are pretty much winding down already. So the worst of the severe weather's pushed through.
Alright, so Paulina looks like it fared decently well.
Hey, Sty for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Is the Twins game going to be okay? Is the Twins game going on right now? I mean, the worst of the severe weather's now moved through Minneapolis for the most part. I mean, there's still a severe warning in place, but the worst of the wind is a bit further down to your south. I don't know if there's actually a Twins game going on right now, but it's delayed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're just gonna like postpone it or whatever, but I mean, the rain will be winding down here soon. We only got about maybe 30 minutes left of at least light to moderate rain, so. Got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. This is gonna be the eastern side of this line. This is actually for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that's gonna be for Pierre, Dunn, Eau Claire, Polk, Barron, Chippewa, and St. Croix counties in far western Iowa. Or sorry, far western Wisconsin, back over near New Richmond and Hudson. You'll see that pop up here in just a moment. Hey, Eric for the super chat. Do you like Taco Bell? It's all right. Not terrible. It's all right. Nothing crazy. So again, the new severe thunderstorm warning is for Menomonee, just west of Eau Claire, New Richmond, River Falls. Get ready for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds as this line continues to push to the southeast. It's moving southeast at about 45 miles per hour right now. Also, thank you, Angel, for the super chat. Is a possible overlap of these storms? Are they going to hit the same areas at different times? I mean, these could all merge into one big line, but even if it does, it won't be super long lasting. This line, or this like little cluster, is still very far back to the west, so it'll take a while for any of this to actually merge. But we do have some new convection going up between the two clusters that could actually kind of connect the dots a little bit, if you will. So that'll be something that's interesting. Keeping an eye back over here near Owatonna for a low tornado risk. There's a couple little areas of weak rotation that are trying to develop right now. Back over near Waterville, Warsaw, and Faribault. Low tornado risk back over near Owatonna. So definitely something we're keeping an eye on. Hey, Jude, for becoming a member, and also hi, Story, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update back in South Dakota out of Turner County. Emerging managers are reporting that there was apparently a thunderstorm wind gust that tore the roof off of a house and uprooted a large tree. So that was out of Davis in South Dakota. So definitely had some strong winds there, and that is probably going to be the official start of this MCS, is somewhere around that area. Just a little piece of information. This is 77 miles long, which does mean that it's technically long enough to be classified as a derecho if it lasts a long enough time. Currently modeled on the ARRR, it is showed to last the time required for it to be a derecho and the length. So if this continues at the strength that it is at, we may possibly see a derecho. It would have to end somewhere between Mason City and Waterloo, Iowa. So that's right around the end of our moderate risk for it to be technically classified as a derecho.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there is still a potential again for a derecho this evening. Obviously, it'll be classified probably after the fact, but this does have the potential to be a derecho. Again, right now, the worst of it is currently in northwestern Iowa, moving towards Spencer, Storm Lake, and eventually going towards Fort Dodge. This is inside of our destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 80-mile-per-hour winds. This is Vince back over near Sutherland.
Your route may be affected by severe thunderstorm.
They also farms to the $20 super chat.
No kidding. Never would have guessed.
Out of the tornado warning in Lyon County, Iowa. Power out in the town. No visible tornado spotted. High winds and trees down. Appreciate the report. Also, thank you, Dustin, for the super chat. I'm in Baldwin, Wisconsin. The winds are very high. The line of storms is definitely intensifying in Wisconsin, too. Been intensifying for the last hour. Thanks, Seamus, for the super chat. Yeah, that's the idea of the winds right now back over in northwest Iowa. They are still very high right now. I was asking about Vermilion. Talking about South Dakota. If you're back over in Vermilion, you guys are basically done. Cork with the super chat asks if we've seen any hails with these storms. You know, interestingly enough, earlier in the stream, it was right before we went live, but John McKinney actually had a view of a big fire that started right before we went live, and there were many hay bales that were on fire. I'm actually wondering if we can find the video of that, but there was... So if somebody finds a video of the hay bales being on fire, let me know. But there was a big fire earlier back over in South Dakota from a lightning strike, so... That happened earlier. New damage report back over in Belle Plaine, Minnesota. There's a report of a downed maple tree in the backyard. That's back over to the south of Shakopee, just south of Minneapolis. It was a big wildfire. It was a big fire. This is what it was earlier. This was from early. This was earlier, obviously. It's not live, but this was from earlier. This was the fire that happened back over in Mitchell, South Dakota. There were a bunch of hay bales on fire as well. This was from a lightning strike. This was not from any... I at least think it was from a lightning strike. This happened literally about a minute or two right before we went live. Like, this is moments before we went live. See all the different hay bales and the field on fire. So again, that was from John McKinney earlier. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. Once again, the winds have gotten higher ever since this line has merged into kind of one big thing here. Northfield, Red Wing, and Pine Island. You guys are now in a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is just south of Oak Grove, going towards Lake City, Wabasha, Rochester, Casson, and eventually St. Charles. You guys are in the path of a significant line of damaging winds, currently tracking to the southeast. So stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible if you're anywhere in this area of severe thunderstorm warnings. These are all, this entire line right now is producing damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 75 miles per hour. Back over northwest Iowa, we still have a very intense line of thunderstorms. Back over to Vince. Inside of our destructive severe thunderstorm warning, this is in Sutherland and Iowa. So we're approaching Spencer and Sioux Rapids here shortly. Hey, Robin, for the $20 super chat. Thank you for making me feel safe. No problem at all. I'm glad I can help.
Continue on State Highway 10 East for 11 miles.
Are you sure? All right.
Got some trucks pulled over Back over in Wisconsin. This is where we have 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds coming through here shortly. A few semi-trucks pulled over here on I-94. Winds are going to be intensifying there here over the next few minutes. What weather app am I using? I'm using the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. It's also Connor, who's also near Sutherland. Non-stop, basically about hurricane force winds here.
Keep on chugging, chat. Keep on chugging.
Also, I figured I'd show you guys this. I didn't even think of this. I always forget about this, but we have a line of storms, and you know what that means. The last time we did this was forever ago, but we gotta do the 3D radar with this line of thunderstorms. Back over near Minneapolis. Look at that. You also got the little, you can actually see the twirl on radar here back over in northwestern Iowa as well with the other little MCS that is formed. A pretty cool view of the line of storms that's going through the Minneapolis area, also going through northwest Iowa. This is from the back side of the line too. So now we're looking south. You might get dizzy from this. Looking from the other way.
Definitely not surprised. Surprised there's not more trees down, honestly.
A little bit less windy here in Sutherland, Iowa now. It's not nearly as bad. It's kind of a little bit more deep into the storm though now. Also Connor. Connor's located just north of Cherokee. How does Des Moines look for the rest of the night? I mean, Des Moines could get hit by this line. We'll have to wait and see. I think the worst of this line is going to be located, though, in far northwestern Iowa. It'll be mainly this area, moving basically across the very northern segment of Iowa. But the line has been extending further down to the south and west. You can see some convection going up over Sioux City. So there's a chance down the road the line of storms could eventually impact areas near Des Moines, Emess, Marshalltown, Waterloo, Cedar Rapids, and Iowa City. Hey, Josh for the super chat. Butler County, Iowa. Look at Butler County. Yeah, your ETA will probably be around midnight or so, and it'll be this line of storms back off to the west. Thank you, Kiara, for the super chat. We still have a non-zero tornado risk if you're back over near Owatonna, Faribault, or Waseca here in southeastern Minnesota. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, continuing to move through as well. Tornado possibility label is still in place right now, just to the south of Northfield. Again, not really seeing much of a tornado risk as of right now. There's been some very broad rotation on the leading edge of this line, so we're just continuing to monitor it in case something does end up happening there. Thank you, AG, for the super chat. Watch out for corn. Yeah, I mean, corn is probably gonna go flying. Some of the corn crops. Already had some crop damage today from the tornadoes and also the damaging winds, and there's probably gonna be plenty of it tonight, especially since we have two intense line of thunderstorms ongoing right now. Is Ohio good tonight? You guys are chilling. You're good. By the way, if we go over to the moderate, like the general risk of severe weather, our moderate risk of severe weather is about halfway done. That's it. About halfway done. So it's basically northwest Iowa is where our leading edge right now of the moderate risk is. Enhanced risk, slight risk, and all that sort of stuff. That's still all in play right now for those in Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Davenport, even as far east as Madison, Wisconsin, near Milwaukee. I mean, there's a risk for severe weather tonight and into the overnight hours. So a ways away from this severe weather event being done. Thank you for the super chat, Manoa Tana. Stay safe. Should be mostly damaging winds. There's a low tornado risk, though. Also, let me know where you guys are tuning in from in the chat. We're going to do another heat map. Put your location in the chat. We'll have it on like a little map. See where everybody's tuning in from. Gives us a good idea of where to be looking at the most for severe weather right now. Kind of gives us an idea of where everybody's tuning in from as well. Hey, Johnny, for the super chat. Do you think it'll be fizzling out for eastern Wisconsin, specifically Sheboygan area? I think it'll fizzle out before getting there. There will probably still be some storms. I just don't think they're going to be as significant by the time they get there. Hey, Jay, for the super chat. Thanks for the coverage. Sheltering in place in Minneapolis. Well, you're good in Minneapolis. The severe weather has passed through now. The worst of it's down to your south. You can see here again, the Minneapolis area, we're pretty much done. Just a little bit of light to moderate rain is left over. If you're south of Minneapolis in the severe thunderstorm warnings, you should continue to heed the warning. Again, the worst of the wind is for sure near Northfield and Faribault. These are some pretty significant winds right now near Faribault. And in just a moment, we'll have a few live cameras looking at the high winds back over in Faribault. Bottom middle of your screen is one of the cameras. That's on the north side of Faribault, so that's pretty close to where the highest winds, or some of the highest winds will be located. Winds are actually picking up pretty decently right now. This is live in the Faribault area, where 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are going to be a possibility. And we definitely have high winds right now ongoing here. It's also another live shot just around Faribault. It's on I-35. Camera's starting to shake quite a bit here. We also got a little overpass, underpass action. Nobody parked underneath it, though. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued in Montana. We got a couple, actually. It's an ongoing threat of severe weather back over in Billings. If you're back over in Billings, Montana, ping pong ball-sized hail a concern as those storms continue to track east towards Warden. But again, the most significant severe weather event still ongoing in the Midwest. We got two big lines of thunderstorms. The line of thunderstorms that's not producing widespread like 80+ mile-per-hour winds back over like Iowa, for example. This line here in Minnesota is actually about triple the length. It's at least 140 miles in length. The one in Iowa is approximately at 60 miles in length. So about 2.5 times longer back over in Minnesota. So another live shot back over in Faribault, Minnesota. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit more now. Camera's been shaking for the last few minutes. Also, here is a heat map of where everybody's tuning in from this evening. So this is the general look at across the entire country. Most of you tuning in tonight are in Iowa, Minnesota, or even in Illinois or Wisconsin. And then a little bit more of a zoomed in view. Most people are not in the moderate risk of severe weather, but Waterloo is a popular area. Far northwestern Iowa, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Madison, Rochester, Eau Claire, and Minneapolis. Minneapolis has been a hot spot the last few streams. It still is. We got a little hook trying to form right now west of Owatonna in Minnesota. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now, but just something to keep an eye on. Velocities are still really mainly showing a surge of wind right now just off to the northwest of Owatonna. This will be tracking towards I-35 over the next few minutes. Still a low chance of a tornado as this continues to move down to the southeast. Let's see if we got any more shots in Faribault here. One of the better shots in Faribault, the wind right now. Lightning has also been picking up over in Faribault, just outside of Owatonna. This camera's shaking like crazy. Let me go to this one. This is a camera also on I-35, just north of Owatonna. Shaking a lot more than the other ones. It was not shaking a moment ago. So be prepared for high winds back over here in southeast Iowa. We do have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa. This is back over near Algona and Esterville. That is going to be for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this. So if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, you need to treat it as if it is a tornado warning. Be staying away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. It's a pretty good live shot. This back over near Owatonna. Just north of Owatonna, where the winds are picking up on I-35. Hey, Sonny, for the $10 super chat. Saving lives, best weather channel. Appreciate that, Sonny. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a maximum velocity member. All right, if you're over in Owatonna, Waseca, you need to be staying away from windows. Again, very intense line of storms coming in here over the next few minutes. We'll have some live shots from downtown Owatonna here in just a moment. This is just barely north of Owatonna, where the winds are very quickly picking up right now. And this will be approaching the Medford area, Clinton Falls. It's also moving through Warsaw right now. You should be staying away from windows if you're in this area. Just picking up some more cameras, putting them on here. Why are there sirens in Lakeville, Minnesota? They may have sirens going off for damaging winds. There are some places that have sirens go off for wind, so that could be the reason why. Not all places just have sirens for tornadoes. A lot of them nowadays do it for wind as well. This back over on our destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa. This is Vince Walty. We'll drive through near hurricane force winds right now.
Continue for 28 miles.
Now we're kind of getting into that.
May be affected by severe thunderstorm warning.
Wow.
Now we're kind of getting into that phase of the MCS or the squall line here, where
I just want to throw it out there. Vince, from the leading edge of this line in Iowa, is 11 miles away from the leading shelf
There's still
cloud
plenty of it
of
there
this
for
line
this
near
thing to
Sioux
use,
Falls.
but I think we're done with that extreme wind, you know, that 90-mile-an-hour wind. I think we're past that stage. I think we're just in the, 70 to 80 mile an hour wind category now. This will probably persist for a couple hours, I'm sure. That news
also, this is live back over in
it goes all
near
the way
Owatonna, or just north of Owatonna. The wind's been picking up here over the last few minutes. Rain's also picking up as well. Thank you, Alexis, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Also got a report in chat of Storm Lake, Iowa power being out. Thank you, Carrot, for becoming a member as well. Everly, Iowa power's out. We should look at the power outage map. We haven't done that at all today. This is the power outages across the board. Minnesota is really the main state with power outages right now. We got over 120,000 people without power in the state of Minnesota tonight. That's at least customers without power out of about 2.5 million people that are tracked, most of which are near Minneapolis. Washington County with about 27,000 without power. Scott County, 7,000. LeSueur County, about 1,500. Back over in the state of Iowa, we have about 7,500 without power. That's mostly where the ongoing intense mesoscale convective system is going, or otherwise almost known as a derecho here. That is pretty much, or almost a derecho. Again, we don't know if it will be, but it could be a derecho at the end of the day. Back over here in northwest Iowa. And then back over in Wisconsin, we have about 11,000 without power. That is all basically just to the west there of Eau Claire. So significant severe weather is continuing here across the Midwest and the Central Plains. Once again, very intense line of thunderstorms currently rolling here across northwestern Iowa. The severe thunderstorm warning for Storm Lake and Spencer was downgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds. I don't necessarily agree with that. I do think it's still higher than that. But nonetheless, continue to stay away from windows if you're in the severe warning. The winds have been very intense, as we've seen with both Vince and Connor, just off to the around and just south and east there of south and west there of Spencer. We have two new severe thunderstorm warnings. The first one is back over in Owatonna, north of Albert and Lee near I-35. That is for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, $half size tail. There's also a tornado possible label on that. Freeborn, Waseca, and Steele counties, Minnesota. You guys are now included in that severe thunderstorm warning. We also have another new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's for Fort Dodge, Pocahontas, back over near Manson and Humboldt. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is a considerable damage threat. So that'll be moving into the Manson area. We also have Gilmore City, Rolfe, Livermore, and Clare. You guys are all in the path of a pretty dangerous line of thunderstorms right now. We also have a ton of lightning right now back over near Owatonna. That's bottom middle of your screen. I'm probably going to turn that camera off in a second because of how much lightning there is. But there is a lot of lightning. Just want to throw it out there. Storms are producing frequent lightning. A lot of it cloud lightning. There's still a low chance of a tornado near Owatonna. Continue to stay away from windows just in case the tornado does drop. It is a QLCS tornado threat, not necessarily a discrete supercell threat. But we do have a couple little hooks and a little bit of rotation right now just outside of Owatonna. That could lead to a low-end tornado potential here. All right, we do have another camera. It's back over in Wisconsin right now. This is I-94. County Q is the roadway. You can see the wind picking up right there. Look at that. There's the wind. You got a semi going by. Not going overly fast. His hazards are on. But wind is picking up right now back over in western Wisconsin. Also, we got a live camera back over in, I don't know where this location was again, back over in Goldfield, Iowa. This is Caleb Beecham's camera that he's put up. Got the storm out in the horizon. So I'll have a view of the storm here back over in northwest Iowa here soon as well, back over near Fort Dodge. A lot of the chasers have kind of fallen behind this line, so this is a pretty good camera because it'll at least be able to kind of give us an idea of how high the winds are and also, when it will actually arrive to this location. But that's back over near Goldfield in Iowa. Find that actually on the map. Just on the outskirts here of our 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning, but at least got some lightning out there on the horizon. We will likely get new severe thunderstorm warnings here soon if you're back over near Rochester and Eau Claire here in western Wisconsin and southeastern Minnesota. We got more damage reports coming out of the Minneapolis area. There's a tree down on Southview Boulevard near Highway 52. There's also a tree down, including some on Valley View Road. I'm estimated by radar there. And then also back over near New Richmond, Wisconsin. 5-inch tree snapped in a yard. Thank you, Bobby, for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate the generosity. This is a video sent in by Riley's dad back over near Owatonna, Minnesota. Moments ago of a shelf cloud rolling in. Lots of lightning. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, as kind of expected. That's going to be for Rochester, Stewartville, Austin, also Casson near Pine Island. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And this line of storm is currently tracking down to the southeast. Hey, Dan, for the $10 super chat. What are we looking at? The St. Boniface and Waconia areas of Minnesota, just west of Minneapolis. Nothing to worry about there. If you're anywhere behind this little line that I'm drawing here, you guys are pretty much good for the night. The severe weather risk is winding down. I'm going to draw it a little bit differently. But basically, anywhere north of and west of that line, you guys are good for the night. Max, it looks like 12 monkeys jumped on your head. My hair is not that bad. Actually, it was getting bad. I'm getting a haircut, by the way. I'm pretty sure tomorrow. So, pretty sure I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. So my hair will look different. It won't look different in the video tomorrow, but it will look different whenever I have another video after that. The severe thunderstorm warning for Owatonna was just upgraded. It's now up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is a considerable damage threat if you're back over to the east here of Waseca, near Owatonna, just south of Faribault. So this has just been upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds moving right through Owatonna right now. Winds are actually starting to pick up here in Owatonna. This is a live shot. It's on the east side of Owatonna. This is on US 14. It's not far from the Owatonna regional airport. There's an airport here. Actually, this is a pretty good camera. Let's go to this one. This is on I-35. This camera actually moves around. See the wind really picking up there. Shout out to Paul with the PayPal donation. Appreciate that. Look at the wind. Wow. It is definitely strong in Owatonna. Look at that. That is intense winds right now in Owatonna. That's right on the I-35 at Bridge Street. Almost looks like a hurricane here now, too. It's definitely very intense winds right now. Back over near Owatonna, Minnesota. This is going to be approaching Rochester, Pine Island, and Casson here soon. Also heading towards Austin. Wind is just going absolutely crazy here. We just got a update. The winds in Dickinson, Buena Vista, Cherokee, Clay, Osceola, and O'Brien counties in Iowa that is now upgraded to observe 70-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, guys, the wind here, again, in Owatonna is just crazy. This is a very intense winds right now. Moving right through the heart of Owatonna. It'll be approaching Claremont, Summit, Blooming Prairie, and Dodge Center here over the next 10 minutes. Easily 65, 75-mile-per-hour winds here. I wouldn't even rule out winds as high as 80 with this line now. This definitely got more intense, and the camera's shaking even more. I mean, the wind is just nonstop here. So again, this is, live there in Owatonna. Very high winds right now, moving right through the heart. This is the leading edge of the winds, and so they are going to last probably for several miles. It is now going to Havana, and then it'll be approaching Claremont in about 3 or 4 minutes, and then Dodge Center probably about 8 or 9 minutes from now. We have basically consistent hurricane force wind speeds going right through the I-35 corridor here near Highway 4 or US 14. And this is basically what you can expect with this entire line of thunderstorms. I mean, this entire line is going to probably look something similar to this. I do think, though, the area that's down here near Owatonna is definitely more intense. Just unbelievable winds. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. From the Owatonna Airport, we did just have confirmed winds of 70 miles per hour. Also, out of South Dakota, we have confirmed winds from Spencer, Iowa of 87.5 miles per hour, also from an ASOS. So both of our lines right now are producing winds well over 70 miles per hour. So be ready for those.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, the Spencer storm, even though it had an 87-mile-per-hour wind gust, is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this warning is way below what it should be. It's definitely producing higher winds. We've definitely seen that also in real time. So again, destructive, damaging winds still ongoing across the northern plains right now. And then back over near Owatonna, this is where we just literally had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Owatonna Airport. Definitely would not be surprised if we had higher winds at this point, but this is a live shot again on I-35. Winds are still very high as of right now. It's not really let up at all. It's been pretty intense for multiple minutes now. And we will have a lot more cameras coming up here along US 14 here soon, so it's not just this one. Still, it's unbelievably windy here. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Eau Claire, Wisconsin. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds going towards Mondovi and Osseo. So be ready for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is all tracking down to the southeast right now. Line of storms moving southeast at approximately 45 miles per hour. So still a pretty fast-moving line of thunderstorms right now. Just unbelievable winds here in Owatonna. This is another view on Hoffman Drive. You got some cars pulled off to the right side there. It looks like on an exit ramp. This is also near Owatonna. And it looks like that car is about to park under the overpass. Oh my goodness. We got shame. We have shame. Unintentionally, we have shame. That was unbelievable timing. That person's basically parked under the overpass. Getting reports that the tornado sirens in Fort Dodge are going off for the wind. Thank you, Taz, for the super chat. It's always a good idea. Make sure if you have any pets that you're protecting them tonight. Make sure to bring them inside. Hey, Vince, for the 8 months. Getting a report from Rhonda in the chat that power's out in Owatonna. I literally do not doubt that at all. How high the winds are would not surprise me. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got an update from the Minnesota Twins. I know we had a few people asking about that. The game is scheduled to restart at 11:05 p.m. Also, I can confirm that the winds in Owatonna are strong and the power is out, at least on the northeast side of town.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So power outage is ongoing in Owatonna from the high winds, and the power outages have continued to increase across the board here in southeastern Minnesota. Still a very intense line of thunderstorms right now moving through Owatonna, approaching Rochester, just outside of Red Wing as well. Also, this is another camera in Owatonna that is beginning to pick up on some of the higher winds. We've obviously been looking at the same camera for a while with all the wind, but this is another view on US 14, a little bit further off to the east, and the wind has begun to pick up here. You can see all the rain pushing with the light. We got one street light that's helping to be able to visibly see this. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Wabasha and Mondovi, far western Wisconsin and far eastern Minnesota for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is currently tracking down to the southeast. So again, this entire line of storms moving southeast at between 40 to 50 miles per hour. So again, we got two destructive lines of thunderstorms. If you're just tuning in, we got one in northern Iowa that may impact areas like Des Moines, Emess, and Waterloo. And then the other one is still very intense right now, moving through Rochester, Winona, and then eventually going towards La Crosse. So we got two very intense lines of thunderstorms that are currently ongoing. The one that is now southeast of Minneapolis has just consistently gotten more intense here over the last half hour. Thank you, Rebel, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. It's the highest tier membership on the channel. Thank you also, Vex, for the super chat. Anybody's power out? If you have power out, let me know where you guys are at. Out of curiosity here. We are now up to over 126,000 customers without power in Minnesota. The Owatonna area has not updated yet. Should soon. This is still a live view on I-35 on the west side, or right over in the center kind of Owatonna. Still very windy. It's also in US 14. Nobody parked under that overpass. Winds are still going here. Tons and tons of lightning. When I upload a video on Max's site, you can send it to us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was going to talk about basically everything that we've had going on in Iowa and compare that to the modified duration of a derecho that we have, or modified definition of a derecho that we have right here. This is a graphic we showed earlier talking about what a derecho is. Obviously now we are a little bit into the event, so we can start talking about the amount of time or the amount of stuff that we have sort of checked off this list. So first, do we have widespread severe reports from wind of greater than 58 miles per hour? Yes, we do. And we're not here yet that it's lasted 3 hours, but we have surpassed at least half a requirement here. So we're going to check this off, of course, with a little asterisk just in case we do not last at least 3 hours. I do think this system will make it at least 3 hours, so we're probably going to see this box checked off as well. All of our wind reports are occurring in a progressive sequence, so that's another thing checked off. The forward speed is greater than the environmental wind speed, or the environmental mean wind speed. Wow, reading is hard sometimes. Not more than 1 hour may go between reports and the wind swath. So far, we have checked that off. So this is something that's going to be a little bit more of an issue later on in the event when the derecho starts to fall apart. If we have more than an hour in between different reports, we may not see the full length needed, which is the next thing. We need to have gaps of less than 124 miles, and the wind swath has to be at least 250 miles long in total. We've already checked off our 575 plus mile wind reports, and we have had at least 3 reports separated by 50 miles as well. So basically, we're just waiting to see how long this thing is going to sort of continue off. We basically just need to reach that 250 miles long and that 3 hours in duration. There was some debate as whether or not it was over 60 miles long, basically from this side to this side. I do do think we will 100% satisfy that requirement. Of course, this is something that we have to figure out after the event, and they don't like to classify something as a derecho for whatever reason until like a week or two after, when we get a lot more damage information in. But as of right now, it is looking like, although a lot of people were talking about how this was going to be a bust and this wasn't going to happen and the moderate risk was a bad moderate risk, it does look like we may end up having a derecho after all.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, let's go back to Owatonna. This is just outside. This is in Owatonna on the east side. Still very windy right now, where we have up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds going towards Rochester. This is, again, from a line of thunderstorms. Pretty long line of thunderstorms now, extending from Medford, just west of Wausau, all the way back through Austin. Still producing 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado threat stays on the low side of things. Haven't really seen a whole lot of rotation recently. I think it's mostly going to be a wind threat here. Thank you, Tango, for the super chat. You hear about the tornado hitting the silo full of fertilizer? I have not. Thank you, Bob, also for the super chat. Also, thank you, Average, for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Also, thank you, Iowa Long Guy, for the super chat. Ames, Iowa? Gotcha. This is another video that was just sent in from Owatonna. Put the audio on here. This is just moments ago. For those that live in Owatonna or surrounding areas, this is probably what you've seen. If you don't live in Owatonna and you live east of Owatonna, this is probably what you were about to see. This looks like a hurricane. And the power went out. Right there. There goes the power. Oh, it came back. I think that was a full-blown power flash, though, right here. I'm just going back a second. Yeah, power literally went out. At least the power flash. And another one. Happened again. That might be the one for good. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna knock out power. There's no doubt. I mean, winds consistently above 60 miles per hour that entire 1 minute video, by the way. Crazy stuff. You still have no power in Owatonna. You're probably not going to get it back very soon. There's a ton of power outages. We're now up to 125,000 customers without power. And the areas like Owatonna have not really been included into this like area, like the you know, the counter yet, because they've just happened. This site usually takes a little bit to update, but yeah, those numbers are definitely going to increase. We're probably going to be over 140,000 without power here pretty soon, if I had to guess. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we received another wind report out of Spencer, Iowa, also from the ASOS there. This is another gust of 92 miles per hour. So these reports are a little bit old, but places like Emmitsburg and Algona in Iowa, you are going to be in 90-mile-per-hour winds here shortly. It's only warned for 80, but could be definitely producing winds, and it has been producing winds greater than 80, even greater than 90 miles an hour.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, this line of storms, again, did receive a downgrade to 70-mile-per-hour winds, which, again, does not add up with what we've seen, or at least heard recently. We've had wind gusts as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour. Still a very intense line of thunderstorms right now, moving across northern Iowa. And we also have a new severe warning further south, back over near Denison and Carroll, just south of Fort Dodge. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also, we have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center that does include far southeastern Minnesota and far western Wisconsin, where an isolated severe threat may continue over the next few hours. I don't know really how it's isolated, as it's been pretty widespread, but nonetheless, this is the area that we are still looking at scattered to numerous severe weather, with mainly a damaging wind threat as high as 70 miles per hour. Could see damaging winds a little bit higher than that, but it should be mostly winds up to 70. But definitely not really isolated. It's definitely more widespread. Rochester just got rocked. Rochester will be getting rocked over the next few minutes. The west side of Rochester definitely got rocked. Unfortunately, power is on at work. Wow. Bro doesn't want to go to work. Thank you, Lisa, for the $20 super chat. We go back over to our 3D radar view here. Gives you an idea of how long the line of storms is extending. Do a little measurement here. It's about, I mean, it's obviously not connected, but it's about 300. If this was entirely connected, this would be about 310 miles from northeast to southwest from central Wisconsin back to western Iowa. We actually have some pretty high DBZ values back over in near Rochester. Let me go back to the normal radar. We got some DBZ values increasing just to the west of Rochester. We actually might have some large hail falling. Maybe a little bit of large hail. Probably nothing larger than the size of quarters, but could have a little bit of large hail falling there. Still pretty windy right now on the east side of Owatonna. It's still going. I mean, we haven't had any power flashes on this camera, but winds are still definitely gusting. Around 60-mile-per-hour winds probably here. This is another live shot. This is on I-35 northbound at Hoffman Drive. Looks like a bunch of cars and trucks have pulled over. Looks like maybe an exit. Can't really tell for sure. It looks like an exit, though. It's also a live shot just outside of Rochester. Kind of has a little skyline view here. You can see the lightning flashes out on the horizon. We have a pretty good view here shortly of the line of storms moving into Rochester. Here's another live shot from Rochester. By the way, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe down below. Don't forget to like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people. Also, don't forget to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. You can also join our Discord server that is linked in the description. Friendly reminders. Again, this is live severe weather coverage across the Midwest. We still have a moderate risk of severe weather in place. Most of the moderate risk has now been used up. The only remaining part of the moderate risk is mainly in Mason City, Waverly, just outside of Fort Dodge, also near Fairmont and Austin, where we still have a moderate risk of severe weather in place, where we still have the ongoing destructive, damaging winds currently approaching Mason City, just south of I-90, and then back over in southeast Minnesota. Still a pretty intense line of thunderstorms stretching from Austin back through Eau Claire that is still producing widespread damaging winds of around 60 to 75 miles per hour. So still an ongoing significant threat of severe weather. There's another pretty good view of our line of thunderstorms. This is back over in Rochester. It's actually one of the better live shots that we have in southeast Minnesota. This is... I'm laughing for a reason. This is kind of funny. This is back over in... This is over in southeast Minnesota. This is for... Oh, I can't even show the video. Can I get another... Can I get the file again, dude? I need to get this freaking HVAC thing. I don't know why. I pay like $1 every time I try to put up a video on the screen. I get these pop-ups. I have to pay $1 to show a video, apparently. I need the HEVC video extension. I don't understand why I need that. I don't feel like I ever needed that before. Alright, we're getting the video. It's actually kind of funny. I'll have the video in a second. Let's pay for the extension? VLC player? I have VLC. I don't know why. Dude, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I'm like tech savvy in a way, and I'm not. Like, I don't know what I would actually be doing with that iPhone thing. Right click and open it in VLC. I don't see that option. Oh, I think I see it. So it was sent in by, this was sent by Riley's brother from Owatonna, where they have no power. It says, in times like these, there is only one thing a cat needs. Jack's Premium Pet Treats. If you guys didn't watch our video yesterday, you might not understand, but we actually have a sponsorship now with a pet treat company. This cat is in, like, the, I don't even know where they are. I think they're in the basement or something, just chilling. You can barely see them. Poor cat doesn't know what's going on. We got severe weather going on. So diabolical. Northeast Mississippi, you guys are chilling. I don't know where my cat is. I was gonna have her in here, but she hasn't been in my room at all this entire stream. We have a cat cam, but I haven't been able to utilize it. We got a update. The severe thunderstorm warning for Rochester has been updated to 70-mile-per-hour winds, which is radar indicated, but it is now at least producing winds up to 70 miles per hour. A little upgrade on our severe thunderstorm warning. Back over near Austin, Stewartville, Casson, and Rochester. This is a live shot from Rochester of the storm rolling in. Big line of storms coming in right now. Guess who's here? He's Curtis here. Hi. It's the first time all stream she's been in here. What's up? Want to go in your cat tower? Go. We do have a cat cam. I just don't know if it's set up. My chair keeps getting stuck on this mat. I don't know if I can set up the cat cam. We had a cat cam set up, and I don't think it's set up anymore. I have another severe thunderstorm warning in Montana. One of the most common occurrences today. Hey, Chet, for the super chat. It's not my birthday. Thank you. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work. Trying to make this work somehow. There you go. Here's the cat cam. Right above my head. There she is. What is that hairline? What are you talking about, bro? He's very happy. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning back over in just south of Rochester near St. Charles. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds going towards just north of Cresco towards Stewartville. It's currently moving out of the southeast. Again, intense line of thunderstorms continues here, producing significant damaging winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Also, this is a live shot back over in... It's back over in Rochester. Wind is beginning to pick up now in Rochester, Minnesota. Near Pine Island, a little skyline view. I should get a cat. You should. What's stopping you? Thank you, Nikki, for the super chat. Treats for cheese curd. I should have got Jack's Premium Pet Treats in here. He loves the chicken treats. But she's now on the ground. She's sniffing around. She's looking around. Should get a cat for your cat? I don't need another cat. I think one's good enough. I can only handle so many cats. Got some more damage reports coming out of western Wisconsin or Menomonee, Wisconsin. Trees and power lines reported down. North of Red Wing, there's also a downed large tree blocking a road near Van Buren and Silver Fox. In Spring Valley, that's as of 10:25 p.m., so about an hour ago, but we still got a lot of damage reports coming out of the Minneapolis area, also western Wisconsin and southeastern Minnesota. Damage reports are continuing to increase as a intense line of thunderstorms now moves into far, kind of going towards western Wisconsin, like Winona and La Crosse here pretty soon. It is right now moving into Rochester. Wind has been picking up actively here over the last few minutes. You can see the wind really picking up now in Rochester. Back over just to the southeast of Pine Island. Your Highway 14 and Highway 52. And this is what it looks like back over in Iowa right now. We got an intense line of thunderstorms currently pushing through northern Iowa. That is near Algona, Livermore, Humboldt, Fort Dodge, and Rockwell. That is still producing destructive, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. The most intense part of this line is still across northern Iowa, west of Forest City and Mason City. This will be quickly approaching those areas within the next 30 minutes. So if you're back over in Forest City, Mason City, make sure that you're staying away from windows as this line of storms continues to track that direction. Also, Clarion, Fort Dodge, Boone, and a mess. You guys are going to have to be watching out for at least 60-mile-per-hour winds as this line continues to track to the east. It's back over in Rochester. Winds are still picking up right now, back over in Rochester, just outside of Winona. Yeah, we're starting to shake a little bit too. This is a skyline view in Rochester. Hey, Grayson for the super chat. Visibility has dropped down to about a half a mile here in Rochester over the last couple minutes. Got a little bit of damage coming out of Hardin, Iowa. This is from moments ago. This is from Douglas on Twitter. Let me read the context here. Saying not the worst storm, or not the worst we've ever had in the area, but storm damage here in Hardin, Iowa. Limb fell onto our house. We're in the basement and are all safe. Well, that's always good to hear. So a large tree limb fell right under the roof. You can see the tree pretty much snapped here. There's a damage photo there again out of Hardin, Iowa, where we still have an intense line of thunderstorms, which again, I've mentioned this earlier, but these two lines of thunderstorms may end up merging here at some point in the near future. It's hard to tell if they really will. If they do, we could have basically in all essence have one really large line of thunderstorms, but at least for the time being, we have two separate lines of storms, kind of a little storm that has gone up in between the two that is just producing some gusty winds, lightning, and some small hail just outside of Forest City. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update out of Dodge County, Minnesota. There was a wind report of 74 miles per hour. These are the wind storms that are headed towards Rochester, Minnesota right now. Also, the weather forecast office, which is here, so NWS La Crosse will probably be updating their warning up to 70 mile per hour winds at least. That warning expires in 1 hour and 1 minute.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So a few updates there. Back over to Rochester in Minnesota. Winds have continued to stay pretty strong here. The worst of the winds are going to be moving through Rochester over the next few minutes. Again, be ready for power outages this evening / into the overnight hours if you are in Wisconsin, Minnesota, or even Iowa. The winds are still very intense right now. This is on US 63. Or can I send storm damage pics? You can send it to us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. By the way, just a quick little update on our future, just beyond what's going on now, obviously. We obviously will have an intense line of thunderstorms continue into the overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning, moving towards Illinois and Wisconsin. This should fall apart before getting to Milwaukee and also towards Chicago. Tomorrow afternoon and evening, there is another risk of another line of thunderstorms developing back over Nebraska, Iowa, southwestern Minnesota, southeast South Dakota, with more damaging winds and possibly a couple of tornadoes being a possibility. I had somebody asking in chat, will we be live tomorrow? There is a possibility. I think if we have a live stream, it'd probably be late afternoon into the evening, but something to keep an eye on. Right now, the Storm Prediction Center, just a quick little look at tomorrow. Tomorrow, we do have a large slight risk of severe weather in place from Wyoming back into Iowa, and then marginal threat from Chicago back towards Billings. Generally speaking, they don't have a tornado risk right now in place, but I would expect a 2% tornado risk probably somewhere in this area, maybe to include Des Moines, Sioux Falls, maybe Omaha, Nebraska. So definitely not out of the neck of woods for severe weather again tomorrow. I do think there will be even more severe weather tomorrow on top of what we've already seen. It's like a never-ending cycle at this point. So get ready at least for some severe weather in those areas. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That one is going to be back over in Wisconsin for more 70 mile per hour damaging winds. So La Crosse, Jackson, Winona, and as well as Buffalo counties, you guys are included in that new severe thunderstorm warning, which is Black River Falls, Winona, just north of La Crosse. Another storm tomorrow, another storm tomorrow. We have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That one's going to be in Iowa. So we're going to continue the destructive severe warnings here. It'll pop up here in a second. Hey, Roderick, for the super chat, my cat is plotting something. They're not tamed. Appreciate the super chat. New severe thunderstorm warning is far northern Iowa, Algona, as well as Gardner, Forest City, just west of Mason City. We're expecting damaging winds around 80 miles per hour to continue moving east here. So if you're in Gardner, Forest City, make sure that you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Say another live shot back over near Rochester of the winds picking up right now. It's on 75th Street, or nope, this is at 19th Street, US 52. We just had a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust on the near Casson, just west of Rochester, Minnesota, just moments ago. For the record, I think this is one of our, I just thought about this, but this is one of our longer live streams that we've had in quite some time. This live stream, we've been live for almost 7 hours now. If we go over 7.5 hours today, this would be our longest stream since July 11th. But if we went longer than 7.5 hours, it would be our longest stream since June 18th. So, one of the longer streams that we've happened, or we've had. It's all because of a big wind bag, or two different big wind bags that are ongoing right now. Visibility on this camera in Rochester has dropped down to literally about a quarter of a mile. We were able to see a lot more before. Now there's almost nothing visible here. Very low visibility. Our sirens going off in Rochester, Minnesota. Yeah, tornado sirens, again, don't just go off for tornadoes in some of these places. You can obviously see this is live in the Rochester area on US 52. The winds are definitely still pretty intense here. Definitely around 60-mile-per-hour winds, if not maybe closer to 70. The highest wind should be going right through downtown Rochester over the next few minutes. And then Winona's in the path of this, St. Charles. Power outages have been pretty rampant here as well over the last few hours. We've been continuing to see a pretty big increase of power outages across the board. I'm not sure if all the power just came back on in Minnesota or what happened, but all of a sudden we only have 16,000 customers without power in Minnesota. I don't know what just happened to the number. I don't know if that's a bug or something, but... Back over in Iowa, we have 12,000 customers without power, almost all of them, again, in northwest Iowa from the destructive, damaging winds. Hey, aloha for the $10 super chat. Not correct. I don't think this is correct. I mean, it was like 120 or 130,000 a minute ago. I don't know if this just bugged out or something. Hey, aloha for the super chat. Northwest Rochester still has power. Pretty impressive given what we're looking at right now in Rochester. I do want to remind you, if you are in a mobile home park tonight and you are out in front of these storms, good idea to make sure that you are near a sturdy structure or you have one in mind. That does include literally anywhere in these severe thunderstorm watches that we have. You should have that plan ready to go. Damaging winds, again, anywhere from 60 to even upwards of 90 miles per hour is going to be a possibility over the next few hours. So if you are in central Iowa, back all the way through western Wisconsin, again, be ready for significant damaging winds. Even if you're not currently in a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to have that plan ready to go to a sturdy structure. As this line of thunderstorms is going to continue to produce problems. It will probably produce damage to mobile homes as well. Again, they do not withhold high winds very well, especially since we are talking about the threat of destructive 80-plus mile-per-hour winds, especially in northern Iowa. This is the most intense line of storms that we have right now back over near Algona and just west of Gardner. That is still producing damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour, and it will likely continue to do so all the way towards Mason City and Charles City, perhaps even beyond that. So there's no signs of this line of storm slowing down and producing anything less than what it already is producing. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I do think generally, I'm going to show you guys the tornado risk real quick, but I do think generally, like, the tornado risk is basically done. I think it's all wind at this point, but obviously, you still want to take it seriously, because tornadoes, you know, obviously can be dangerous, but on top of that, wind, in this case, is as dangerous as a, you know, tornado that we see in this environment. Like, any tornado that we're going to see in northern Iowa or southern Wisconsin, or southern Minnesota, excuse me, at this point, would basically be a low-end tornado. We are basically talking about low-end tornado winds right now that are in a straight line fashion across both Iowa and as well as Minnesota. So Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a wind report out of Algona, Iowa. That is where the destructive severe thunderstorm warning continues. It was for 80-mile-per-hour winds, so right on that level of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, exactly what the warning says. So Clearwood Lake and Mason City, Iowa, the big population center there, you guys will be seeing 80-mile-per-hour winds.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's back over in northern Iowa, just outside of Forest City and Gardner. So get ready if you're in Forest City and Gardner for 80-mile-per-hour winds. There's nothing showing that this will be slowing down anytime soon. Destructive, damaging winds continuing to push to the east. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got another wind update, this time out of Rochester, Minnesota. Sounds like Rochester had gusts of up to 76 miles per hour as indicated by the ASOS there.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Also, thank you, Tracy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. So again, significant damaging winds still continuing here across both Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. Two very intense line of storms still ongoing here. I still think if you're in Iowa, this line of storms is not really doing much down here. Like, you don't really see much rainfall happening back over west of Des Moines. But obviously, you can see the outflow boundary here, and there's very little convection, but the wind and the downbursts are going to be pretty intense still. So we're still talking about damaging wind potential, even around Des Moines. Even though I think the most significant winds will probably stay off to your north by quite a bit, we're still talking about at least a damaging wind threat around 60 to 65 miles per hour near Des Moines, Amiss, and as well as back over near Marshalltown. But the worst of it should stay off to your north. But nonetheless, we could still see some damaging winds down there. It's back over in Rochester in Minnesota. The winds have started to calm down just a little bit here on this camera back over in downtown Rochester. It's an area that we've been dealing with high winds here for quite some time. Say another live shot on US 63. See, the wind's actually still going a little bit there. It's still gusty. It's back on US 63. It's a pretty dark camera here, but the camera's shaking. Wind's pretty intense. This is just south of Rochester near Racine. Hey, Iker from becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Is this a derecho? I don't think this is going to classify as a derecho, but we don't know for sure yet. If this area of storms stays widespread enough with 60+ mile-per-hour winds for the next few hours, it's definitely in play, but we won't know for sure for probably a little while. This is a little bit different from the north compared to like the North Dakota derecho that we had this year already, which we covered like about a month ago, I think it was. It was a little bit different because that literally had the signs of a derecho like off the bat. This was something that really took a while to develop, and it's not like super big. Like the North Dakota derecho literally encompassed almost the entire state. It was like from here to here. Like it was a very large line of storms that, you know, went across most of North Dakota. In this case, this really began back over here. It kind of merged into one line, started here back over near Sioux Falls, and has been going for a pretty decent amount of time. It's not huge though, so but we'll have to wait and see. Again, it's one of those things that won't be determined until probably a week or two from now. Hey, Dustin, for the super chat. Most of St. Croix County, Wisconsin was without power, which started about an hour ago. Yeah, that line of storm is still pretty intense, still producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. And again, really not showing any signs of slowing down. It will likely continue to knock out power here. Power outages are definitely going to continue. We have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa. That will be back over, I believe, near Fort Dodge. I'll pop up here in a second. Webster, Wright, Hardin, Humboldt, Hamilton, and Franklin County. 70 mile per hour damaging winds. This line of storms moving east at 50 miles per hour right now. No shame today? We did have shame earlier. It happened at least once on this stream. There's that new severe thunderstorm warning. Webster City, Iowa Falls, Hampton. You guys are included in it. Hey, Roderick, for becoming a member. Still got power in northeast Rochester. That's a W. Got a new damage report of an 8-inch diameter tree limb that is snapped over in Rochester. Thank you, Iker, for the super chat. Want to be a weather streamer like you? You can. Give it a whirl. Nothing's stopping you. Have a good night, Jake. Any hail possible in central Iowa? I don't think today's setup by any means, like at this point, is hail related. Like we could see some sporadic quarter-sized hail, especially with our northern segment of storms, like near Algona, for example, in northern Iowa. But we're not going to see anything larger than quarters. So unless you have something that can get damaged by quarter-sized hail, you're probably not going to see much in the way of hail. Any update on Hurricane Iona? It's actually a Cat 3, I think now, isn't it? It's going to become a Cat 3. So just south of Hawaii. We're likely going to have a Cat 3 hurricane in the Pacific Ocean, but it should avoid land. Might cause some rip currents, though, back over in Hawaii. The Atlantic tropics are still extremely quiet. Like, there's been nothing in the Atlantic Ocean. It's quite unbelievable, honestly. Like, we've really been lucky so far this year. Nothing's formed. You know, maybe something forms. We're going to see something in August. It's just a matter of time, but it's been awfully quiet. Very slow start to the year, for sure. The European AI model, which, you know, this is the European AI model, and I use it because it's actually pretty good with tropics. It has showed like a little tropical wave around August 6th to 10th, like actually developing into some sort of tropical storm or hurricane in the Gulf. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, though, like this is just too far out to actually say something's going to happen here, but I do think the tropics are going to wake up at some point. The other European AI model does not show anything anymore, but generally speaking, I mean, we've just had nothing when it comes to tropics really at all in the Atlantic so far. And yeah, no deterministic model really indicating much of anything either. Looks like severe weather will probably continue in the Great Plains probably through the first week of August, but I don't see anything super organized happening. I think really, again, today, maybe tomorrow are going to be the last, like, you know, decent severe weather events. When I say decent, I mean basically like at least, you know, organized severe weather events, because we have not had many organized severe weather events so far this July, and I do think we're gonna have more of them, but just not very many over the next few months. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning in northeastern Iowa. That's near Osage, Cresco, and Dakota. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's near Riceville as well. Line of storms starting to, the other line of storms that's in Minnesota is about to be moving into northeastern Iowa here shortly. So again, we got two big line of thunderstorms ongoing, still producing significant damaging winds. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we had another 2 wind reports come out of Rochester. They were both 76 miles per hour as well. We had about 6 minutes between the 3 separate wind reports that we had. So Rochester probably saw a good 5 to 10 minutes of sustained winds greater than 70 miles per hour. That warning is still considerable down the line, but could be upgraded to destructive. That is up to NWS La Crosse now. We are almost completely out of NWS Twin Cities weather forecast area. So switching over NWS offices, but obviously the warnings will continue. But we may see upgrades more differently than we have over the last couple of hours.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, this is a live shot back over just south of Rochester. Wind was picking up. You can kind of see the wind a little bit. It's kind of hard to see it on this camera, but winds are pretty strong right now. Whenever a car goes by, it's a little bit easier to see. But that's on US 63 right now. What I was about to show you guys as well, this is the CSU severe probabilities, basically like an experimental tool. And this is what it basically shows for tomorrow. It shows like a big slight risk in the Midwest, and producing the potential for tornadoes mainly back over in Montana and Wyoming, which is interesting. But beyond that, this is basically showing you the risk of severe weather every single day all the way through August 4th. So again, it's experimental. It shows you kind of a general area. The brown would basically represent a marginal threat, and then the yellow would represent a slight risk. Obviously, by no means will these be this large, but it at least indicates on Wednesday, this will probably be the last day of at least notable severe weather for the next little while. I mean, I don't think we're going to see much between Thursday of this week all the way through Monday. And kind of fitting that this time period is when I'll be on vacation, so it works out pretty well. I mean, there's not gonna be a whole lot of severe weather, not really anything to stream anyway, so I'll obviously be on vacation. I've already mentioned this in our last couple live streams, but in case you've not already heard, we'll not have any live streams between August 31st and about August 5th or so. And then on top of that, videos will still be coming out if needed, but probably not going to need a whole lot of videos during that time frame. So, also, we are now up to 135,000 customers without power in the state of Minnesota. The website just got fixed. So, here's the power outage update in Minnesota. Steele County has almost everybody without power. But we are up now to 135,000 customers without power. Where's vacation? Going to the Midwest. A little golfing trip. First time I'll be in Wisconsin or Minnesota. Severe weather's going on vacation too. I mean, it's perfect timing. I really couldn't have timed it much better. There will still be severe weather. I just don't think it's going to be as significant. Like, we could still have a couple tornadoes. We could still have a damaging wind or hail day, but it doesn't appear to be anything really that organized. Come to Chicago? I will not be in Chicago. Did I say June 31st? I meant July. Do Wisconsin power outages? We got now 25,000 without power in Wisconsin. It's really only about 5 counties. Mainly Dunn and St. Croix counties, but Eau Claire and Pepin and Pierce counties have some isolated power outages now. What courses? I have literally no clue. Couldn't tell you. I wanted to play the Century Golf Course, but I'm going to probably play that at some point, maybe next year, but the Century Golf Course is like one of the ones that I really want to play. It's a once-in-a-lifetime course to play. Minnesota's pretty lots of lakes. I would love a lake home there. I mean, it probably has really nice lakes. I just would never live up there because of winter. I would literally lose my mind. I used to live in New Hampshire. I had enough of that. My buddy has access to Century. And if you have any golf courses that, you know, you can hook me up with, if you live in the Midwest, I mean, you know, it might be possible. I might play them. I never know. You can always message me on Facebook or Twitter. I do check DMs quite a bit. Or when I can. Snow ain't bad. I'm not a fan. I don't mind snow. I'm just not a fan of winter in general. So much more work that you have to do during the winter. Like, you have to snow blow, your car gets all rusty. It's just, there's so many issues with, like, winter weather that I don't really want to deal with. I said August 31st? I meant to say July 31st. July 31st till, like, August 5th. Hey, yo, Dirt Guy for the super chat. Iowa last year set records for tornadoes. This year sets a record low. I know, it's literally, it's opposite, like, this year, for whatever reason. Last year was super active. This year it's just been really quiet when it comes to severe weather. I said the Q word, I know, but it has been pretty quiet. Thank you, B, for the super chat. Thanks for keeping people safe. No problem. I'm going to Rochester to play golf. I probably can. I don't know where Rochester is. Oh, yeah, it's over there. I mean, I probably could. But if you have any sort of ins and outs to golf courses and you live in Minnesota or Wisconsin, definitely DM me. I can maybe make something work. You never know. I'll be up there for like 5 days or 6 days. I can't even believe this. I didn't even realize this. We're at 18 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I'm not even going to lie. I didn't realize how many we had. I think a lot of them, though, are going to expire. They're kind of different CWA regions and stuff like that, too. Most of them are in the Midwest. We actually have 4 right now in Minnesota, or Montana. We have 1 in Oregon, believe it or not. We have 1 all the way back over in Oregon. We also had a land spout report back over in a residential area in Terrebonne, Oregon at 7:15 tonight. That's a little bit of a surprise, too. And we also have some big flooding ongoing back over in New Mexico. Hope somebody's watching Cheese Curd. Literally sleeping right now on the floor. She's like behind me. Okay, report in the chat of power out in Austin, Minnesota. I go to bed in Winona, Minnesota. I mean, the line of storm's going to be approaching you here over the next few minutes. So if you're in Winona, you still have to be at least away from windows and probably on the lowest floor possible until the line of storms fully moves through. You got about like 30 minutes though until you're probably good. The worst of it should be coming in the next 10-15 minutes. Got another wind gust report out of Algona of 75 miles per hour reported by the Algona police. According to law enforcement. Self-destructive, damaging winds ongoing in northern Iowa right now, just off to the west of Mason City. Come see me in Owatonna, Minnesota. We might have power by then. I don't know if the power is going to come on anytime soon, honestly, in southeast Minnesota. It might be until tomorrow morning, which just purely due to the fact we've had, you know, major damaging winds, obviously, but, you know, there's so many power outages. I mean, we're talking about over 100,000 people. I think it's going to take at least a little bit of time to happen. Hey, Ross, for the $20 super chat. Spencer Golf and Country Club, Spencer, Iowa, come golf. If it's still there tomorrow, bro, you need higher hopes. I mean, Spencer did get hit pretty hard, though. There was a damage report of a tree uprooted in town, so that might have been at the golf course. Who knows? There was a 87-mile-per-hour wind gust in town, too. Got a new report of many large branches down over in Sheldon, Iowa. We're starting to get a lot more wind damage reports across the board in northwest Iowa, so unfortunately, the wind damage is there's definitely been plenty of wind damage across the board. Tree in my front yard is uprooted in Iowa. There's golfing in a mess, Iowa, as well as Culver's. There's Culver's like everywhere in the Midwest. That's where it literally began. I'm in my safe place in Rochester, Minnesota. I think you're chilling in Rochester now. Worst of the weather in Rochester has now moved through. It's going through St. Charles and Winona here over the next few minutes. Better than McDonald's? Culver's is better than McDonald's. I mean, it's not hard to beat McDonald's, though, in general. McDonald's is kind of mid. It's like the lowest end fast food, in my opinion. Disc golf? I've played disc golf before. It's actually pretty fun. I've played it before. Can I sleep in Eau Claire? Yeah, you're good in Eau Claire too. Culver started in Wisconsin. It did. I'll be going to the home state of where it began. Like 3 days. Got a little bit more lightning ramping up. This near Goldfield in Iowa. A little live camera from Caleb Beecham. A little bit more lightning picking up now. Wind should pick up here pretty soon. This is going to be in the path of 70+ mile per hour winds. Pretty soon. What are you vacationing to in the Midwest? I mean, I'm just golfing for like 5 or 6 days. Do a food review on Culver's grilled cheese. I've actually never had a grilled cheese from Culver's. I might have to try it at some point. Maybe just for a meme, little meme review. Hey, Mike, for the super chat. Can cheese curds do your live streams when you're on vacation? I don't think she has that ability. Do not think she has that ability. What's your highest round of golf? My best score was at like a local course. I think it was a par 68 though, so it was a little bit shorter, but I think my best score was like a 75 or 74. That was like my prime day. Playing prime. But on like a good golf course, like a par 72, I think the highest I usually get is like an 82, 83 is usually the highest. Favorite course you've ever played? Honestly, I don't even know. I played some good ones. I can't think of like the best one I played though, to be honest. I've played a lot of like I mean, like there's courses that I like, but like there's not like I don't like have a favorite. I like ones with lakes. Did Caleb come on the camera? I must have missed it. Apparently he waved on the camera. Have I been to Chicago? I've never been to Chicago, no. Any miniature golf planned? No. Playing normal golf? I'm in a mobile home in Mauston, Wisconsin. Can I go to bed? Let me look where Mauston is. I would still have ways to receive alerts, but I think you're chilling. We got some shame back over in Wisconsin. It's on County K Road in Wisconsin. Got a truck parked under an overpass. Yeah, shame spam in the chat. Straight line winds in Winona. Definitely got straight line winds. A lot of wind gust reports are around 50 to 55 miles per hour, so the winds might be calming down a little bit. Where in New Hampshire did you live? It was southern New Hampshire. Like just outside of Salem. Come to California, Max, for golf? I mean, at some point, I have friends out in California. There is a chance at some point I will golf in California, for the record. California has beautiful courses. Looks like the shelf cloud's going overhead here, back over in Goldfield, Iowa. Looks like on the right side of the screen might be something there. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit. It's a live camera in northern Iowa. It's near our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Bottom right of your screen, by the way, you see the location marker right there. So this is going to be on the leading edge of 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Should pick up here in the next minute. So calm, and we'll get windy here in a second. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota and Wisconsin. That'll be near La Crosse. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We'll pop up here in a moment. It's north of Dakota. That's La Crosse, Lansing, Wukon, just west of Viroqua, right along the river valley here. So we're talking about 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds continuing. Again, I have not really seen much, like at least in the last 10-15 minutes. We haven't had any reports above 55-mile-per-hour winds, so there's a chance that the winds will be calming down here, at least to some extent soon, but it is at least still producing 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds to some extent. It might be a little bit more isolated than before, but if you are in that new severe thunderstorm warning, definitely stay away from windows as this line approaches. The severe thunderstorm watch does cut off here pretty soon. It does not really include Platteville or Mineral Point here in southwest Wisconsin, but they may extend this severe thunderstorm watch here soon if this line of storms continues to march that far down to the south, which it will. Just no clue how severe it'll actually be by then. Thank you, Christina, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Lady, for the $5 super chat. Thank you for all you do to keep us safe. I'm currently in Fort Dodge, Iowa, waiting the storms to pass us. They'll be passing, hopefully, here pretty soon. Where's Vince at? He is located just to the west of Fort Dodge. He's actually starting to drive into winds again. Been trying to catch up to this line, but he's starting to drive into some of the higher winds again. Really, he's like one of the only chasers I think still out there.
God, it is just dumping out here.
Hey, best dude for the $5 super chat.
See the rain access worn off the windshield.
Where's SFO? What is that airport? San Francisco? You might be able to see the storms. Depends on how far south they fly you. Even then, I don't know if there's going to be much left by the time you're flying by them. So you'll be flying by them in 4 or 5 hours, and I don't know if there's going to be much left. Thank you, Jack, for the super chat. You got to play Brown Deer Park Golf Course in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where Tiger Woods made his debut, home to the GMO. I'll have to check it out at some point.
So anyway, we're kind of encountering the last little bit of this line. It's only warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, we're pretty much wrapped up at this point. I mean, the chase is pretty much over. I'm just trying to get east. Still pretty windy though, like the wind is pulling the truck all over the road.
Hey, Rebel for the 7 months. She's Kurt Cam. She's literally on the ground. I can't put the camera towards her. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa. That's for Worth and Sierra Gordo counties in Iowa. Pop up here in a second. That's going to be observed 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's all the way back up here near Mason City. That's also near Northwood. I don't think that's rotation, by the way. There's like a little couplet kind of popping up on radar here, but I don't think that's rotation. I think that's just wind. Or I think that's just contamination. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit back over in Goldfield, Iowa. That's a live shot there. I'll keep it at the bottom middle of your screen. Is Des Moines getting spared? I don't think Des Moines is going to get spared. I just think the wind is not going to be that significant. It'll probably be gusty winds. There's a low chance of damaging winds. We haven't had a whole lot of convection, though, go up behind this outflow boundary, which essentially is not really leading to many strong downbursts, but should at least have some gusty winds going to Boone and a mess here soon, and also Des Moines. Anything to worry about? Wausau? Wausau should be mostly gusty winds, not really expecting much in the way of anything severe up there. The majority of your severe weather will be off to your west. Same thing west of Stevens Point. This is a pretty big radar hole, but there is a little area of rotation. It's actually matched up with a couple of radar sites. Just to the southwest of Forest City, Iowa, there is a, I would say at least a low chance of a tornado with this as it goes towards Mason City. So something to keep an eye on here back over near Clear Lake and Gardner. You already do a forecast for tomorrow? We did briefly talk about it earlier. We'll talk about it, though, again at some point. A little bit later. Back over to Vince. He's currently getting closer to the leading edge of the line near Fort Dodge. Still pretty windy in Fort Dodge.
Oh, I thought we were done with this rain.
It's not done with the rain. It's still going. Got some radar coverage gaps? We do. Some radar holes. Why shame being under overpass? It's illegal. They can cause accidents. Just across the board, it's not a good thing to be parked under overpasses during severe weather. Yeah, I mean, literally traffic jams start because of them too. Because like if one person parks under the shoulder, another person will.
It might be a little bit windier out here.
And you got multiple people parking under the like the actual on the highway, and it just becomes literally illegal to even park on a highway.
Stop. This is really pulling on the truck here. I'm getting.
So literally people park like this is the domino effect. If you have like a highway like this, right? That's 3 lanes. Yeah, a car that parks here, got another car they'll park there, got another one that parks there, another one that parks there, and then everybody's like, oh, let me just park on the road because I don't feel like getting swept away by winds. And then it goes here, then every lane is blocked, and then it causes a big traffic jam. People behind the people that are parked under the overpass will literally just end up being in this traffic jam, and there can be sometimes rear-end accidents and other accidents in general that happen because of that. So. Hey, Lance for the super chat. Live by the Champions Golf Club in Houston. Don't know its history, but the neighborhood around here is very nice. PJ used to be here. Cool. I've actually never been to Houston. I used to live in Texas, but I was never in Houston. Or I never went to Houston. I lived in Dallas, Fort Worth area. Can I go to bed in Chicago, Illinois? You can. You're good in Chicago. And the risk of severe weather, if we go back to the SBC outlook, the moderate risk of severe weather, we're still in it, just north of Waterloo. Still technically in that moderate risk of severe weather. Outside of that, I mean, again, generally speaking, like Chicago, you're not in a risk of severe weather. Green Bay, Milwaukee, you guys are not in risks of severe weather for tonight. On the flip side, tomorrow, there is a risk of severe weather for these areas. I would expect a lot of changes to this outlook. We might even see an enhanced risk of severe weather for wind somewhere back over in the Central Plains. But we got a large slight risk from, Wyoming and Montana all the way back into central Iowa. Could see a slight risk also added back over near Chicago tomorrow. If we go over to the future radar for tomorrow, this is just kind of a general idea of what we're expecting. Let me take off these. Day 2 here, but you can see this is basically the general idea for tomorrow. Should stay pretty quiet until about 4 or 5 o'clock. We'll start to see storms fire up in South Dakota, and then by 7 to 8 o'clock, we're gonna have another probably big cluster of storms ongoing, with damaging winds being the biggest concern. Maybe some large hail, and then potentially a tornado or 2. But I think tomorrow will be mostly a big wind day again. And again, there's another chance of a live stream, especially since this will be impacting basically the same areas as today. We're talking about Sioux Falls, Des Moines, perhaps even Omaha as well. This pictured here would be about midnight tomorrow. So again, big cluster of storms ongoing. Could see some severe weather also near Chicago, but it's going to depend on what happens basically over the next few hours with the line of storms that's going to be moving through the Madison and Davenport area. So that outflow boundary may stabilize things quite a bit. So it's generally what we're expecting. And then on Wednesday, we'll have a bit more of scattered severe weather across parts, or isolated severe weather from Missouri and Kansas all the way back through Ohio and Pennsylvania. So, generally what we're expecting. We will have a video tomorrow no matter what, talking about the general weather pattern upcoming. So, it'll be our next video forecast. These lines of storms are almost connected to each other now. The line of storms back over in Wisconsin and southeast Minnesota has been getting more outflow dominant, becoming a little bit less organized, still producing significant damaging winds though. But further off to the west, the line of storms has gotten, still stayed pretty organized so far. but the in between of that is just disorganized. So not really going to connect fully, but in kind of a way it is connected. Another live stream? It's possible. We might have another live stream tomorrow. We'll see. Give it like a 40, maybe 50% chance of a live stream tomorrow. If it goes enhanced, there's a pretty good chance it'll be live again. Wait and see, though. I'd actually be kind of surprised if we went live tomorrow, but we'll see. Might uptrend. Really just depends on how everything evolves tonight. The model runs in the morning will give us a better idea of what it looks like. But I do think damaging winds will be the greatest concern. Perhaps an isolated tornado risk. Could be something like today where we get some outflow boundaries that lead to a tornado risk. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. That'll be for La Crosse, Jackson, Winona, and Buffalo counties for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Got some storms also popping up a little bit further to the east, going towards Stevens Point and Wisconsin Rapids. Not really expecting much out of these. Just some small hail, gusty winds being the biggest concerns. New severe thunderstorm warnings for Winona, just west of Black River Falls. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So continue to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Is that a derecho? We don't know if this is a derecho yet. We won't know for probably about a week or two. Storms going crazy tonight. They're producing a lot of lightning too. They have been pretty crazy. Max looks tired. I am tired. It is 12. It's now 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock my time. Live for 7.5 hours. You lost Vince's feed? Should come back. Assuming he's still alive, it should come back. Thank you, Raven, for the super chat. Aren't you up till 4 a.m. anyways? I am. Usually am. This event's done, okay. Always love watching when you're live. Yeah, we haven't had, like, this year, it's interesting, because, like, last year we went live a ton. This year it's been a little bit less frequent. But we've also gone live this year compared to last year for more significant severe weather events. I've kind of avoided going live just every single day for, like, you know, your normal severe thunderstorm warning, because, like, we've had some of those events this year where it's just like we get a bunch of severe warnings, we get maybe one tornado warning, but, like, it doesn't usually look that significant. So this year's been a little bit different than last year. Last year was much more frequent. Last year also, in my opinion, was way more active. Like, last year we had a bunch of hurricanes, obviously, and this around this time last year we had Beryl, which brought, you know, multiple days of tornado outbreaks. Like, we haven't had that this year. Like, we didn't have a hurricane that went perfectly into the United States, you know, producing all sorts of tornado outbreaks. Like, last year we had that. This year we have not. That's why this July compared to last July just felt different for tornadoes, because last year we had a bunch of tornadoes and a lot of them came from Beryl in that month of July. This year we've had very few tornadoes. We've had some, but, like, you know, we've had one or two, it seems like, every time we go live. It's just they're not usually, you know, it's not usually a tornado outbreak. Like, not like, you know, at least 6 or 8 in a single stream. You have a traditional meteorology background? I do have a degree in meteorology. I have a bachelor's degree. One of your longest streams? No, this is nowhere near a longest stream. This is an average longer stream, but not like long. It's the public launch of the CAM program thingy ding. It's not public, it's a private thing. Pretty cool though. This is the camera network just in the Midwest. All the blue dots are traffic cams, red and kind of these like tan colors are chasers. So, pretty cool. Actually, apparently, it's now over 32,000 cameras. So we're now over 32,000 cameras in this program. 3 active chasers currently across the United States. That's the coolest program. It is. We got a lot of other stuff cooking too. That's not the only thing. Got a lot of stuff cooking. Outlook for tomorrow. We just went over the outlook for tomorrow like 20 minutes ago. Or 10 minutes ago. Went over the timing too. If you go back like 10, 15 minutes in the stream, you'll see it. It's been over 30 minutes since our last 70-mile-per-hour plus wind report, so there's a pretty good chance that this will not be end up being a derecho, even though we've had pretty significant damaging winds across a pretty large area. Obviously, we've had 2 different areas. We had the pretty significant line in southeast South Dakota and northwest Iowa. That's been going for quite some time, but we haven't had any major wind gust reports recently. We don't even have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning anymore. And then back over in Minnesota and western Wisconsin, kind of the same thing. We never really had that many 70+ mile-per-hour wind gusts here. We had a few. But generally speaking, across the board, it has not been nearly as significant of an event as it could have been, even though it has been significant. Back over near Des Moines again. We got an outflow boundary that'll be pushing in here pretty soon, but nothing more than gusty winds currently in the forecast for that area. Damaging winds are pretty low end chance for that area. How hype are you for winter? I'm honestly excited for winter. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not usually like excited for winter this early, but summer's been too hot. I'm done with the heat. More about the heat rather than the actual weather itself. I am excited for winter. How many tornadoes this year? It's a good question. I think we're over 1,000 now. I don't know the exact number. It's been a bit above average, though. What's the Madison risk? Isolated damaging winds, the main concern for Madison. But it should be mostly just rain and a little bit of lightning. Is the risk over? The risk is not over. It's just, generally speaking, the significant severe weather threat is definitely winding down. I mean, it's mostly going to be wind from here on out. The tornado risk, again, is pretty much done. So, come to Wisconsin for winter? I don't think I'm going to Wisconsin for winter. These are the 2025 preliminary reports so far. We've had over 1,380 tornado reports. Doesn't necessarily mean we've had that many tornadoes, but we've had that many tornado reports. Over 14,000 wind reports. Over 10,000 of those were wind damage reports, and then over 4,500 hail reports. You like your new haircut? I haven't gotten a new haircut. I'm getting a haircut tomorrow, though, I think. As long as weather cooperates, I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a decent day of severe weather. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. I just think, again, we might have another little mesoscale convective system that develops, which could produce significant damaging winds and, like, a couple of tornadoes. But outside of that, I don't think tomorrow's anything too crazy. Have your barber cut your hair live on stream. I'm not doing that. I don't actually have a barber yet. I'm gonna probably... I need to find somebody to do my hair. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update from earlier at 9:50 p.m. Central Time out of Sheldon, Iowa. Apparently, there's a public report of winds of approximately 90 knots. That would translate to 103 miles per hour. That was O'Brien County, Iowa.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So yeah, back over in Northwest Iowa, we obviously had pretty destructive winds this evening, and if that is true, that is a over 100 mile per hour wind gust, which is quite literally insane. So. Your hair looks great. It might look great from this side, but like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't mind it being tall on the top. Like, the sides have gotten way too long. I at least need a trimming at the bare minimum, but their hair will not probably be cut that much on the top. It's more about the sides. They've just gotten too crazy. The hair is real cute right now. Okay. It's a good story. I do like the hair being longer on top, though. You think this line will make it to Michigan? Don't think so. I don't think this is going to make it much further than about right here. This is from Connor earlier. If you guys were watching at the beginning of the stream, obviously Connor lost his hat on stream. You might not remember. If you weren't watching, you wouldn't have seen this, but he lost his hat audibly on stream. We didn't see it actually happen. Oh, wait, hey, this is the video of it. Oh, my hat! Tornado almost took his hat.
Tornado stole my hat! Tornado stole my hat! Oh, wait, hey, Jordan!
So, that was from earlier. Good thing you got his hat back. Our severe thunderstorm warning back over here near La Crosse was just downgraded to 60 mile per hour winds. So again, generally speaking, the risk of severe weather is decreasing right now across the board. I do think overall we're starting to see the tail end probably of our significant severe weather event. We still got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings in place. The highest warning right now is for 70 mile per hour winds, which is back over near Mason City. But even then, we haven't really seen much above 60 or even 70 miles per hour recently. So I do think the severe weather threat, again, is winding down across Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin right now. Hey, Raven, for the super chat. How annoying are people who ask weather in the city? I'm not annoyed by it. The only problem is, like, I know people always ask, like, what's going on in my city? Like, what can I expect from my weather? I can't do that for everybody. Like, it's just impossible. Like, we have, at the peak today, we were at, like, 40,000 people watching. It's nearly impossible to be able to provide an in-depth forecast for every single town or city. So, like, I'm not, like, annoyed by it by any means ever, but it's just one of those things, like, I can't answer every question. It's impossible. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be for a bunch of different counties in Iowa, near Hampton, Ackley, west of Waverly. That'll be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Northwood's also included in that, just east of Forest City. So at this point, again, no severe thunderstorm warnings. Other actually, the one near Dakota is 70, but other than the one near Dakota and this one that's going to be allowed to expire here soon, we have no severe thunderstorm warnings anymore above 60 mile per hour winds. So everything's winding down for the most part. Severe weather obviously will continue for the next few hours, but generally speaking, the threat of significant damaging winds above 70 miles per hour, tornadoes, very large hail, those are basically not possible anymore. Or at least it's a very low chance that that's going to happen tonight. The severe weather is definitely winding down. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so going back to this graphic, I actually have not changed it since we last talked about whether or not it'd be a derecho, and we still have the two things underlined that we were talking about, basically being the failure modes, and they did in fact be the failure mode. So not really this one about spatial gaps, but we did not have a wind swath of about 250 miles long. I think we'll end up just short of that. In order to see a wind swath that long, we would have had to make it outside of the moderate risk, and we fell about 50 miles short of that. So almost 100% this will not be a derecho. It's still a strong wind event, even if it's not qualified as a derecho. We had wind reports of over 100 miles per hour from a few different spots, but it will not be classified as a derecho.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, thank you, Christina, for the $20 super chat. Have you heard of the home bubble? Home bubble? It keeps the storms away from Austin, Minnesota. It's pretty typical. I feel like everybody. I feel like there's always a place in every state that just has a bubble. Storms just go around you. Yeah, at this point, again, wind is the biggest concern. Tornadoes pretty much out of the question at this point. I don't think we're going to see any more. I haven't really thought about a tornado threat ever since that Iowa, or the Northwest Iowa situation. It's just been kind of a low-end threat ever since. So, tornado risk should stay pretty low. Pretty much at zero. But damaging winds continuing. So, again, if you're anywhere in Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin tonight, have ways to receive alerts. Have a tornado action plan ready to go. But, again, threat of severe weather is definitely winding down. And with that said, we are going to go ahead and wind down today's stream as it is late. I need food. I'm tired. And we are possibly going to go live again tomorrow. If not, we'll at least have a video tomorrow morning. So, as always, appreciate you guys all watching today's stream. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well if you enjoyed it. Thank you to all the new members today. If you super chatted or donated, really appreciate your support as well. Thank you to all the mods as well. Really appreciate you guys helping out and keeping the chat safe. Also, don't forget to download the Radar Omega app. It is the top link in the description below. Thank you to Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. It's the weather app we've been using for over 2 years on our live streams. Definitely recommend you check it out. Again, that is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. They have a ton of chasers inside the app as well. A bunch of other cool little features in the app as well that you can check out. And also don't forget to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. If you have Discord, you can join our Discord server as well. It is linked down below. Other than that, appreciate you guys all watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll be back again tomorrow morning with a video, and then a live stream is also a possibility tomorrow afternoon/evening. So if we are live, we'll be here. Click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one. Goodbye.